It's a beautiful sunshiny day in Southern California, but who cares about that because we are bringing you the June Open for Arcane Games and Events in New England. It's, I assume, not too cold there, Patrick, but we don't really know because we are on the other seaboard casting remotely, however, still live on the East Coast. Patrick, how you doing today? My name, of course, is Bryce Platts. This is Patrick Greasy, and we're going to be bringing you coverage of the AGE June Open all day. How you doing, buddy?
Bryce, I'm excited. I'm caffeinated. It's a little early here on the West Coast. Of course, it's prime flesh and blood hours over there on the East Coast. I'm ready to go. I'm ready for a full day here with all of you.
Excited and caffeinated. That's exactly how I want to live my life. And I'm going to see if I can follow suit here, Patrick. I'm a little slow on the uptake of the coffee this morning, but I'm going to get myself injected real soon here. Let's proceed directly to weekend stories because our players meeting on the Eastern Seaboard is probably already underway, and we want to bring you coverage as soon as humanly possible. So we're going to zoom right on through these. We've got week 2 of Nationals just last week. We, of course, in the United States, kind of get first crack at new metas, especially when we have a product release so soon, so close to U.S. Nationals, I should say, which is a bit of a privilege, but all of these players have yet to really have their shot at like a more refined high seas meta so far. So I'm really excited to see what New England has to offer here.
Yeah, and it seems like really the meta, if not the best deck in the format so far, is the meta setter is Gravy Bones, and the winningest deck, at least in week 1 of Nationals so far, has been Cindra, and I think that's probably a direct reflection of the Gravy Bones meta.
A lot of the discourse so far is how much this meta is shifting as National season kind of goes this way and that. So Cindra definitely seems to be the answer to Gravy after week 2. I really think we're going to start seeing more counters to Cindra then, and then the Gravy decks are going to become more refined in dealing with aggro. It's going to be a really interesting season regardless.
Yeah, and to your point, it's going to be cyclical, I would imagine. The Gravy Bones sort of will, maybe won't be able to adapt to Cindra, but then Cindra is sort of a very linear game plan itself, so it's very easy for the third deck to respond to that, and then Gravy Bones, I would imagine, would dominate the third deck, but hopefully we'll see.
Do you want to be A, B, or C on that coin flip is really the question you need to answer if you're going to take a deck into this high seas meta. We also have received a huge shakeup in that we are saying goodbye to Part the Mistveil, a Flesh and Blood set that aged out in record time, I believe, for any other set. Was it less than a year, I want to say?
That feels right.
Maybe it was just over.
Yeah, it was certainly a blur. I mean, the manner in which they each collected their Living Legend points, especially Zen pre-ban, really just flew by, and it was sort of unprecedented. But we still feel the echoes of Part the Mistveil today, and that the Assassin class has been revitalized, and maybe we'll get to see some more Part the Mistveil Assassin cards today. Yeah,
just because New Alluring Desire is no longer a threat to aggro decks and decks that in general don't want their hands stripped apart doesn't mean that Assassin is down and out. They're probably better than they ever have been. They've gotten massive power spikes thanks to a lot of the cards from the Hunted. And yeah, are we going to see some Slippy? Are we going to see some Marionette?
Yeah, Marionette seems like it could be struggling in this meta, given that so much of Marionette's power is on hit of the hero, and to the extent that we're talking about Gravy Bones as the meta definer, it seems like a poor matchup. It seems like Slippy is the place to be right now, but again, always interested in this. We're still very fresh, very early to see what everybody can cook up. Nothing is finalized.
And Los Angeles, at least as a part of the AGE circuit, has already gotten their kind of say in how this high seas meta should shake out, but New England has yet to get their say, and they have plenty of meta-defining players in their pool. I'm talking about Noah Beygelman. I'm talking about Jacob Shaker, who literally just top-8'd US Nats for the second time in a row, I might add, on Gravy Bones, the prospective meta definer. But it's not just, even though we've said goodbye to Mist Veil, there's still mists within the world of Wraith. And I'm, of course, talking about Whirling Mist Blossom, which is receiving some massive support thanks to some new equipment pieces we saw that'll be a part of the Armory deck Ira. How do you feel about these cards?
Well, first of all, I love your transition there. He doesn't tell me about these beforehand. This is in the moment.
I don't tell myself either, Patrick.
Ira cards look exciting. I'm really, the Ninja can be a little bit Kadachi samey maybe, and this seems like we're pushing towards a build that will use Edge of Autumn, and it looks like the call out on the new arm piece towards attack action cards with Vengeance in the name is implying that we're going to get a whole slate of those. So I'm really excited. I have a lot of friends locally who are huge fans of Ira. And to see the new builds of what Ira will eventually become, as opposed to just sort of a pile of generic cards, which is where she is right now.
Faceless producer Moises was kind of griping about how just about every ninja seems to be built centrically around Mask of Momentum. And this could be a different play style for ninjas in general. Maybe they can start leaving that Mask of Momentum at home, maybe in favor of Pouncing Lynx, or heck, even this new headpiece that tutors out Whirling Mist Blossom.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see it. It seems like Mask is great, and specifically this meta we're discussing now, but we're really talking about, these armory decks have the potential to really revolutionize the way a hero goes going forward. And so maybe Ira's still a relatively new hero, very recent hero. So plenty of time for Ira to completely, it could be one of those situations where Ira, as we understand her now, is just a far cry from what she ultimately becomes when she reaches living legend at some point in the future.
Ira, without a doubt, is the newest, oldest hero in Flesh and Blood. First on the scene, but also kind of the latest in certain respects. And she was expected to make huge waves when she first came out, thanks to those really nasty up 6 and run Zephyr Needle builds. But that ban happened before that deck even had legs, before it could even walk. It was just a babe waiting in the womb, ready to come on the scene before it was slaughtered by the ban hammer. So we'll have to see. What?
Did you play against it before it got banned?
I believe once or twice when we were testing on the AG Pro team. It was oppressive.
It needed to go.
Yep, 100%. So we'll have to see if Ira can kind of find her sea legs before, of course, Pro Tour Singapore. The reason we are talking so much about national seasons and why these AG events are so important for players is because we're really going to see how the meta shakes out before we ship it over to a complete other reason into the oceanic area of the world for Pro Tour Singapore. And a lot of these questions have to be answered for players that want to do well at that event.
Yeah, and I am, look, we keep talking about Gravy Bones. For me, it is just an unprecedented level of not just excitement where everybody's talking about it, wanting to play it, but also because of the complexity of that hero. There's so much to be figured out there, and U.S. Nationals was obviously, and these Nationals that are to come are obviously the first large-scale events that we're going to be able to showcase that, but I'm really looking forward to, what are the pros hiding? What have they been working on? What's going to be the sort of definitional Gravy Bones deck to come out of that, as well as, to a lesser extent, if anybody is courageous enough to bring Marlin or maybe Puffin to that event as well.
Well, let's see if we can answer that question and many more, Patrick, because round 1 has been paired. We're going to go ahead and select a feature match and get you right into the action after a short break. We'll be back after this. boy, the action is ready to heat up in New England, ladies and gentlemen. And we're kicking it off with a household name. It's going to be Noah Beygelman, who happened to take down the last AGE in New England on Florian Rotwood Harbinger. But that was a completely different meta. Now he is targeting what we think is going to be the meta definer, Gravy Bones, and bringing Cindra, Drakai of Retribution. I honestly don't think I've ever seen Noah play a fast deck.
Yeah, neither have I. To your point, it seems clearly aimed to target Gravy Bones. That being said, doesn't look like that's what Noah's going to get round one.
No, indeed. It's going to be a Ninja Mirror. It's going to be Cindra Drakai of Retribution versus the old newcomer, Ira Scarlet Revenger. More on that in just a moment, but we got to take a look at Noah's player profile because he filled one out for us, and he has some hot takes on ice cream. If you've been in the AGE Discord over the last week or so, people have been up in arms about this ice cream question. It has been divisive, to say the least.
Yeah, and speaking of ice cream, that AG win percentage for Noah, that'll melt your ice cream. I don't think I've seen one that high for somebody who's been at multiple events. So I know the odds makers would be favoring in this round one.
We're going to see if those 100 monkeys in Noah Beygelman's head are going to be able to pull out a win here. But you got to give the edge to a guy with an 86% win rate at AGE thus far.
Yeah, I don't think I have an 86% win rate into my most favorable matchups. If playing Fang and starting with 3 fealty, I don't know if I could hit an 86%. So credit to Noah. I'm excited to seeing him play. Like you said, never seen him play an aggro deck. Interesting to see what we can learn.
And he's going to be facing off, I believe, an AGE newcomer in Zachary Flores, who I think is joining us for the first time, let alone in New England. So we'll have to see which of these ninja heroes is going to be able to come out on top. So let's stop talking about it, Patrick. Let's go ahead and be about it. Let's proceed on down to the East Coast, ladies and gentlemen. For this, the first round of AGE New England in June. It's Noah Beygelman versus Zach Flores. We've got our names a little bit mixed up right now. We'll go ahead and swap those around so as not to confuse you. But the music has swelled, and it is time to get going at Grave Troll Games in Nashua, New Hampshire. Store owner Katie is adjusting the thermostat in the background, which means that it is time to heat things up.
And looking at equipment here, I think it is about, on the Cindra side, it's basically predetermined, I would think, the 4 starting pieces you're here with. Zach, on the other hand, has in the boot slot the quick dodge flexors, which is clearly a nod at the fact that Ira is going to be going very wide very early, and of course got the tunic in the chest piece.
Yeah, so it's a curious choice for both of these players to be bringing Mask of Momentum. I tend to think that is just the de facto best in slot for the head for both of these ninjas. But because Zach is also using those quick dodge flexors, I tend to think that he is going to be the defender in this matchup. He's probably identified that he cannot go as fast as Cindra, so he's probably going to take things slow, play the value game, lean on that hero ability to get just +1 value out of every one of these turn cycles, and see if he can grind the game out in the end.
Yeah, and Zach, you're choosing to do, going first, you always have, which I would imagine in the Ninja Mirror is you'd rather be going second. I'm going to insert myself there and say, but opting to go ahead and start attacking, which obviously gives your opponent the chance to filter, making the decision there that he could leak some damage, which proved correct here as he's already leaked 1.
Okay, 1 damage gets through on that first Harmonized Kodachi. The second one, however, comes in for 2, thanks to that Ira Scarlet Revenger hero ability. 2 go again, covered up nicely by a cut through from Noah Beygelman. What will the follow-up be here? How much damage does Zach really want to push on this turn 0?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. You have to wonder, Noah obviously letting that first one come through, I think, is a nod at the fact that he's expecting to be able to have to block more later in the combat chain. So he's got 3 cards in hand. Zach has to figure that he's going to be able to block this out, but nonetheless, maybe just wanting that sensor out of his hand.
And a bread and butter Ira play here. Even on turn 0, it's Kodachi, 1 for 5. And this one is a big one. It's Sensor coming in for 5. And also threatening to, on hit, of course, make it so that Noah Beygelman cannot play a particular card of Zach's choice on his turn. However, it is nicely covered up by Noah here, and Zach parks a card in Arsenal, passing back over to the world champion contender, Noah Beygelman.
Ooh, and Zach accidentally putting his sensor in the pitch there. Hopefully that gets caught at some point. Well, in either case, when a sensor hits, it's one of my absolute favorite moments in Flesh and Blood. It's really like a knowledge check for the deck you're playing against. Can I pick out the one card? Am I going to get you with this? Because it's sort of feast or famine.
It can be completely inane if you guess wrong, but it also can be incredibly influential. I think the reason it makes it into these Ira decks is because of that 1 cost and 5 power. It's just icing on the cake if you can guess something that disrupts your opponent. In this case, Noah Beygelman cannot be disrupted because he is coming out swinging after turn 0 and blocking out entirely. It's 3 go again here with a Fire Tenant, strike first. Next Draconic attack is going to get +1.
Always interesting as the mid-range deck, and it looks like maybe we're fixing that sensor mistake there.
It does seem that is the case.
And we caught it. We're on top of it here in AG New England. It's always interesting as the mid-range deck playing against Cindra to decide, or I guess any aggressive Mask of Momentum deck, which chain link do you block? How much damage are you willing to leak? I tend to be a believer in block the 3rd attack action that'll actually trigger it, and put it on them to be able to threaten Mask again.
Okay, second chain link is blocked here. Doesn't look like Noah wants to commit the Flick Knives here, so Mask of Momentum is reset for all intents and purposes. Ravenous Rabble revealing a Blaze Headlong on top, coming in for 4 go again. One of those mainstays from, I believe, Arcane Rising originally, but reprinted to the 9s at this point.
Yeah, and one of the coolest cards to me, I love in Flesh and Blood those cards that make you really hold your breath for a second. It's like, this is probably a 4, but let's formalize the situation. And here, Noah flicking the kunai, which will leak a damage here. Continuing, I'm not sure if the mask was broken there. I'm not sure if that blocked for 4 on that second chain.
That Rising Knee Thrust did block for 3.
Okay.
So you're right. No, Mask of Momentum is absolutely live thanks to that Fire Tenant strike first. Looks like, 2 cards with the Tiger Strike Pshuko immediately blocking out the Ravenous Rabble, making sure that Noah can't draw that card. But the Flick Knives on the Ravenous Rabble keeps that alive. Noah refreshes that card for the Arsenal in next turn, and we know, thanks to the Ravenous Rabble, that it was a Blaze Headlong, a premium card for Cindra.
That is an excellent first turn for Noah. He took 2 cards out of his opponent's hand, still triggered the Mask of Momentum, and got a very much usable card to park in his arsenal. I would think that's basically exactly what you want to be doing as the Cindra in this seat. So it's really going to be on Zach to be able to push some either some damage, some disruption, perhaps now that he's taking his first real turn. And starting off with the classic ninja move, just the Kodachi for 1. We'll see if he follows it up with a Kodachi for 2, or if he has some sort of disruptive +1 generic.
There is a blue 0 cost in the pitch, which tends to lean towards Harmonized Kodachi, but no, it's a 2 cost in the hand. Humble coming in for a whopping 7 points of damage thanks to Ira's hero ability. This one threatening essentially a sleep dart effect. It's going to turn off Noah Beygelman's hero text if it connects, which does mean no more buying those kunais back, which could pay dividends down the line. How many times have you been up against a Cindra, or even in the Cindra seat, when you just find yourselves completely empty-handed and have a really tough time filling them back up with those kunais?
Yeah, and speaking of humbling, I had to remind myself what this one does. I have not seen this played very, very frequently, and I think it's a testament to just how much of a toolbox deck Ira is. You really get to target the meta and decide whatever you think is going to be the most effective way of making your opponent's life more difficult. There, Noah just taking 4 damage, deciding that the 4-card hand will be sufficient. Let's see how much he can push back here.
Pushback is exactly what he's going to need to do, and starting it off just right with a brand with Cinderclaw. 3 go again, unlocking the go again clause of that Blaze Headlong. Looks like Noah does not seem to care at all about that humble effect. He's turned his hero card face down. It's just a Flesh and Blood logo in his hero slot for this turn. 34 plays 31 in the favor of our world champion contenders. Zach Flores has already committed a really important piece of equipment, but he's taking this 3 damage on the chin, and I like this play because you're going to have to block it at some point. You might as well block when it is going to turn off that Mask of Momentum trigger.
And if you peek at Zach's hand here, he does have probably the best card you want to have when you're facing a Cindra onslaught in Shelter from the Storm. So he can be reasonably certain that when he blocks this 3rd chain link incoming, and he's going to go ahead and take 3 on the 2nd chain link, that he'll be able to actually prevent the triggering of the Mask of Momentum.
Fealty token generated here. One of the really nice things about that brand with Cinderclaw, specifically in the Cindra deck, and with all of those new non-draconic ninja cards with powerful effects that were printed in the Hunted, is that Brand with Cinderclaw can turn on some really powerful abilities. I'm thinking of Art of the Dragon Fire, where you just deal 2 damage if this card is draconic. In this case, not really able to cash in on that draconic clause of Brand with Cinderclaw, but nevertheless, it's a lot of damage coming through. And after the Blaze Headlong is covered up by Shelter from the Storm, it's Breaking Point, which has its Rupture Clause active here because it is the 4th draconic attack this chain. So this is threatening Zach's arsenal, which he has protected for 2 turns at this point, I believe.
Yeah, threatening Arsenal and threatening Mask Momentum trigger. So if this hits, it is borderline disastrous for Zach, and it looks like that's exactly what's going to happen. And it looks like Noah got a nice Rising Resentment off the top, which is an excellent chain starter for his next turn. So really everything so far coming up Noah.
The only downside for him is that he was not able to buy those kunai back thanks to Humble hitting on Zach's side of the board the previous turn. So Noah is left empty-handed in terms of his knives, and Zach is able to clap back with what is hopefully going to be a bit of a disruptive turn. It's Harmonized Kodachi for 1 as the start.
And peeking at Zach's hand here, he's got 2 what are probably going to be 0 for 4s, assuming Noah lets this one of these 2 Kodachis that are coming hit, which he does. So he's got damage, good damage, I would say, but not going to have much in the way of disruption, which I think when you're below 20 against a Cindra, you're really hoping to sort of stem some of the bleeding. And to Bryce's point, and of course this cut through coming in for 5 because of the Ira ability and the fact that a dagger is hit. To Bryce's point, no daggers on Noah's side, but we know he's got at least 1 chain starter in the arsenal.
He's also got a fealty token, which means that he can he can basically just create a turn starter as long as he's got something with natural go again. And man, he is loaded up with ignites as well. So he's got plenty of natural starters for the Draconic hero. What he doesn't have is the kunais that are really nice to follow up with on those ignites. Usually you want to go ignite to go again and then discount a dagger that you can then essentially activate or swing with on a further chain link. In this case, Zach really trying to climb his way out of this life gully that he's found himself in. It's 2 cut-throughs, which is really informing his decision to not block on the previous turn. All of the cards in his hand just did more on offense than they do on defense.
Yeah, and Noah having the 2 ignites and not blocking with them, at least not yet, and it doesn't look like at all, implies to me that Noah may have a 1 for 4 in his hand. Given that there is currently no kunais available to him, to your point. So
and wow, that breaking point is showing just how important it was because there was 1 resource floating at the end of the turn. Zach did not have the resource, the block value to stop it on Noah's turn, and that means that 1 resource at the end of Zach's turn would have been converted to a sensor, making it so that these life totals would have been a lot closer. But alas, breaking point hitting and destroying that sensor means that Noah essentially gained 5 life while taking 5 from his opponent. He's starting it off with a Rising Resentment here. 27 plays 19 in the favor of the Beygelman. 3 go again.
And if Zach, going ahead and taking the 3 here. If I'm right, this Rising Resentment effectively doesn't have any text on it unless you have, I guess, a 0 cost Draconic card. But
you could discount a 0 cost.
You could discount a 0 cost, and then you gain a resource when you play it. No, I'm kidding. So let's see if Noah follows up here, and there is, of course, the Ignite, currently kunailess.
One of the 2 in the hand of Noah Beygelman. The other one lurks in wait, and it's also looks like a yellow brand with Cinderclaw. Honestly, not a super high-powered turn for Noah here. He's probably going to save one of these cards for Arsenal later. Going ahead and activating Cindra should be paying 1 for this. Because he's only got 2 Draconic chain links thus far. Oh, I see. Ignite will discount that ability because Cindra is, of course, Draconic in her own right. Noah paying his taxes the proper way and cashing in that resource, that free resource essentially from the Ignite to get his kunai back rather than swing with them as is tradition. The second Ignite, however, is followed up with here 2 go again. 3 chain links wide is where we're at right now, and looks like Yeah, Zach just taking it and giving Noah another card off of that Mask of Momentum. Have we seen a turn yet where Noah hasn't drawn a card off of Mask?
I don't think so. But this is the first time it's been, oh, wow, from Noah. That has got to be maybe the best card he could have drew off the top. That is, of course, Wrath of Retribution. I was about to call it Cindra Specialization. It's not even that.
It's Hulk Hogan with the leg drop off of the high robe. It's Wrath of Retribution from the top of the deck. 3 go again here after 2 ignites have been played and Noah has bought his kunai back. Zach is probably sitting here thinking, man, I was damned if I did and damned if I didn't. But Noah drawing it right off the top, showing that there was no place to hide for Zach unless he were, of course, to block out that Mask of Momentum.
And Zach, I think, being a little bit greedy there, but justifiably so, because if you look in Zach's hand, he does have a dual threat, which I'm thinking he was trying to keep the whole grip to send as much damage as possible at Noah to close that life gulf. And at that point, Noah had only presented some 2 attacks, which aren't that threatening on their own. Of course, the Wrath of Retribution completely changing the math here, and Zach suddenly in a lot of hot water.
I tend to think that might have just been a brain fart and a forget of the Mask of Momentum trigger because I don't know. When it's only 2, it's so easy to cover that up with a 3 block and also insulate yourself from the Ancestral Empowerment that might be lurking in the hand. You've got to deny those card draws when you can against Cindra. You just can't keep pace if she is playing with Intellect 5 for the entirety of the game.
Yeah, and maybe Zach making a calculated risk there too. Maybe figuring Noah, there's a chance bricks on the card off the top. Of course, we're going a little bit revisionist now because this was unfortunately the disaster scenario for Zach. But at least Zach survives this turn. We're going to be able to see this. What I'm perceiving is going to be a big dual threat turn. And dual threat, again, a newer card from the Hunted. Very cool when it does pop off. A lot of value to be gained from a yellow pitch.
So after that onslaught of kunai and retribution, Noah Beygelman sits at a comfortable 27 to his opponent's very uncomfortable 4. Zach Flores, however, is on the front foot here. It's Bittering Thorns to lead this off. A blue in the pitch, which means that this is 4 go again on hit. Next attack will get +1.
And Noah here, the one thing that Zach did do there was he was forced to block with his Mask Momentum. One of the cooler things about playing a dual threat out, which I'm guessing Zach is going to do, is you can sort of bait your opponent into trying to stop the Mask Momentum trigger, which of course is a Phantom trigger because you're planning to break the combat chain anyway.
Harmonized Kodachi is the follow-up here. Bittering Thorns should be buffing that up along with the IRA hero ability, which means that this Harmonized Kodachi is coming in for 3 go again. One of the bigger Kodachis I have ever seen. But we're going to see something even bigger on the next swing of the dagger because, like you said, Patrick, dual threat is coming out next.
Yeah, if you didn't catch that, I was about to say, well, I think you're about to see a bigger Kodachi because, well, at least we're planning for it. Let's see how much respect Noah gives to these Kodachis that are to come. You got to be figuring in Noah's seat. Zach is only a meager 4 life. As Cindra, even on some of your worst hands, unless they're complete bricks, you can push enough to usually be able, if not to completely take Zach's hand, almost effectively do so. And of course, there comes the dual threat that was foretold, and really Zach soaked up a lot of damage to be able to play this out. So hopefully we see some fireworks.
Definitely. Will it be enough is the question here, though. Torrent of Tempo is the follow-up here, which means that Zach doesn't have enough resources, unless I'm missing something, to swing that second Kodachi, which means that this dual threat is only going to get 3 value. It just makes me think about, he cashed in the Mask of Momentum on blocks anyway. Why wasn't it then committed to the 3rd Ignite? In order to stop that Mask of Momentum trigger. I think he kind of just thought it was a foregone conclusion that he couldn't stop the card draw from Noah on the previous turn. But if he had just gone for it a little bit, he might have been able to save probably upwards of 10 life.
Yeah, potentially. And of course, again, to be fair to Zach, it's a little bit revisionist now that we know the card that came off the top, Flesh and Blood is a very difficult game, Bryce. So
without a doubt,
lots to keep in mind there. He was just 1 resource off from being able to generate another 4 points of damage towards Noah.
16 plays 4 in the favor of Noah Beygelman, who pretty much just took all of that damage from the dual threat and everything else on the chin. It's Bram with Cinderclaw to go again in the yellow. Let's see if he can find one of those really important draconic activated or I should say passively triggered abilities in some of those powerful cards in Cindra's arsenal. Looks like no, it's just a hot on their heels, demonstrate devotion in the hand, and I believe yet another head jab effect. 3 go again here, threatening mark on hit. Zach Flores at 4.
And Zach, I think, wisely deploying the quick dodge flexors here. You're running out of game to really get the full value out of it. So to the extent Zach wants to be able to send any sort of pressure back Noah's way, this is maybe an efficient way of doing that.
Okay, hot on her heels, covered up nicely by the Fheano Spring Tunic, and the second activation of the quick dodge flexors thus far. Cut through, however, is the follow-up. No daggers have hit.
But it's a Draconic cut through because he popped a fealty. So I think what Noah's planning to do here is use the Cindra ability to get back a dagger at instant speed.
And then flick it.
And then flick it. So Zach hopefully sees that because 4 is getting awful low here.
However, Noah only has one more card in the hand. It is that Demonstrate Devotion, which means that he's going to have to buy back those daggers, flick the knife, get a resource from Blood Splattered Vest in order to deploy that Demonstrate Devotion. Right now, 3 on the block here with Pain in the backside. Yes, here goes Noah activating Cindra Dracry of Retribution. It's free thanks to the fact that we have 3 Draconic attacks on the chain currently. Yep, and then the flick knives comes through. Cut through goes up to 4, and not only that, also go again, which means that 1 damage should leak through there as well. Zach says no. Here comes quick dodge flexors to cover all of that damage up.
And an interesting choice there, depriving himself of 1 point of value, maybe making the value judgment that he's going to go ahead and block with the rest of his hand anyway. But we'll see if that ends up being a real cost here.
Demonstrate Devotion is the follow-up from the hand. As we mentioned, 4 go again, recreating that fealty token that was cashed in to make Cut Through Draconic.
And so here's a real cost, because if he hadn't committed the quick dodge flexors on the previous one, he would have been at 4. He could have just committed it here and then survived at, I believe, 2 life. Maybe my math's wrong there. But in any case, having to commit a full card now, only having 1 card to send back in Noah, hopefully it's a blue, so that we can get at least 3 points of damage via Kadachi here. But I have to imagine Noah's hand would have to be pretty close to a brick.
And no, all Zach can do is lick his wounds, arsenal, and pass back to Noah. Noah's got 15 life to Zach's 3, and he's coming out swinging. No card in the arsenal, so it's just a 4-card hand from Noah. He was completely subject to whatever is on the top of his deck, but man, has the top of his deck been awfully cooperative this game.
Yeah, and if I were in Zach's seats and I saw the opener of the Draconic unconditional opener like that, my heart sinks, because I'm thinking there's probably not a good chance that I survive this turn.
Needed that reprieve. Zach Flores threatening, facing down yet another hot on their heels. 3 go again from Noah Beygelman.
But he does have a shelter. Maybe you're less thinking about mask triggers at this point in the game, but a 4 in the corner is a 4 in the corner.
Looks like looking for a scrap is the block here. Zach.
That blocks 2, right?
It does, so that Shelter from the Storm will cover it up completely, which means that not only is the damage from Hot on Her Heels covered up, but also the flick knives that Noah just deployed in the reaction step. So one point of prevention still floating on this turn, and a Rising Resentment is the follow-up. Yet another head jab effect, 3 go again. However, it does have text. If Zach is threatened by it. Looks like Erase Face is the block here. Only blocking 2. Shelter from the Storm going to cover up the rest of that damage. Noah buys back his Kunai of Retribution. Looks like that card is destined for the arsenal. No, he deploys it here. It's Brand with Cinderclaw. 3 go again. Zach says, that's it. That's all I've got in the hand. I am dead, which means that Noah Beygelman ascends to 1-0 at the June AG Open in New England. Wow. Some fireworks to start this off, Patrick.
Yeah, Noah saying you thought 86% was impressive. How about a little bit higher than 86%? I don't know. Obviously, I can't do that math. But
quick math is not your strong suit, I guess, huh, Patrick?
No, yeah, I'm not even going to try. But very impressive showing. I think showing the sort of power of Cindra, even against when you're not simply farming gravy bones, Cindra very scary when the draws break her way, as I think we saw happen for Noah there. Got to give it to Zach. It's difficult, especially in your first Arcane Games and Events Open, to be asked to be on stream. Obviously when your opponent's sort of placing as much power on you as Noah did there, but thanks to Zach, it was a great game.
Yeah, you got to give it to Zach. It's kind of a it's a bit of a rite of passage. I mean, a couple opens ago, we saw Enrique Castro, one of our lovely locals from Odyssey Games, go up against Chris Iali. I think in like round 2, he was on Enigma. He took down an easy Jarl. Round 1, Brian Gutierrez, and then he faces off with second in the world at San Jose, Chris Iali, and just gets demolished. But hey, Patrick, that's why we play at AGE. So you have access to these really incredible players. They hone you like a quick blade very, very rapidly at these events.
Yeah, and that's definitely happened for me. I have definitely gotten washed on stream. So and had the opportunity to watch it back and learn from it. So to all the players who will be featured on these games today, I hope you get the same chance, even if the game doesn't quite go your way.
Speaking of watching it back, Patrick, I want to take a minute to plug our new feature on the channel, Match of the Month. We've recorded recorded 2, uploaded 1 thus far. Patrick, you happen to be selected for the Match of the Month in May. So you just recorded that with Anthony Pham and Peter Budensick, your opponent. Can you tell me a little bit about that experience?
Well, first, it's great to be popular. It was great to be selected. I'm just kidding. I think people wanted to see Peter play this game, and it was an excellent, quick, fast pace, not unlike the one we just watched between Slippy and My Fang. It was a lot of fun to record. Anthony's, of course, a great facilitator. I think there was some unexpected comedy in there as well, and we did our best to also sort of walk through maybe a little bit of what was going through our head in that meta that lasted about 2 weeks.
Yeah, something like that. It was the fastest Flesh and Blood meta in the universe. But you alluded to the fact that we had some fast random comedy in there. That's exactly what we're trying to do with that segment. We're trying to take ourselves a little bit out of the lens of competitive Flesh and Blood and access the fun that got us all into the game in the first place. So you can look out for the Match of the Month. Go ahead and join our Discord. We will post 3 different selections for you every single month from all of the streams that we do, and you, the audience, can vote for your Match of the Month. Will it be Patrick once again? I believe you were on stream in June at the beginning of this month, right?
Yeah, I played against Charles Dunn, so yeah. I'm really getting buoyed by my more more skilled and more professional counterparts. But yeah, a lot of excellent games, a lot of gravy bones action, as I think one YouTube commenter has been pointing out on the ones we've been posting. But I think a really interesting hero to watch. So lots of fun to be had.
Well, folks, we will be right back with a winner's interview with the man himself, the Noah Beygelman. So don't go anywhere. We will have more World Championship contenders and more Flesh and Blood after this. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We've got a world champion contender for you and a man who just took down his first round here at the June AG Open in New England. It's Noah Beygelman. What's up, Noah? Thank you so much for being here.
Yeah, it's great to be here.
Noah, I don't think I have ever seen you play a ninja in my history. Typically, I expect you to be doing something more like, I don't know, pitch to grasp the Arc Knight, create 2 rune chance to swing a Reaping Blade or something like that.
Yeah, I'm a notorious Runeblade player, I guess, in the year 2024 to 2025. But actually, the first deck I ever played in Fab was Katsu, so it's nice to play Ninja, kind of get back to my roots.
Awesome. And get back to your roots, you certainly did. I mean, I saw, I think, 3 to 4 Mask of Momentum triggers and absolute bombs of them, for that matter.
Yeah. Yeah, I drew the Wrath off of the last Mask of Momentum. So that turn went from kind of underwhelming, just like a bunch of 2s, into, oh, okay, you're just dead.
Especially with, at the beginning, being completely down on Kunai of Retribution. Usually that is the moment you get a little bit of a reprieve from Cindra. But in that case, you drew the absolute nuts off of a measly Mask of Momentum trigger from Ignite.
Yeah. Yeah, usually I'm okay going down on daggers if I'm setting a Draconic starter, because I feel like, okay, usually I can still manage a decent turn, get my daggers back, kind of reset. So yeah, fortunate to draw into specifically the Ignite too, making my Cindra ability cost 1 less.
Noah, you are in a brand new location for AGE. That's Grave Troll Games in Nashua, New Hampshire. Bring me into the room. What are the vibes like? How are we doing today?
It's definitely tight knit. I don't know if you can see it some of the tables behind me, but it's like everyone is close quarters. We're really packed house today. I've been coming here to locals every Monday. And yeah, I really love the store. It's a great environment for a tournament.
Brand new, and Katie Lamar, for I should mention, has been an amazing partner for AGE. So we are so excited that the reception has been so good. I believe we are sitting on about 37 players, which means that 6 rounds of Swiss today. Are you ready for the long haul, Noah?
Yeah, I love it. I always wanted to play like 12 rounds in 1 day tournament. I don't know who would be crazy enough to host that, or like have judges and staff on hand for that long. But yeah, I'm a fan of long tournaments.
Awesome. And you're also very proficient at long tournaments, we should mention. I've been singing your praises on stream so far, but your accolades are a little bit too long to list here. I'll say world champion contender at Osaka just last year. How does it feel to have more of like a downtown home feel tournament in your backyard?
Oh, I mean, this location's amazing. It's literally a 15-minute drive. I could wake up at 9:30, actually get some rest on tournament day, come right here, like a place where I know the restaurants in the area and stuff. So yeah, I love it.
Oh, restaurants in the area. So what are you going to be hitting up for lunch break?
Usually on tournaments, I like to keep it like hungry horse runs faster mentality, where I eat like nothing the whole day. But for dinner, I'm hoping to go to Surf. It's like a really nice seafood place.
Dude, I've noticed that about a lot of really good Flesh and Blood players. I can't handle it. Like, I need snacks. I need constant calorie intake in order to perform properly. What do you think? What do you think the deal is with that? Is there like some superstition about losing the magic the second you ingest some calories?
I just always get sleepy whenever I eat. Like, I have no concept of moderation. So whenever I eat, I just eat way too much, and then I get like lethargic. So I just try to like have like energy drinks, keep super hydrated with water, and then that like helps me stay more alert.
Well, I'll hope for your sake that you're going to be avoiding the tryptophan turkey dinner throughout the day.
Yeah, exactly.
That being said, Noah, you're going to have, I think, a lot more time on break than you normally do based on your deck choice. I mean, I think if you're going to be winning, you're going to be murdering people in 3 or 4 turns.
Yeah, it's super weird feeling for me, just like winning the games quickly, getting a chance to like scope out the competition, not playing Florian beforehand. Just like some of my games would come down to like literally the last 10 in the deck, especially when new was legal, right? Those assassin matchups could take like a really long time. So yeah, nice to be able to have some quick games.
Are you more comfortable when you have kind of like this moment of introspection in between matches, or are you so used to going to time at this point that you would much prefer to kind of be playing throughout the entire day?
I think this deck probably gives me a little bit too much time. I think like the sweet spot's around like 10 to 15 minutes of reprieve, but like 30 plus minutes is sometimes you can get your head out of it a little bit. So yeah, we'll see if that's an obstacle I have to overcome, or if it ends up not being an issue.
I was about to say, if hungry horse is your mentality, then you are not going to be starved for time. That's for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
Awesome, Noah. Well, thank you so much for joining us. Thanks for being at AGE in June. We got to give you an opportunity to shout out. I think you might have a podcast or a little known podcast out there in the Flesh and Blood universe.
Yeah, you can catch me every Wednesday or Thursday, depending on when Yuanji feels like editing it. It's on the Runaways podcast with Cody, Dan, Lucas, sometimes rotating guests. Yeah, I'm a huge fan of doing that every week. It's something I look forward to, so I hope y'all can enjoy it too.
What the heck? Why aren't the rest of the podcast boys out there in Nashua today?
Pheano's here. He was on the week before this as a featured guest, but the rest of them live like a little bit too far away. It's Cody's in Philly is like a 6-hour drive. Dan's in Jersey is like a 4-hour drive, and Lucas is out in the middle of nowhere in the middle of the country. So, yeah, maybe they'll come out to the next one. We have another teammate here as well, James Silver, as well as Connor Bryant. So we have a couple of Runaways members, just not the podcast crew.
We're going to have to see if you guys can take this one down today. Ever present in our hearts and our minds is Team Runaways. We've got a mainstay as well here in Charles Dunn in Southern California. Yep. But Noah, I will let you enjoy your extremely long break. Try to avoid food at all costs and see if that hungry horse can get you a big finish. We'll be back with more Noah Beygelman, more New England, and more Flesh and Blood after this. Don't go anywhere. If the last round was a hot knife through butter, this one is going to be more like a rune chant through a necrophily guy. Yeah, that's what I'm going with. It's going to be Gravy Bones versus Florian Rotwood Harbinger, and there's some familiar faces that we're going to have on stream here. One is probably less of a familiar face and more of a familiar name, but we'll get back to that in just a second. Put a pin in it, ladies and gentlemen, because before we do anything, we need to thank our new sponsor out in the East. That's Grave Troll Games, and owner Katie Lamar has been absolutely fantastic to us and to the AGE brand in general. Her store has just opened up at the beginning of this month. I believe June 4th or something like that was their grand opening, and she is ecstatic to have us. It's important to mention that she is so excited that she's got a little bit of a Arcane Rising box break coming up later on. The name of the app is blank. It's called Whatnot, I want to say. It's the app or the streaming service. Honestly, I've never visited it where you just watch people open cards, right?
Mm-hmm. Very popular. You got it the first time despite claiming not to know what it is.
Well, I'm sandbagging you as well as myself, as well as our audience. But so she's got an Arcane Rising box break coming up on Whatnot at 2 p.m. Eastern time. So if you want to tune in and join her for the celebration and see if she rips a cold foil Eye of Ophidia. Wait, no cold foil Eye of Ophidia, right? Or yes?
It's hard to track what's still available. I think that one is still out there. I'm sure somebody in the comments.
That's in the treasure pack. She's opening Arcane Rising.
Oh. Right. Well, I wasn't playing then, so
honestly,
I
wasn't either, so I can't remember if there are cold foils of the Eye of Ophidia. But bottom line, she's going to be trying to rip something really exciting from Arcane Rising. What the heck? How about a couple original Command and Conquers and Art of War? Excuse me. No, not Command and Conquer. Art of Wars, a now banned card.
Yeah. Well, it's perfectly primed for your Living Legend deck. LSS is supporting the format, so I wouldn't say no in Art of War.
Chain is still rocking, baby. Before we proceed on down to the match area, let's go ahead and take a look at the player profile for our aptly named guest, Justin Gottlieb. And yeah, if you are doing a double take on that last name, it is indeed the brother of Mr. Brian Gottlieb, lead developer at Legend Story Studios. His brother plays the game, and I'm sure in a way to support his I don't know if he's a bigger brother or a littler brother in his endeavors.
Yeah, and hard to judge based on aura. I did meet Justin in Vegas. I got paired into him during the limited calling. They're sealed, and got absolutely demolished by his disgusting Marlin sealed deck. So makes a lot of sense to me that Justin would be at an 86% win percentage, which is seeming like a popular win percentage among the better players over there at the AG East Coast.
If that's not special enough, Justin can slice any loaf of bread anywhere in the world through telekinesis. That's going to be a hard one to confirm, but I'm just going to take his word for it.
Yeah, and look, based on the way that I've seen Justin play, you could tell me he's capable of literally anything. And the last answer there implies that his internal monologue's got some stuff going on. So maybe one such thing is telekinesis.
He's also got that 86% win percentage at AGE thus far in his career, which granted, he's only played one event so far, I want to say, and he made top 8 of that one. So he's only played 7 rounds in AGE so far. But that being said, he is still sporting a really impressive win percentage.
Yeah, and obviously off to a good start here. Well, maybe not obviously, as he's started 1-0 in his first round, and round 2 going to be up against another seasoned player in his own right, Pheano Black.
Well, let's go ahead and proceed on down then. It's been foretold that Gravy Bones is a pretty bad matchup for Justin's hero, Florian Rotwood Harbinger. Nevertheless, he is a mainstay on the Earth Runeblade, and so he wants to hold on to his Earth cards as long as he possibly can. Let's see if he has the sauce to get it done against Mr. Bones.
Yeah, Flesh and Blood is full of very confident players. I myself am not very confident, and I don't know. We're so early in this Gravy meta. I don't know for certainty what matchups are poor into Gravy. I mean, I'm getting a sense that Cindra is quite good in the Gravy, but it'll be interesting to see how Florian, who is, I believe, one of the more represented heroes at US Nats at the very least, and last meta was one of the premier heroes to go against what is, I think, indisputably the most popular hero of the new meta.
Earth was definitely out in force at U.S. Nationals. Justin was in attendance at that event. I can't remember if he played U.S. Nats or not, but so was his opponent, Pheano Black, who brought, I believe, Azalea along with his partner, James Ceruleus Silver, who helps us out at Great Stories, Comics, and Games when we host these events there. Now, however, he's found himself on Gravy Bones' Shipwrecked Looter. Pheano is no stranger to board state decks. I believe he was a huge fan of original Prism before she attained Living Legend status, and so it is no surprise to me that he finds himself on the Shipwrecked Looter here.
Yeah, and Justin, I think, has been on the Florian train for quite a while.
Mm-hmm.
And to your point, I think did play in US Nats on Florian. I don't think made day 2 because he was around to absolutely wreck me in the calling. So nevertheless, a solid split damage start here for Justin on turn 0.
Yeah, it's a rune chant generated on Grasp of the Arknight and follow up with Enlightened Strike. Looks like the Chosen mode go again here. So 1 Arcane and 5 Physical. What is Justin going to do with the rest of this turn? You have to imagine that with 1 in the pitch, it's going to be a follow-up of that Reaping Blade.
Yeah, I think that's right. Pheano deciding not to present, unless I'm not counting something, any Arcane Barrier in this matchup. So that is just going to be 1 true damage heading Pheano's way on the Rune Chant.
And I think that is, in general, a pretty heads-up way to present your equipment suite against a Florian. I mean, now that Scepter of Pain has been banned, thanks to our teammates on the AGE Pro team, Alexander Vore, Evan Bridges, and John Zapata, making sure that that card doesn't see any more light in the sun after PQ season. You can kind of depend on Florian not to really kill you too quickly with arcane damage. He's got to be sending physical damage, and so you might as well make sure that your equipment suite ensures that your deck hums the way it should.
Yeah, I think that's right. And notably here, Pheano being forced to take 1 point of chip damage physically because he's got I believe a Limpet. That's an ally in hand, so no block value there. That's one thing that's I think a little bit makes the necromancer a little bit less maybe flexible than illusionists, traditional illusionists would be in the past, in that the board state cards are not available for their defensive value.
First action, not really action, but first thing that Pheano does affirmatively on his first turn of the game is activate Gravy Bones, discarding that Limpet that kind of rotted in the hand on that turn 0. Pheano also kind of showcasing or maybe foretelling what is going to be in the deck. There's a big debate in the Gravy Bones community. How many golden tipples do you run? And the fact that Pheano blocked with a yellow 1 on turn 0 implies that he's on the full suite of 9.
Yeah, I didn't know you were such a connoisseur of the Gravy Bones community, but I think that's a really it's one of those cards that it can be very, very good when it lines up really well, but potentially a little bit inconsistent.
Speaking of another good card, it's Conqueror of the High Seas. High Tide has been activated thanks to the 2 blues that are in the pitch for Pheano Black. 8 go again here, threatening that arsenal that Justin painstakingly established on turn 0. He does, however, have plenty of blocking cards in the hand behind that shoulder. One of them, however, is a Cadaverous Tilling, another contentious card in the Florian Rotwood Harbinger deck.
And Conqueror of the High Seas, doesn't this just feel like one of those cards that we're going to be seeing for the next few years of our lives? Just, I mean, to the extent that there are pirates around, just the raid on it, the Arsenal Disruption on a go again body, really, really cool card thus far. And here, Justin covering it all up. That is, of course, the major downside to Conquer as opposed to traditional CNC is your D-reacts do not become valueless.
Okay, Call to the Grave is the follow-up for Pheano Black here, which means that a blue will have entered his graveyard, and he'll have access to Limpet, Hopalong, and, of course, whatever he finds in the deck to accompany her.
What do you think it's going to be?
I don't think it's going to be Chum here. Pheano has not activated Dead Threads, and he has no cards left in hand, which means that he has access to 3 resources here. Makes me think that it might be... let's see. He'll want to bring out Limpet, swing with Limpet, and then use 2 more. So I tend to think that it's going to be a Sawbones. However, Pheano proving me wrong and finding immediately that Diamond Amulet and hovering. So it's not going to be a perfectly resource efficient play for Pheano Black in terms of what he decides to establish from the graveyard if he does choose that Diamond Amulet. And no, it is a Sawbones, so Pheano proving me right in the end.
Nice job. Yeah.
Feeling like Alton Brown on Iron Chef right now.
Yeah, I think that's really emblematic of what makes this new Gravy Bones hero so cool, is that what seems like hundreds of and we're going to go ahead and address this slow camera work here, but there we go. We're fixed now. Just the what feels like hundreds of decision points throughout one single game, and that is what's so exciting about seeing really skilled players pilot this hero. Is that I as somebody who is not a connoisseur of Gravy Bones in the same way you are, Bryce, would have no idea what they're going for on that first Call to the Grave.
Listen, these board state decks, even though I am probably not going to be a Gravy Bones player myself, I tend to think that you need to know the ins and outs of their decision points, especially if you want to target them, right? Like, in the way, it's not like a Guardian where you can kind of... just take whatever comes your way. I think board state decks require of the opponent, the one that wants to take them down, at least a surface level understanding of the deck, so you know what is coming your way, and that then informs the way in which you address all of these allies in the ways that you beat up the board state of the opponent. And Justin is doing exactly that. Looks like both the Sawbones and the Limpet are cleared up on Justin's turn. 38 plays 38. Back to Pheano.
And I think that's a very nice draw there for Justin to be able to draw up this sort of hands. I don't traditionally think of Florian as a deck that can consistently go wide, but obviously there are options to do that. You've got Swarming Gloomveil in addition to that, I believe it Rune Rager Swarm. So Justin doing a great job there, making sure that Pheano can't capitalize too much on his ally presence. And then, of course, Pheano leading off here with Murderous Rabble, which is our newest blue that converts for 3 offensive value. Which I think the power of and value that you get from a card such as that, really, I think some of the best Flesh and Blood decks we see are ones that can generate and get sort of quote unquote real card value out of their blues, and that's what made Enigma so powerful, and Part the Mistveil so powerful. And I think that Gravy Bones is well situated to be able to do that with this Murderous Rabble card.
Yeah, Murderous Rabble, and then looks like Pheano is gesturing towards that Mage Master Boots. Yes, indeed, it is going to be Rigor Mortis resolved. I think that was out of the hand, which means that Pheano might have a bit of a brick. Usually this Mage Master Boots wants to be employed when you have a plethora of allies in the graveyard. In this case, however, just kind of trying to smooth out what is an otherwise awkward texture for Pheano.
And I believe So Rigor Mortis should have one floating resource, I believe, since he pitched a blue. So one into Mage Masters, followed by one into Rigor Mortis. Maybe just going to swing here to be able to get full value and pitch the card in Arsenal. Difficult to tell here as our seems our stream is being a little bit uncooperative for us here. Oh, Pheano sending a little note to the chat there. Well, fortunately, I guess, Pheano, there you could have done nearly anything, and I don't think we would have been able to catch it because some fortuitous stream slowage there. But Pheano, nevertheless, ending his turn with Rigor Mortis, which is a dangerous ally. It'll require a full card from Justin to clear up, and a card in Arsenal.
Not a bad setup here for Pheano Black. Definitely not really the turn he wanted to cash his boots in for, but in this case, Justin has a pretty smooth clapback. It's an activation of Grasp of the Arknight with Swarming Gloomveil, which means that we've got 3 go again on this mainstay Rune Blade attack, and also 1 true damage in the form of that Rune Chant, thanks to the fact that Pheano does not have any Arcane Barrier to speak of. It looks like Justin chose Pheano as the target here. 35 plays 37, currently barely in the favor of our Shipwrecked Looter, who's drawn up a pretty good blocking hand as far as I can tell. It looks like there are absolutely no allies in there.
So he's got 1 Eye of Ophidia in there. I think it's a proxy, so a little hard to see. But otherwise, yeah, full blocking hand. I do want to know, we don't have Justin's deck list available to us quite yet, but I would not be surprised to see, in addition to the 3 Swarming Gloomveil, I would expect perhaps 3 Rune Rager Swarms as well, just to be able to have the sort of turns that we're seeing where you can go multiple chain links wide, which again is not something that Florian is traditionally super well equipped to do. So Pheano here leading off with another Conqueror of the High Seas. I almost called it Command and Conquer. Going to place a lot of pressure here on Justin's Arsenal yet again, but again, no text here regarding the prevention of a defense reaction. So maybe Justin's been a little heads up there and parked a defense reaction in Arsenal. Let's see.
Certainly what he wants to be doing, especially because he has not had a single decompose yet this game.
Mm-hmm. But he's tanking on it, so it's making me feel like it's not. And oh, there he goes, deploying the Face Purgator.
And what a great use of it that is. In this case, Pheano did not keep a card in hand. Luckily able to play around that Face Purgatory a little bit. Justin just trying to capitalize on the draw clause of that card, see if he can smooth this hand out just a little bit. He's going to keep it hidden from us, but that's okay because we can be on the side of Pheano as well and just wait for what is to come. Right now, it's a trot along in the pitch. Yes, indeed, an activation of Grasp of the Arknight and sending Tavares tilling. What a great way to start your decomposition.
Yeah, he heard you saying he wasn't decomposing yet and answered roundly. So we'll have 2 there, 1/4 of the way toward the minigame as he presents 1 true damage in addition to 8 physical damage. We'll be curious to see how much of this, if any, Pheano chooses to block out.
8 coming back to Pheano in the form of a bit of a less threatening attack here after he threw 8 at the brother of Gottlieb. Pheano checks the top of the deck with that Compass of the Sunken Depths. Still contemplating how to deal with this 8. Looks like there's it's all blocking cards in the hand of Pheano Black. Not really finding too many allies right now. The only yellow there is the Prismatic Leyline.
It looks like we might have the Riches of Tropeldani, perhaps. It's a little hard to tell from our angle on the camera here, but that would be one, albeit not a blocking card, but a card you're very happy to see, as currently Pheano has no gold available to him. I will say that seems to be a limitation, not just on Gravy, but on all of the High Seas heroes, that you're sort of priced into playing Crown of Dominion in order to have your gold generation in the first instance, because each of these decks really, really needs that gold.
Tip the Barkeep, the only blocking card there, which means that Pheano descends on down to 31. He's got 4 life points separating him from Justin Gottlieb, and Justin bought himself a little bit of extra time on that 40-turn clock from the Grasp of the Arknight.
One of the things I really find interesting about Gravy is I wonder if when you're the Gravy player and you use Compass, are you ever in the situation when you're doing it on your opponent's turn where you were like, wow, I've completely forgotten now that we're on my turn? And of course, that information is no longer good because the Call to the Grave will shuffle. And we have our first chum of the game. I sort of feel, I would imagine, that Florian is decently well positioned to be able to take care of a chum. Do you have any thoughts on that, Bryce?
I think the difficulty becomes when the Gravy player is able to resolve both chum and another ally, because I think Florian being kind of not really an action point rich deck, you have issues removing both the chum and whatever comes after. Pheano following up that call to the grave with a Chart the High Seas, hitting 2 cards, not the 2 that he probably wanted. He's going to generate 2 gold tokens because he found 2 yellows on the top. So no extra pitch there. Pheano giving a bit of a laugh, thinking, yeah, I really wanted that to be a blue pitch in the zone for me. He's got 1 card left to use, and he's got an Anka in the graveyard as well as chum. Yes, it's going to be a pitch of the Riches of Tropaldani to generate a gold token and also resolve Anka drag under. An activation of the Dead Threads and the gold baited hook means that Anka is coming in for 5 on hit, create a gold token.
And do you think, I mean, Pheano flashed us that sign to let us know he's still learning this deck, so absolutely no criticism of the play so far. But do you think maybe in that case, if you're the Gravy player and you have the Call to the Grave in your hand, maybe you hold off on using Compass until after you've resolved the Call to the Grave?
I'm sure that Compass is like a huge part of understanding the Gravy matchup, at least as the pilot. Like, when do I Compass? If I have an ally in my hand, I should definitely activate Gravy first, because it doesn't matter what's on top of the deck. I'm activating Gravy no matter what, so I might as well wait and see what's on top of the deck later. It's really contextual based on your hand, I think, based on my experience in limited environment. But it's definitely one of those things that separates a good Gravy player from a masterful Gravy player.
Gotcha. Well, I would love to become even a good Gravy player because this deck does seem really difficult. Here, Justin choosing to just take the ally damage, which is a route I tend to do as well, because we do see a nice enabler of a go wide turn here in E-Strike up in Justin's hand.
And Justin descends on down to 30. The life totals swing this way and that. Justin is at 31 here. 31 plays 31 as we lead off with a Arcane Seeds life. That's probably why he added +1 to that life total there. 2 rune chance generated off of the Arcane Seeds, part of that meld card, and of course, a Swarming Gloomveil, the second of this game, coming at Pheano Black. 2 modes active here, so 4 go again. 2 true damage leaks right on through as Pheano decides how to block this out.
I note the Sunken Treasure in Pheano's hand here. I'm not sure Justin has played any yellows thus far, or if he even has yellows to play, so don't know if it really behooves Pheano to hang on to that card to try to get the gold value out of it. He is, of course, quite gold rich at this moment, but as I find in late games, Gravies tend to sort of do some pitch fishing and end up very quickly from having 4 or 5 gold to 1 or even 0. So maybe valuing holding onto that card a bit longer.
Wow, I'm seeing double, if not triple. It's the 3rd Swarming Gloomveil coming out of the hand of Justin Gottlieb, which means that his deck is even more starved for action points at this point, but he is really putting the hurt on Pheano Black. 10 life points now separate these 2 players after the Reaping Blade and the 3rd and final Swarming Gloomveil connect. It's back over to Pheano. 21 plays 31.
I wonder if Justin heard me saying that his deck has issues going wide and has just completely dispelled any notion that he was not capable of doing that, because he's doing an excellent job so far, and not just clearing up allies, but Pheano is pretty close to half life at this point. So I think Justin doing a pretty good job of navigating the matchup thus far, albeit Pheano does have maybe one of his scarier allies in graveyard at his disposal.
Golden Tipple, the first one resolved on the side of Pheano Black, comes in the red. 3 go again, shored up by a channel, the Millennium Tree. Pheano then activating Gravy Bones, immediately removing that gold token generated by the Golden Tipple and discarding a Whaler Humperdinck, one of those cards that really make Florian players tremble. I mean, like, you do not want to be fiddling around too long when one of those is on the board. That's probably going to require an entire turn from Justin Gottlieb to remove if Pheano is able to establish it.
Yeah, I think that's right. It's Justin blocking with this channel, the Millennium Tree there, which is maybe, I guess not, maybe channel Mount Heroic, a way to do it. I suppose an E-Strike 2-card hand could also take care of a Whaler. But my point is more so it does take some sort of finesse to be able to answer that cleanly. It's not a guarantee on any matchup. So a very scary ally to have, and perhaps Pheano electing to save it for the end game, which is when it's at its most ferocious.
Flying high into Resolve Anka, Swing Anka for Pheano Black. This one is backed up by that gold-baited hook. It's 5 go again thanks to that Flying High. Does not have the buff because it's not blue, but it is threatening a gold token thanks to that gold-baited hook. And Justin in the tank. Let's see what he's working with. I do see the first Felling of the Crown that he's been able to draw. I think he's lining up a block on the second channel, the Millennium Tree. Not what he wants to see. That's exactly the card that he wants to be using to put the hurt on Pheano Black and making it so that he doesn't have the space to establish these allies. However, having to block with 2 on the same turn is not where you want to be.
And the Flying High enabling, I believe, the go again, right? So Pheano likely going to play out another ally here, or at least that's what I would think. So maybe Justin figuring my next turn, this tree is maybe just going at an ally anyway, so I might as well shore up some damage.
Yeah, and this is that board state that is much more difficult for Florian to answer because a lot of those action point turn extenders have already been used out of the deck, and Pheano has himself not only an Anka Drag Under, but also a Chum, thanks to drawing another blue off of a gold and activating Dead Threads on the previous turn. So that is 9 points of life that you need to address on your opponent's board before you go towards that life total any further.
And Justin finding himself in the position I find myself in quite frequently, which is what I call the what does this one do again position, as he has to read the life totals on the Chum and the Anka here. I believe Chum having 6, if I'm correct, and Anka 5.
3.
3
life.
Okay. See what we're learning. So I would imagine here, to the extent Justin, Chum basically makes it so you cannot ignore the allies. So I imagine Justin's turn is going to look like clear up Chum and live to fight another day.
I think it's going to be swing this Felling of the Crown at Chum, unfortunately. Decompose is not going to be a problem here because we've seen 2 Earth cards enter the grave just on that previous turn. And Justin going aggressive with it. He's going to find 3 Earth cards out of the grave. He's not worried about being Earth card rich in his graveyard this game, ascending to 5 Earth cards in the banished zone, and he's only 1 Decompose away from turning on that Florian hero ability.
And it's great that he does still get the way Fouling is, the wording is templated. He still makes Pheano tuck here. It's not as if he had to have targeted Pheano to be able to get it. So getting his value from Fouling, and I think showing really like why Florian and Verdance are such strong heroes, because they have access to that powerful card.
Oh, and the third channel, the Millennium Tree, finds its way into the hand of Justin Gottlieb after drawing a second copy of Felling of the Crown. So he's a little bit red-locked here. His cards are clumping in a way that I kind of haven't seen in a long time. I mean, all 3 Swarming Gloom Veils were resolved in 2 turns. All 3 Channel of the Millennium Trees found in 2 turn cycles.
Yeah, and he's got 2 Fouling. Yeah, did you say Foulings? Well, he has 2 Foulings as well. It's a classic case of maybe round 1 didn't shuffle well enough, but here we're in round 2, so clearly that's not the case. Nevertheless, to your point, very unfortunate here, as after this block, Justin will be without Channel the Millennium Tree, which is probably his easiest way of closing out the late game.
Golden Tipple is covered up by that 3rd copy of Channel the Millennium Tree. Pheano Black checks the top of the deck. It's another Golden Tipple. Couldn't quite catch what color it was, but he does want to draw it. He pops 1 gold in order to draw that Golden Tipple. Looks like it's the 3rd red in the deck, but he doesn't have an outlet for it. Perhaps destined for the arsenal here. And yeah, it's a Sunken Treasure, a Loot the Hold, and that 3rd copy of red Golden Tipple for Pheano Black here. He's got 2 allies in the bin. Yes, it's a Loot the Hold into Limpet Hop Along, and swinging Limpet Hop Along here. 2 go again, threatening a discard for Justin Gottlieb, and also a gold token on hit.
Loot the Hold has got to be the most nasty of the go again enablers, in that you're tempted whenever a gravy can give their ally go again. It's a little bit unfortunate on the other side.
Go again will be conferred by Limpet Hopalong's text. She just has go again. Loot the Hold just confers the disruptive text.
Gotcha.
Discard a card on hit and create a gold token.
Well, yeah.
The follow up here is activate gold baited hook and swing Anka Drag Under 5 power. Physical at Justin Gottlieb, threatening a gold token generation thanks to that hook. And yeah, it does look like the last copy of Golden Tipple is destined for the arsenal for Pheano Black.
Here, Justin blocking, I believe is that 2 cards in hand here? So maybe just priced into clearing up one of these allies.
It is a felling of the crown in hand. Does he have a card behind that? I don't think he does.
Maybe just going to pitch stack it and swing his sword here to clean up Limpet would be, or I'm sorry, Anka, right?
Probably
Because
Anka,
Anka's,
yeah.
as at 3 life.
Are you an Anka guy or an Anka guy?
I think I'm an Anka guy just based on reflex. But in either case, it's dead now, or I guess permanently dead. Whatever happens after the Risen go back. But I like this play by Justin. You knew he was going to have his turn was going to be just one swing anyway. So why not keep your most powerful endgame card, especially now that your Channel of the Millennium Trees are all in the past.
And also go ahead and keep the board state in check, removing that, what I would say, Anka, because it kind of sounds more like anchor.
You know what? That's probably right. But I've already pinned myself down, and I'm not going to back down.
I respect that about you, Patrick. That's what makes you so greasy. Pheano Black lining up a blue card in the pitch zone. He's got 4 cards in hand and 1 in the arsenal with which to work. Has he found himself an ally? No, indeed. So that golden tipple in the arsenal kind of rotting alongside his zombie friends. What is he going to do with this turn?
Well, starting off with some gold, some classic hand fixing on the side of Gravy here, and not a bad draw.
We saw Noah Beygelman draw a Wrath of Retribution off of a Mask of Momentum trigger. Pheano Black finding himself a Conqueror of the High Seas on the top of the deck after popping a gold token. Yeah, it looks like High Tide is going to be active here. I tend to think that he is lining up this Conqueror of the High Seas. No, first it's going to be one more draw off the top of the deck. Fighting an Tavares, that is a go-again enabler for our allies.
And I think maybe Pheano here just really hoping to see a yellow for the follow-up tipple. I maybe thinking lead with the tipple, follow up with the Conqueror of the High Seas, and then start your sort of ally shenanigans. But thus far, no luck.
Man, he is blue rich, though. There's 2 still floating in the pitch. Yeah, we're going to start off with Limpet Hop Along. I like this play. You want to hide as much information as possible. It's like when you're playing Dromai, you wanted to send Ashwings here and there whenever you could before the big dragons come in, or that final haymaker of like a Command and Conquer or Cadaverous Contraband.
Yeah, I agree. Anything you can do to present your opponent with an opportunity to step on their own foot, definitely want to capitalize on that here, and Pheano earning himself a whole card, so 1 point of value sort of generated in quotation marks there.
Yeah, Justin might be stepping on his own feet, like you were mentioning his dancing shoes not doing so well, because the follow-up here is probably going to be Conqueror of the High Seas, threatening that arsenal and even more gold for Pheano Black. But how is he going to sequence this turn? Looks like the Tavares does find its way into the pitch zone. No more floating after 3 cards have been pitched. It's Conqueror of the High Seas. 8 go again, and Justin is not looking happy about it here.
Yeah, and you got to think Justin, if Pheano had led with the Conqueror, maybe would have preferred not to have committed the Autumn Touch to the Limpet block. I'm speculating. I don't know quite what's in Justin's hand, but I might imagine, because 8 damage is going to require... Justin can't really give his whole hand, because then any dream of getting rid of Limpet is gone. So he can only commit 2 cards from hand, which means he's going to have to either block with his chess piece or use, I believe his boots are alive now. Yeah, his boots are alive. So unfortunate. I think if maybe in revisionist, Justin might have preferred to hold on to Autumn's Touch and commit 3 cards to this ship.
Pheano, however, gets to just lean back, touch his hair a little bit, and just watch his opponent writhe. And this is a card that is going to make opponents all over the worlds of Wraith very, very sad every time it's resolved.
Pheano putting on a Head and Shoulders commercial for us in the back. Got to respect the mane. nice and high, like this tide. Justin really in the tank here, and I can understand why. I don't quite remember what's in the arsenal. I don't know if we have that information.
It's been a long time since it's been placed there.
And sure enough, having to give up the boots to block that last 2 points of damage.
Yeah, usually you want a more cheeky play for the well-grounded. In this case, however, it is blocking 2 damage and also saving you at least 3 value from that card in Arsenal. Looks like Justin really wants to protect it. And I generally think it's the one copy of Channel Mount Heroic for these Florian decks nowadays, so I tend to think it's not one of those in the Arsenal. Time will tell. Let's see if Justin is able to ever resolve it. And Pheano putting the 4th blue into the pitch zone this turn, despite the fact that he still has 2 cards in hand and the 1 in Arsenal.
Yeah, wondering. It would be great for Pheano if he could place another ally on the board now, because based just on the way Justin is blocked, he knows that he's probably just at most sending 3 damage back. So two allies would obviously be completely unable to clear with just 1 swing.
The gas keeps on coming. It's loot the hold into Golden Tipple. There is no discard here for Pheano, so no gold generated and no card drawn. He just wants to put as much hurt on Justin as possible. Wow. Playing out loot the hold and not resolving an ally there. Also, Pheano put his Limpet Hopalong into the graveyard.
Yeah, hopefully
I think that was a mistake. Yeah, Justin is being a good-mannered gentleman and helping him out.
He's like, I'm about to kill that, so just wait 5 seconds for me to do it, and you can continue.
She'll go to her watery grave. I promise you that. Just give me a minute. And yes, it is an activation of Grasp of the Arknight, swing Reaping Blade into Limpet Hopalong, and shoring up that board state. It is curious. Pheano is still sitting on that Whaler Humperdinck, probably waiting for the moment that Give No Quarter rears its head out of the deck. But I tend to think that was a potential opportunity to establish that really fearsome ally and even swing with it. I mean, he had so many cards in the pitch zone.
Yeah, and maybe saving it for making the choice to save it for the late game as well. Here it looks like we're starting off with a Gravy activation. Maybe filter out some of those. We got at least 1 hero there, and the return of Limpet.
Limpet Hopalong, the second coming. Pheano also finds himself with a Prismatic Leyline, one of those cards that can push massive amounts of damage in this Gravy Bones deck. But he's already seen all 3 copies of Red Golden Tipple and also 2 copies of Conqueror of the High Seas. So probably not going to get the maximum 6 value on that Prismatic Leyline, but nevertheless, if you can swing 1 blue and a yellow, that is still plenty for your troubles.
That's 5, right? Mm-hmm. It's inverse, so
correct.
Not a bad card at a yellow pitch, nonetheless. One of those cards that I heard a lot of smack talk said about it when it first was printed. I believe in Heavy Hitters, or was it part the Mistveil? In either case, not a lot of naysayers on that card. Seems like has found its natural home in this Gravy Bones deck.
Without a doubt. Chum, Friendly First Mate, going into the pitch zone for Pheano Black. A blue has entered the grave, even though it is represented on the combat chain here. That was that Portside Exchange. So all Watery Grave cards in Pheano's graveyard are unlocked, but 1 more blue comes out of the hand. It's Murderous Rabble, finding a blue Golden Tipple off the top. Pheano still has not resolved that Prismatic Leyline, which means that he just didn't feel confident in doing so this turn, perhaps thinking that it is better destined for the Arsenal here. Murderous Rabble comes in for 3 go again.
Yeah, an astute observation there, Bryce. I think that I was saying about Murderous Rabble a bit ago, but I will reiterate here. It's really, I think, a testament to how strong this deck can be that this Murderous Rabble is able to be converted for a whole 3 points of damage, despite also being a blue pitch itself. So a card I've been very, very impressed with here. Shortcutting a little bit, but playing out another Golden Tipple to create another gold and draw a card.
So it was paid for. Chum paid for the gold token to draw a card. Dead Threads then paid for that blue Golden Tipple. 1 damage comes across to Justin, who descends on down to 23. Currently 20 plays 23. In the favor of our Rotwood Harbinger, but man, those allies are being amassed in the graveyard. He's got to be trembling in his boots for what is to come.
Yeah, if I believe when Justin sees a Give No Quarter played out of Pheano's hand, maybe his heart will sink, or at least mine would, because just of the amount of pressure that's going to mean. That being said, we can see Pheano's hand. It's not there at this time, at least.
And this is exactly what you want to see if you're on Justin's side of the board. Even though Pheano has 4 allies with which to work in the graveyard, he's pitching a ton of yellows. So the maximum pain is probably not going to be on offer here. Right now, it's just Resolve Rigor Mortis, Swing Rigor Mortis, 6 power with the gold-baited hook. A proposition that has no downside for Pheano because he has already created a gold token on this turn.
And I think it's playing against Gravy. One of the key decision points is, when am I blocking out the gold-bladed hook triggers when a gold has already been created. At what point is it worth blocking out a card that I would not have otherwise blocked out because of the on-hit for gold that it presents? And I think it's really relevant to how much gold they already have. Here, Justin noting Pheano's already at 2, maybe not seeing a huge difference between 2 and 3.
And what he is seeing the difference in, however, is his hero's text box, because finally there is something written there. This Rootbound Carapace in the red, after decomposing 3 Earth cards, is going to bring Florian Rotwood Harbinger online, which means that every time Justin creates an Aura token, he's going to create an additional one for his troubles. Players confirming life totals here, making sure that everything is above board and lined up. In this case, Justin should be taking 2 after this. Is all said and done. And looks like, yeah, they had it correct before, even before the rigor mortis connected with Justin's face. 21 plays 20, still in the favor of our Earth Rune Blade.
And hopefully that mix-up doesn't mean Pheano misses his gold trigger here. But in any case, this hero text being online, Florian, to your point, is huge, not just in general, because it's incredibly above rate, but because as we noted at the start of the match, Pheano has no AB. So that's going to be turn everything from 1 true damage to 2 true damage every single turn. And I think not the fastest clock, but presents a real clock that Justin will have as he does the ally clearing minigame.
And hey, if we're talking about a clock, what was previously a 20-turn clock is now a 10-turn clock. And also, Justin has found himself an action point generator here. Rune Rager Swarm looks like 3 damage coming at Pheano Black right now. 3 go again, probably going to be followed up with the Reaping Blade to clear out Rigor Mortis, but time will tell as Pheano tanks on blocks.
You said earlier today that you expect only 1 Channel Mount Heroic from most Florian builds. I wonder if this new texture of build would warrant the inclusion of more than 1. Just because if you're playing that many Rune Rager Swarms and E-Strikes and the like, you wonder if you can't get a ton of value from that.
Either way, Pheano trying to cash in the value that he can right now. Gold-baited hook blocks 1 on Rune Rager Swarm when there was no relevant on-hit. Pheano perhaps detecting the moment is nigh when he's going to have to start aggressively activating that hook, and he doesn't want to have lost the defensive value if he loses it. Justin earning a little bit of damage here and also clearing up one of those zombies. Pheano Black down to 16 here as he activates Gravy Bones and discards Sawbones out of the hand. That was his only ally going into this turn. And now, yes, he has found himself with 4 blues in the hand.
And Bryce, one of them that he drew is a Give No Quarter, in addition to, I think he just showed us a Give No Quarter in his arsenal. So I think Armageddon has a... Is that not right?
It was an Avast-Yi in the arsenal, which still is really, really bad for Justin, which means that not only is Pheano going to be able to resolve some really discounted allies on this turn, he's also going to be able to give them go again and swing super hard. This might be the moment when we finally see Whaler Humperdinck.
This is what Pheano has been playing for. There's the heart sink moment I was talking about a bit ago. I think all that remains to be seen is which of these allies Pheano is able to deploy, but they will come out, and likely more than 1.
Pheano checking the top of the deck, perhaps to see if he wanted to resolve that Chart the High Seas. He did find the blue, but instead opts to put that blue card in the pitch. Whaler Humperdinck resolved here, thanks to the fact that Give No Quarter has essentially pitched for 3. Pheano then putting 2 additional blues in the pitch zone and swing Whaler Humperdinck. There's no more resources left for Pheano, save for the one that could be generated by Dead Threads, because yes, Sawbones has been put into the graveyard this turn, but for now, Whaler Humperdinck coming in for 11 go again.
Yeah, and that's just more than half of Justin's life total. So, I mean, I think the math you do on the other side of this is you say, which of these cards do I need to clear out this ally to the extent I can? And I think you block with the rest.
And I think that leftmost card is a Cadaverous Tilling, which means that Justin has access to removal of that Whaler Humperdinck. The question now is, how much further can Pheano go on offense here? The worst case scenario for Justin, which is entirely possible in Florian, is that he has a hand that literally cannot do 7 damage and remove this fearsome ally. In this case, he can be bailed out by that leftmost card in hand.
Big news for the Justin fans out there. I will say, and I'm relying on you here as the gravy connoisseur, this Avast-Yi does present a on-hit, right? Which one is that again?
It's on-hit gold token. The most important part of that card is that it gives this ally attack go again.
I see what you're saying. Okay.
which means that Pheano will be able to resolve, based on the heroes that the allies that he has in Grave, all he has access to is resolving a Limpet hop along after this attack goes through, and go through it has Justin descends all the way down to 14, now at a 2-life deficit to Dr. Bones on the other side of the table. Give no quarter was resolved. So with Dead Threads, Pheano can resolve Chum, friendly first mate, an incredibly clean turn and a fearsome board for Justin now to deal with.
And this is brutal now, because if Justin plays out the Arcane Seed's life before trying to kill Whaler Humperdinck, Pheano can respond by using Chum and meaning, hey, you're not killing Whaler Humperdinck this turn. You are priced into killing Chum. Let's see if that's something that Justin accounted for when doing his blocking math.
It doesn't look like Pheano has an ally in hand, though, so he wouldn't have been able to do that. Justin, however, making the very heads-up play of just swinging the Cadaverous, tilling, and not risking an activation of Chum right there. So, bit of an IP penalty for the Gottlieb on the left side of your screen, but nevertheless, a strong play there. And yes, Patrick, there is another copy of Channel Mount Heroic in this Florian build, and Justin has just drawn it.
But unless I'm mistaken, the thing I don't see in Justin's hand is a card that pitches for 3, which is going to be a bit of a problem if he's going to send. It's a little hard to see that second card from the left, but
it's a yellow. You're right. It's a plow under.
So a little bit scary for Justin potentially here, especially if he's going to be his hand otherwise would lend itself really well to cleanup duty. Don't know how much of that is going to be an option.
The deck not exactly cooperating for Justin here, and you can see the posture. Head kind of turned down, gripping his cards like they are the last bastion for Justin, clinging to life here. Pheano on the aggression here. 16 plays 14, only 13 minutes left in this round 2 of 6 at Arcane Games and Events Open in June, New England.
And that's another complexity of playing this gravy deck, because it seems so hard to play, and also your clock is not necessarily the fastest. So, it's really, I think, quite punishing for the newer players to this deck to be able to figure out what are the best lines, how do I do it as quickly as possible so that I can actually finish my match.
Avastji goes into the grave, unlocks all of the Watery Grave allies, and then Pheano resolves Sawbones, pitching an Eye of Ophidia. Opting 2 right here, seeing what he sees, one of those cards revealed off the eye is Chart the High Seas and then Sea Legs, which means that Pheano could be lining up, with the help of some gold tokens, a nasty Chart the High Seas resolution. In this case, however, he's going to lead off with Sawbones. Dockhand coming in for 6 go again, thanks to the Avastji resolved earlier this turn.
And Justin's going to need to do some noodling here on how he can convert this hand. Or he's mindful of the fact that he didn't had to issue himself an IP penalty essentially last turn because of some blocking, perhaps decisions that could have been a little bit more ideal. Maybe not wanting to make that same mistake again.
Blocking looks like 6 here, thanks to, 7. Thanks to Barkskin of the Millennium Tree being devoted to the block here. 2 embodiments of Earth generated there. Short up completely, which means that Pheano does not generate a gold token on that swing of the Sawbones. Following up with Limpet Hop Along. Should not have go again. No go again on the resolution of Limpet herself, which means that a card goes into the arsenal. Pheano has a bit of an IP penalty on his own, and it's back over to Justin to see if he can do a little bit of Left 4 Dead cosplay and kill some zombies.
Going IP penalty for IP penalty trading here, and I find that's a situation that does happen quite a good amount, not just as gravy, but blocking against the gravy for the reasons that we've seen demonstrated for us so cleanly on stream here.
Looks like it's an activation of Chum here as the embodiments of Earth get destroyed. This is an important thing to note. If you are an Earth player, folks, this was an interaction that was really important in the Icelander days. The embodiments of Earth that Briar would generate would pop at the beginning of the turn, thereby giving a priority window to the Ice Wizard for her to establish a Frostbite and really screw up your turn. So one of those interactions that you need to be incredibly aware of if you tend to generate embodiments of Earth. In this case, Pheano cashing in that opportunity to activate Chum, friendly first mate, which means that no matter what Justin does on this turn, Offensively, it's going to have to go at Chum.
Yeah, heads up play by Pheano there to understand that interaction. Justin still, nevertheless, will be able to leak damage to Pheano, and 4 damage, which is not, it's a quarter of Pheano's life here to place additional pressure while still being forced to attack this Chum.
Arcane Seed's life resolved here. 4 Rune Chants coming at Pheano Black, despite the fact that Rune Ranger Swarm is going at Chum, friendly first mate, which means that, unfortunately, Justin is probably just going to have to activate Grasp of the Arknight and swing Reaping Blade at Chum to clean up the rest of that ally. Pheano is going to have plenty to work with on his turn in terms of offensive capability, but the Rune Chants keep coming.
Yeah, and this is where not having a blue is also painful, because if that were a blue in his hand instead of a yellow, he could, I believe, use Grasp here before cleaning up Chum, which would have been another 2 damage going Pheano's way. So a little bit disappointing for Justin here, but nevertheless, happy enough to just get rid of the most annoying ally that Gravy has.
And this is the difficulty that Florian and any slow deck faces into a board state monster like Gravy Bones. Looks like there was an activation of Sawbones. Nevertheless, Chum is cleaned up there. Gone to the bin is our friendly first mate. Pheano lines up a pitch card for his first action on the turn. No, indeed, it's going to be an activation of Gravy Bones instead.
I haven't gotten a good look at Pheano's hand here. Do we have any allies to play with? It looks like a bunch of non-allies to me.
I don't think we do. He does, however, have Sea Legs, one of those really interesting generics printed in high seas. Pheano can elect to go ahead and discard that here, and yes, he does, to create himself a handle of rum.
Looks like maybe a judge call here quickly happening on stream.
I think we are just confirming that gold tokens have been accounted for properly. Calling in our...
I think they were just looking for a rum token, maybe. And that's what this icy, princessy sort of token is replicating.
Makes sense to me. Pitching Riches of Tropal Donny for the second time this game, mind you, is Pheano Black to swing Limpet Hop Along. Gold token generated there. 2 go again, which Justin readily accepts. On down to 13. 13 plays 13, but this turn is far from over for Pheano Black. He's also drawn up that Diamond Amulet for the second time this turn, showing exactly how many times you can recur these the resources in the Gravy Bones deck because you're shuffling so much thanks to Call to the Grave and other effects like that.
You know what's the best part about playing a deck that shovels itself, right, Bryce?
What is it?
You don't have to learn how to pitch deck.
Oh, my friend, you are preaching to the choir. That's why I love playing Azaleas so much. Every time I knock the death whistle, it means I don't have to skill gap my opponent.
I wonder if, and here we get the real gold kiss rum token here. I wonder if this turn presents the opportunity that we've sort of been waiting for here, where I guess not. I'm wondering if we're going to see this Humperdinck before this game reaches a natural conclusion, or I guess this timer reaches a natural conclusion, because we are running quite low on time here.
Yeah, both players are going to have to keep up the pace. Honestly, the onus in that regard is on Gravy Bones here, because there are just so many more decision points for Gravy to consider than Florian in this position.
Yeah, and I wouldn't chance it to say I could read Justin's mind here, but I'm thinking Justin has a good hand that he already knows what to be doing with, just based on the energy he's giving out. And I wonder if that's, and we see the opportunity to go 2 chain links wide here at least with the E-Strike in hand. So this is a very interesting point for me in the game. At what point do you ignore the allies, or at what point do you just you start devoting your resources to clear them up? Sawbones is really hard to ignore because it's effectively Arcane Barrier for Pheano Black. So I wonder here which Justin will prioritize.
And Pheano, at this point, is also incredibly action point rich. He's established not only a Gold Kiss Rum, but also a Diamond Amulet, which will buy him an action point and also unlock his graveyard whenever he chooses. In this case, Justin resolving an Enlightened Strike with Go Again. This is really going to determine his strategy for the rest of this game, and there's just not much of it left. It's 5 minutes and 20 seconds remaining on the clock. It looks like this E-Strike is going for Pheano, but we still have Rune Chants with which to deal, so time will tell.
I think that's right, Bryce. I think this is heading to Pheano. I think making the decision that I do not have the time in this game to be able to clear up your allies and then also kill Pheano. So I don't disagree with this. In either case, these players are going to have to make some quicker decisions, I think, here if we're going to see a natural conclusion.
Okay, down to 6 goes Pheano Black, and a Gravekeeping, a really juicy bit of tech coming out of the hand of Justin Gottlieb, which means that Whaler Humperdinck is just not going to get resolved this game. So that's 2 that Justin has killed. 1 in the natural way of physical removal, in this case, a banish off of the text of Gravekeeping. And yeah, it definitely seems like Justin wants to put his pedal to the metal for the rest of this game.
A little bit disappointed that we won't be able to see the big Whaler Humperdinck come down in this game, but nevertheless...
We saw one.
Did we?
Yeah,
yes,
we already saw one.
We did. All right, fine. I've been waiting on that second Whaler for quite a while, but nonetheless, spicy tech there from Justin. As I don't think... Gravekeeping seems like the natural answer, the sort of pre-printed answer that LSS gave us to Gravy Bones, but... I have not seen anybody actually deploy one yet. So it's interesting to see here. That felt very effective.
Without a doubt. And that's definitely one of those cards that fits more into like the Ira mold because you've got those Kodachis. In the case of Florian, who's usually action point starved, it can be a bit clunky. Except I suppose if you just go Grasp of the Arknight, swing Gravekeeping. Anyway, it's back to Pheano. 6 plays 13 here after Pheano blocked out the Gravekeeping with 2 Sunken Treasures. Pheano now swinging in Limpet Hopalong and drinking some rum in order to make this Sawbones come in for 6 go again.
And note that Pheano did not use the Sawbones prevention ability on his last turn. So clearly evincing an intent to attack with not just one, but both Sawbones, which he's going to be able to do because due to the extra action point generation he has available to him, both through the Gold Kiss Rum and from the Amulet.
And both players at this point dropping all pretense and sending everything face. This just became a high-octane game in the last 3 minutes.
It sort of had to be, Bryce. These are 2 players who do not want to draw. They want to be able to win this game and understand the importance of that. And that's on display here.
Can't quite make out the rest of the hand for Justin Gottlieb, but he's got to have some offensive capability here. Pheano is definitely cashing in action points in order to do as much damage as possible. 6 plays 9, but Pheano is far from done. There's 2 cards in the hand. He's attempting to resolve a Chart the High Seas. It's 2 blues off the top. 1 goes into the pitch, 1 into the grave, and effectively that Chart the High Seas has just pitched for 3 at the cost of 2 cards in deck.
Not great. I mean, you do. I wonder if Pheano's fishing for an extra goal there to be able to draw towards a more natural endgame solution.
It might have been that last chum that he just drew off of a gold token that he was really looking for. Golden Tipple resolved out of the hand. It's in the blue, discarding chum friendly first mate, which means that Pheano is probably going to try to establish an even bigger board before swinging that second Sawbones and also making it so that Justin has more difficult decisions on his next turn.
Yeah, and Justin choosing not to block here, which if Pheano resolves a chum and then has a way to activate chum on Justin's turn, Justin, unless he has a way to go wide, is going to be unable to send any pressure towards Pheano's life total.
Activating chum, a thing that is getting more and more difficult as Pheano digs through this deck. It looks like there's less than 10 cards there, and with the amount of blues that he's been pitching, I wonder how many allies are actually left in this deck.
Well, there's one, and it's committed to the pitch deck here to be able to play out the chum, which it looks like Pheano will send in for 4, and that will be actually the end of his turn. Oh wait, actually no, because so is that amulet? Can that be activated at instant speed?
It can be.
Okay, so not the end of his turn, and in fact, Pheano's going to be able to present lethal. So Justin's going to have to give a card.
You would be right, Patrick, but I don't think he has the pitch. Currently indicating no resources floating, and Sawbones, unfortunately, does cost 1. And I think that is a telltale sign as to why Pheano decided to send Chum instead of Sawbones, because Chum gets to swing for free.
Under a minute left. We're at the point where decisions, unfortunately for Justin, you're going to have to make a decision pretty quickly if he wants to be able to present.
Oh, and he's redlocked again for the second time this game. It's a Felling of the Crown and 2 meld cards in the hand. Am I right about that? I feel like we've seen so many Arcane Seeds live. No. One of them is a blue. Apologies, folks. Justin is going to be able to send a massive amount of Arcane on this next turn. If it weren't for those Sawbones, I think this would be lethal. Because yes, 2 Rune Chants generated here. Arcane Seeds generates 4 more, which means that 6 Arcane damage. But Pheano is sitting on 2 Sawbones dock hands, which means that he can just block 2 of those Rune Chants without even trying.
And this does feel like we're gonna run low on time, unfortunately. But this does feel like the sort of matchup that Justin may have been able to close out with additional time. I wonder. He's not going to be able to do it this turn, but it'll obviously depend on the texture of his next hand. But you have to imagine that Justin is likely favored in this position. Hard to tell with such a board of allies.
It is really tough to tell, especially after Justin has used so many of his go-again attacks out of the deck already. Both of these players really, really doing a good job in this matchup. Justin, gotta hand it to him. He has made it seem like Florian is no slouch into this Gravy Bones deck, despite the fact that his representation plummeted after the second week of Nationals.
So it seems like Pheano elected to go down to 1 there. I wonder if that's a decision that's based on, I think I have the ability to present lethal damage such that you can't keep great. I mean, I guess it's on Justin to keep a blue, to pitch, to grasp, and then swing his sword. Or maybe the player's just playing to the draw there. A little bit unclear, but nevertheless going down to 1, and here comes the judge now.
Yeah, probably calling turns at this point, asking for a concession. It's a difficult thing in Flesh and Blood because at this point in the game, when the judge calls time and you go to turns, before an action is taken, that is the moment that you have to decide whether or not you concede in this position. So the onus is probably on Pheano to figure that out based on the fact that Justin essentially has true damage on his side of the board. Pheano has to decide, can this Sawbones carry the day for me ultimately? Looks like first action has been resolved. Pitching Eye of Ophidia to swing, Limpet, Hop Along. Has he found any of those allies? No, I think it's just the one Rigor Mortis left in deck. Instead, he's found Riches of Triple and a back alley break line in the blue. So it's curious to see whether this one's going to go to the draw or not.
And I'm sorry, I know you just did this elegant explanation of the rules here. Will Justin get another turn after this, or is it just Pheano's turn to resolve here?
If that hand we saw reaching into Justin's player cam was the judge saying, okay, now you're at time, that does mean that Justin would get one more turn after this, which could be the deciding factor in this game.
Gotcha. And I am an L1 judge, folks, if that's not embarrassing enough for me.
I have yet to get my L0, but I kind of intend to one of these days. I would love to run a Learn to Play booth. Honestly, I would love to have them at AGE, and that is something we're actively working on.
You would be excellent in a Learn to Play booth.
Yeah, if only I wasn't yapping all day on camera.
Oh, that's what it's. Yeah, well,
that's the bigger issue.
You can yap IRL.
I like to lean on my vanity over my yearn to teach, I guess. So knock on me, not on anybody else. Looks like Chum, friendly first main, is covered up by Shelter from the Storm. How did this have go again? How did Chum? Oh, because of the back alley break line. The back alley break line was put into the pitch thanks to Chart the High Seas, which means that it generates an action point, which is a super cool interaction and exactly why Gravy Bones are running this card. Pheano going for blood right here. Looks like a resolution of Rigor Mortis. He's setting up an almost like chain bound by shadow end state here, where he is just cheating out action points over and over again, swinging these allies with reckless abandon. Oh, and Justin just doesn't have the cards to pitch to grasp the Arcanine either.
Yeah, I can't quite see the last card.
It's a Shelter from the Storm, which means that he's not dead here. Yeah, and Pheano cracking that Diamond Amulet, using the treasures that he has taken from the grave. And yes, it's a draw right here, folks. After all of that, after so much setup, so much posturing, it is a draw. Probably the first that we've seen on an AGE stream in some time now.
Yeah, I can't recall seeing one, and I think it sort of makes sense given the skill of the players involved, the complexity of the matchup, and the fact that these are two heroes that are really playing a slow, methodical sort of towards the end game. A little bit unfortunate, but I think it's sort of like a 0-0 game in soccer. When you can appreciate the nuance there and some of the skill that was expressed.
100%, and I'm glad you mentioned that because if you're thinking that you want to pick up Gravy Bones, this is something that you are going to have to contend with down the line. Florian players have been used to going to time since his inception. That is a grindy value game kind of deck. If you're playing Gravy, not only do you have to overcome a very high skill gap to learn how to play the deck, you also have to be able to play it quickly. at any of these competitive events, you got 55 minutes, and that is absolutely it. So you have got to be making these decisions at a breakneck speed in order to avoid the draw, which, as you mentioned, Patrick, is definitely not where you want to be in Flesh and Blood.
And that's what makes Flesh and Blood, like soccer, a beautiful game. It rewards, there's so much complexity to it, there's so much depth, it rewards you coming back and learning micro, the sort of micro learning at every stage that you can play faster, you can play better, you can play leaner. So that's why we keep coming, that's why we keep playing.
Folks, we have just a little bit of time before round 3 is paired because we did indeed go to time, and the stream match is a little bit behind the overall timer at Grave Troll Games. So we should take this moment to just mention that we've got a couple other events coming up. If you're seeing double, you are not wrong. We've got events on both seaboards happening on the exact same day next month. That's July 13th. Both the next AGE Open in New England and the next AGE Open in Los Angeles are happening on that Sunday. The Los Angeles at Top Deck Keep. The New England, we're back at Great Stories Comics and Games in Whitensville, Massachusetts. That should be a location that is very familiar to anybody playing in the New England scene. Furthermore, we also have an August Open scheduled for Los Angeles. That'll be August 9th back at Top Deck Keep in Riverside, California. By the end of the day today, we should be able to announce our next New England event in August, and that'll likely be back at Grave Troll Games because we have no reason not to come back. Katie's been awesome. The location has been awesome. You heard it from Noel Beygelman after round 1. So why not come back?
Yeah, and we're obviously not quite there. We're not there with them, but the vibe in there is immaculate. I'm getting sort of like some high energy, but also library vibes from it. So there's a lot of hard work going into these games.
Any place where you can see Brother Gottlieb and Pheano Black grind out a game has got to have immaculate vibes.
Yeah, and boy, was that a grind. So we are, as Bryce mentioned, going to be quite short on time here before we jump into the next round 3 matchup, and we're looking forward to that.
Which is great news for you at home, folks, because the Flesh and Blood action does not stop. Do not go anywhere. We've got more Grindfest, more Brothers Gottlieb, and more Pheano Black after this. It was the Earth versus the Grateful Dead, and now it is the light versus the cogs. As we will have Prism, Awakener of Soul, versus Puffin Hightail. That's right. Gravy Bones is not the only High Seas hero in this pool, ladies and gentlemen. Puffin is going to brave the skies and the depths and try to eke out a win against an older board state hero.
Yeah, Prism. I've never seen this matchup play out. It seems fascinating to me. Of course, very exciting that we have a Puffin here who's starting 2-0, a really strong start. Maybe if Daniel can keep the steam going on this. You catch what I did there?
Yeah, I got you. Steam counters I got. You're not a dad, are you?
Not yet. Yeah, I hope
you got
not.
dad energy, my friend.
Wow, thank you.
Yeah, it is a compliment.
And I think, so very excited to see not just Gravy Bones being the only High Seas hero that's out here and taking W's.
Well, we are here in AGE Studios, but we will proceed on down to the match floor. But first, we've got to take a look at one of our contenders, William Pearlman, who is successful not just in AGE, but also abroad. I'm pretty darn sure he took down a battle-hardened on Kano Drakai of Aether not but a couple months ago. He's gotten a 60%, a 67% win rate here at AGE. He's hit 3 top 8s and is sitting at a comfortable 60 AGE points. William is, by all accounts, an AGE all-star at this point.
What is happening at AGE East? What are all of these killers out here doing? Because with the last, I think at least with Justin, we had in one event, I think it was like 68% win rate. William at 3 events, this is at least, right? So there's no fluke that at this 2/3 win percentage. So really exciting to see what William can do.
And also sitting at a comfortable 2-0 just today here at Grave Troll Games. Furthermore, his Prism deck is apparently a McDonald's 10-piece chicken nugget set. It's fast and it's easy. It's got big stats, but the nutrients are all fake.
Well, there's protein in that, right? I hope. I'm telling myself that. You go to the gym and then you go to McDonald's. It works together.
And sour for your opponent is that ALS sauce, which is going to come into play here. We talked about the fact that we haven't really seen this matchup too much. I'm sure Puffin players across the board have been practicing into Prism. But the thing that I am most intrigued about is the fact that Puffin can kind of cheat around that Arclight Sentinel, that card that is so painful for so many decks that want to go wide and fast, right? So the fact that anytime one of those cogs comes into play, the action card that creates it doesn't have go again, so it can kind of cheat action points around that ALS. It'll be curious to see how it works.
Yeah, and I'm much more used to the boosting variety of Mechnologist, which have the boots available to gain an action point on command. So getting through ALS is a lot clearer there. Interesting to see how when those boots are presumably, I don't know what the deck list that Daniel is using looks like, but are not available, how you can sort of be a little craftier with doing that. But also, I'm curious to see, these Puffin lists are like every other High Seas hero, still very much being figured out. I'm curious to see how many poppers Daniel has available to him.
It's got to be at least a couple, right? I mean, there are just some natural ones built into the texture of a Puffin Hightail deck. But you know what? We can theorize all we want, Patrick. But why don't we go ahead and hop in a Cogworks Dovetail and fly back on over to the Eastern Seaboard and see what Daniel Flavin has got cooking. As we mentioned before, it's Daniel Flavin on the left side of your screen, representing Righteous Gaming, I should mention, one of the premier vendors at each of these bigger events. I saw owner Tyler at Las Vegas but a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, they definitely taken a lot of my money in exchange for great cardboard, so big fan of their services. Also, big fan of Daniel's sleeves here, rocking the DO sleeves, showing some real mechanologist stripes.
Oh, and one of the most interesting things I see already, Patrick, is the fact that there's a Teklo plasma pistol on the side of Daniel Flavin. Most Puffin decks that are making waves nowadays are generally opting for Spitfire.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen this yet either. And I'm curious to see to what extent that affects how Daniel is playing, at least as far as I perceive of the Puffin deck, given its early stages.
Continuing to talk about the equipment suite, it's not just Puffin Hightail, it's Queen Puffin Hightail because of that Crown of Dominion in the head slot, which means that she gets to start with a gold token and essentially an on-demand golden cog whenever she needs it.
Also on Daniel's side, got that very fancy cold foil copper cog, which I believe are only available as a pre-order promo. So very much blinged out. You can tell with the exception of what I'll call maybe a hastily grabbed unicycle in the boot slot. But to your point, yeah, I think it's really interesting the limitation, as I was talking about in the Gravy matchup last round, that these high siege heroes have to have because they're sort of priced into having this Crown of Dominion in their headpiece. There's a little bit of lost value there, maybe.
First attack resolved here is a Cogwork Zeppelin. William attempts to cover it all up with a Soul Shield, but hey, Cogwork Zeppelin says that you can tap a cog you control. Luckily, Daniel was able to establish one in the form of a Copper Cog at the beginning of the turn, so he's able to pump it by 1 and leak a damage through to William. William descends on down to 31, as is Prism's Detriment. She starts with a very low life total. Daniel unable to kind of cheat out an action point like you normally can with Cogwork Zeppelin because he had to use the one that he had established thus far in order to pump it over the defenses of William Pearlman, who now starts with a card and soul and is really happy about that as he resolves a Wartune Herald as his first action of the game.
Yeah, I think that's key to whenever I go first into a Prism and they're able to play out a Soul Shield, I feel like I've already started on the back foot. Just because they've already generated they've already starting at 1 with their ability to get out some allies with their soul. Here, Daniel choosing not to block out this Wartune Herald, and maybe for the best there because William was going to be able to follow up with a pump there to take up, and in the absence of a popper, it seems like this was probably going to hit.
Ooh, an Angelic Wrath this way and that. William's got not only the yellows that are kind of de facto mainstays in the Awakener of Soul deck, he's also got a blue, which means that he could be rocking the full suite. Maybe there are some reds threatening to give +4 further on down the line. For now, however, that Wartune Herald has hit, which means that William is able to tutor out a figment of his choice. It's, of course, the figment of Erudition, which means that he's probably going to try to use that remaining action point that he has, thanks to the fact that Wartune Herald had go again because he has a yellow in the pitch, and then capitalize on that Ponder token for his arsenal later on.
Interesting that William chose to pitch the yellow and play out the blue Angelic Wrath there. I wonder if that's a desire perhaps to keep yellows available in the deck for later in the game, or perhaps I don't know if this is a sort of deck you would bring Library Solana into, but I just think an interesting sort of micro decision there that William made.
An amazing establishment there, using the action point generated by the Wartune Herald to resolve a passing Mirage, a fantastic Spectra Aura, especially if you expect your opponent to be rocking poppers in their deck. William taking a bit of a pause before he arsenals that card. I didn't quite catch what it was. Makes me wonder exactly what he found. Maybe a blue Herald that he's less likely to want to be saving for later. In this case, however, it's back over to Daniel, who has resolved yet another Copper Cog, cranking, of course, and a backup Protocol Red, which is the second crank for the turn, which means that he gets to draw a card here.
Yeah, Daniel's hand very item-rich there. Maybe why not even feigning to block the Herald on the last attack. Notably, I do love backup Protocol Red in the Prism matchup specifically, in that it presents an on-demand popper, and I believe we have. I'm actually not quite sure if the attack action in Graveyard is a 6 or not, but
it is.
Okay, so we'll have an on-demand popper. Just going to use it for its offensive capabilities in this case, though.
And I like this because Cogwork Zeppelin is one of those cards that absolutely sings when you have several cogs on board. So not only will Daniel be able to pump it once up to 7 and a breakpoint thereby, he will also be able to crank one of those other cogs in order to create a cog, crank that cog, get his action point back, and give Cogwork Zeppelin pseudo go again. He's also been able to resolve a Loan Shark, a treasure pack Loan Shark, mind you, to establish more gold tokens for use later on down the line. Seems to indicate that Daniel really values having gold tokens in this Puffin deck, which is not something I typically see.
Yeah, and it makes sense. I think having the access to the on-demand crank there, and as well as your offensive enablers, is very strong. And here, presenting Daniel with the opportunity to put some pressure on William's life total, which is key against Prism. You can't just let the Prism keep its precious 32 life points around, and then also going to be able to follow up with a plasma pistol into the Spectra Aura there.
Folks, I do want to take a quick pause to remind you that we are just 25 minutes away from Katie Lamar, owner of Grave Troll Games, where the players now sit. She is celebrating this event by cracking a box of first edition Arcane Rising on Whatnot. So if you're interested in box breaks, go ahead and pull that up while you watch this here stream, and you can see her pull some serious sauce out of that purple box.
Sauce like Command and Conquer, perhaps?
Unfortunately not. That's Welcome to Wraith.
No,
Art of War.
It's not Arcane Rising? All right, I don't know.
No, you're right. What am I talking about?
Yeah, well, not this Command and Conquer, at least. This Command and Conquer is from Hunted. But nonetheless, a good attack here from Daniel, putting a lot of pressure on William, making William sacrifice basically his entire hand if he wants to avoid having his arsenal disrupted. And
sacrifice it he will. So it looks like that card that he kind of postured about not wanting to arsenal is indeed valuable enough to protect. In this case, Daniel is passing back with no card in arsenal, but a ton of cogs. 31 plays 30 in the favor of our mechanologist. 2 cards are going to pop at the beginning of his turn as William Pearlman licks his wounds and passes right back.
I'm curious to see how much Daniel will prioritize clearing up the Spectra Aura Phantasmal image. Isn't Phantasmal?
Passing Mirage.
Wow, I wasn't even close. Sorry. I'm a former Dromai player too. It's very sad. Anyway,
are you really?
Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah.
I've only ever known you as a mechanologist player.
No. I'm a big Dromai fan.
Wow. Huh.
Not showing it there. But I wonder to what extent Daniel will prioritize clearing that up so that it seems like would have a wealth of poppers. Those will have effect here because it can be devastating for Prism to have their first Herald popped.
Golden Skywarden and Copper Cog found after pitching an Eye of Ophidia in order to crack a gold. So Daniel is going to have to decide which of these cards he'd like to draw, or maybe it's neither. Does look like it's neither. Golden Skywarden, an amazing card, but only on defense. Looks like both the Copper Cog and the Golden Skywarden go to the bottom of the deck in favor of, I think there's 2 Cogworks Dovetails in the hand for Daniel Flavin. That is exactly what you want if you want to put the hurt on your opponent. Copper Cog resolved here, cranking, I believe, for the first time this turn. No, second time, drawing a card there after activating Puffin Hightail. So lots and lots of gas in the hand of Puffin.
And I think this turn is really showing why so many of these new high seas heroes are playing Eye of Ophidia in their decks because of this. As you mentioned, they're priced into this gold generation. They're very invested in keeping this gold generation. And if you can, pseudo influence the card you're drawing, that is incredibly powerful, as Daniel was able to show here.
No gold currently generated for Daniel at this point. So that probably means that Lone Shark is going to go to the bin at the end of this turn and draw 2 life points out of his pool. But after resolving 2 Cogworks Dovetails, he is going to be mighty happy with exchanging 2 life points for the advantage that those 2 gold tokens have given him.
And you have to wonder if Daniel even has that much gold generation in his deck. It may just be one of those things where I'll take the damage that's coming just because of how powerful having 2 gold is in my deck.
I tend to think my co-caster is right. I think William Pearlman is just conversing with Daniel, confirming exactly how this interaction of Cogworks Dovetail will work. Basically, the upshot of Cogworks Dovetail, when your opponent has 3 cogs with which to work, is generally going to be that Cogworks Dovetail is going to be pumped at least for 2, because that last cog needs to be utilized for go again. The tricky bit is if you try to block it out, because if you do, there's nothing to stop your opponent from tapping 2 cogs, getting it up to 7, letting the damage go through, thereby untapping all the cogs, and then in the damage step, still tapping the last cog to give the dovetail go again.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a nuanced interaction. I think my co-caster Bryce doing an excellent job of explaining it there. And here, William will be asked this question not once, but twice, as Daniel has logged up 2 of these Cogworks Dovetails in a row.
We are seeing double, and Cogworks Dovetail is not the card that you want to see when that is the case. So it's another 5, probably going to end up being 7 go again in the face of William Pearlman. And he has in his hand a card that normally can kind of bail you out of these situations in Soul Shield, but with this much cog generation on the side of Daniel, there's just no stopping the onslaught.
Yeah, and just showing the power of breakpoints in this game, because if for example, Soul Shield blocks 7 instead of 6, I'm imagining Williams got a lot less decision-making to do here, but that extra point of damage just presenting so much heartache for William here.
Tapping all 3 cogs is Daniel Flavin, which means that this Cogworks dovetail is probably up to 7 go again. We don't have the indication yet. There is the go again counter. And then, 7 on top of it, which means that all modes are active for this Cogworks dovetail. And also that on hit, all those 3 powerful cogs are going to get untapped. And this is normally why... we got to take a pause from whatever I'm talking about because William Pearlman is making his Halo play right here. He's going to find himself Figment of, I think it's Triumph, in order to give this Cogworks dovetail -1 power, which means that no connection here, which means no untapping of the cogs. Daniel now seeming pretty heads up for bringing in the Tegla Plasma Pistol because this is a move that could totally devastate a Spitfire play.
How so?
In that,
you don't have
Cogworks
cogs.
wouldn't hit, so you wouldn't untap the cogs, so you wouldn't be able to swing the Spitfire.
No, that's heads up by you, Bryce. That's a great point. And Daniel teaching me something here. I think that's really, and not just being able to shoot his weapon here, but also being able to clear up the passing mirage. A lot of value gain for Daniel.
And lucky for Daniel that he hasn't been forced to try to pop one of these heralds yet before he was able to have the space to clear up that passing mirage. Life totals have been updated now for the Lone Shark. Daniel down to 29. William is on the offensive here with a Herald of Protection, which is popped immediately with Reckless Abandon by Palantir Aeronaut. William has to draw back up. 29 plays 23 back on the side of Puffin Hightail.
Yeah, and to your point, just... really nice timing for Daniel there that he's able to. He did have to let the passing mirage survive. I think just 1 turn, maybe 2, but never came up because William was forced to commit his hands for their block value in those times. So here, Daniel having 2, I believe, Aeronauts available to him, might have preferred to have that card available when he had the wealth of cogs that he had last turn. But here, still being able to generate effectively 3 cogs with Unicycle as his boot choice. So this Dreadnought will have the very devastating text available to it.
2 cranks thus far, 1 from Red, Backup Protocol Red, and Golden Cog off of the Puffin hero ability, which means that Daniel has drawn yet another card, and even though he's resolved some, he's still got 4 with which to work, and yes, one of them is Palantir Aeronaut. There's another gold generator for you. It's Riches of Tropal Donny, which Daniel says is not just good in Gravy Bones, and Victor. It's also a fantastic Puffin card. In this case, however, Palantir Aeronaut coming in for 6. It looks a little innocuous, folks, but even though there are only 2 cogs on the side of Daniel Flavin, he's got access to that Unicycle, which can be activated at instant speed in order to give that thrice per turn activation tapping of a cog. In this case, Daniel not going to buy too much here. It is going to be a destruction of those Dreamweavers, which means that popping is going to be really easy down the line, but in this case, not stealing damage like Palantir Aeronaut can normally do.
But 9 damage is 9 damage nonetheless. And here, William's going to lose over a third of his remaining life, which as Prism, it's going to be, he's effectively going to try to generate more life for himself in the form of the angels with ward on them. But again, he's going to have to do so not just through the amount of poppers that Daniel has normally in his hand, but he doesn't have his get out of Phantasm free card available to him anymore. And also, Daniel critically has Backup Protocol Red still as of now on available to him. So that's going to be literally a guaranteed popper.
Activating Backup Protocol Red.
Right on
Before the turn ends, yes, is Daniel Flavin trying to get his Palantir Aeronaut back from the graveyard that he popped a Herald with on the previous turn, but no action points remain, so a card goes to the arsenal. It's probably that Palantir Aeronaut, either that or the Command and Conquer that was still remaining in the hand. As we pass back to William, 14 plays 29 in the favor of Puffin Hightail as a Herald of Triumph. In the red, comes down onto the combat chain for William Pearlman. This has go again thanks to the Soul Shield in the pitch zone. 7 go again, and Daniel has found a 7-power popper in Golden Skywarden, so he's not only going to pop this Herald that is normally so evasive, he's also going to transform that golden cog back into a gold token for later use. This is a back-breaking moment for William Pearlman.
And Golden Skywarden showing how powerful of a card it can be. It's an interesting card in that its sort of value is not, at least not to me, was not immediately apparent because it is at its best when it's doing exactly what it's doing now, which is blocking. Not what you typically expect out of a 7 power attack, but nonetheless being very effective here.
And William, unfortunately, just putting a Arclight Sentinel into the pitch zone in order to get his action point back, flipping over that Figment of Triumph. The one thing that William definitely has going for him here is a plethora of soul. So one of the issues that Prism players can run into is when they are soul starved, it makes you not want to flip that Figment of Erudition, transform it into the Angel of Erudition, and start drawing you cards. In this case, however, once William finds the space, once Daniel gives him just a little bit of a reprieve, he's going to be able to return with an arsenal of his own.
No reprieve this turn, as Daniel opts to finally deploy his Polycranka, which will trigger Puffin's once per turn ability of allowing Daniel to draw a card. And you have to imagine this is going to be a turn where Daniel presents a lot of damage, and at the least William's Angel will be effectively for a gained life.
Here comes Polycranka. And Daniel has got to be happy that our feature Matt is, of course, Polycranka, sitting there with the Marvel Legendary at the ready as well.
Fortuitous. And he's gotten rid of the non-blinged out unicycle. So for right now, we're all bling. I'm not sure if Daniel's drawn from his his Puffin ability quite yet.
No, I don't believe he has either. William is just confirming that he understands how Polycranka works. I think he was trying to understand. It's a moot point now because the Halo of Illumination has already been utilized. I think he was wondering if in the future he could crack Halo of Illumination in order to fetch out a Figment of Ravages and snipe it before it's able to crank. I don't believe that's how the priority windows work, though.
But that's something he could do before Puffin has been activated, though, right? You can snipe at Puffin. I'm sorry,
yeah, because I think arcane damage is you can shoot perched allies.
Yeah, well, good to know, I guess, for the future in the future for William and other Prism players. But nonetheless, here Daniel has a full grip +1, I believe. So have to imagine that William's going to have to play some defense here, and just leading off with the Command and Conquer.
There are no action points to use here. Could Daniel have found a dud?
No, I think this is signaling something that's very much not a dud. And if we look at there it is.
There are pummels in this Puffin deck, ladies and gentlemen. Guardians, eat your heart out because Command and Conquer pummel is not just a Guardian flavor anymore. 6 power right now, gonna be 10, and a lot of disruption coming William's way. What is he gonna do about this?
What were you saying about reprieve just a minute ago, Bryce? I don't think this is, unfortunately for William, the turn for reprieve. And it's probably almost deterministically, I mean, I guess he'd commit his whole hand, but deterministically going to get rid of that arsenal as well.
Do you think William is sniffing out pummel right now?
Has to be. I mean, Daniel, unless William is aware of something I'm not aware of, in which Daniel can gain another action point at instant speed, you don't imagine Daniel would be taking the plain line he took on his blocks on the previous turn if he didn't have some chicanery, which it is now apparent.
William does not look surprised, though. I think he sniffed this one out. He's just making the best of a bad situation. However, Patrick, remember when we flipped that Figment into an Angel?
Yeah.
So not only did William sniff it out, he was also able to shore up all of that damage, protect the arsenal and the hand, and now he's flipping his Figment of Erudition, swinging with Soraya, and refreshing this hand. So one card goes out of the soul in order to flip the Figment, one goes out of the soul in order to draw 2 cards. Looks like he's aiming at Polycranka. Probably a heads-up play there. So Angel beats Bird in this situation, and William still has a little bit with which to work.
Yeah, William totally making me eat my words there, as he was able to completely cover up the pummel. I may or may not have forgotten about the Angel that was present there, and present not a insignificant turn on his own right.
Oh, Swiftwater Sloop comes down to pop this Wartune Herald, which means that William has the opportunity to pay for his action point, but that's only if he has enough resources to deploy that Arsenal card. Doesn't look like he does because it was a yellow in hand, and most of these Heralds are going to be costing 2. Back over to Daniel, 29 plays 14. This is this way and that, Patrick.
Yeah, and it's a little bit hard because of just how nice and fancy these these cards that Daniel is playing with, exactly what is in his hand. But it looks like he has a Conqueror of the High Seas and the requisite 2 blues available. And I think he just drew a pummel, if I'm not mistaken. So the theme for Daniel, is that a red sloop?
It must be. I don't think he's going to be running the blues.
Oh, I got a little bit ahead of myself there. But I was about to say that the theme of the day would have been Arsenal Disruption plus pummel, but not quite this time for Daniel. Maybe set that up for a future turn.
It all depends on what is lurking in that arsenal for our high-tailed friend. In this case, still with a healthy life lead, but in general, I mean, more true for any hero in the game. Prism just needs 1 life to work with, and she can do some nasty stuff. Palantir Aeronaut deployed out of that arsenal, put there by the backup protocol red on a previous turn. Right now, it's just 6. And this card is far less threatening when there are no cogs on board.
Yeah, and this is we have seen Daniel's hand, so we know he has a pummel in there. I wonder if William is. This seems like more of a turn that it's possible, like based on the way that Daniel has sort of gestured, that he could have bricked. So I wonder if William will nevertheless respect the pummel here, and it would be a heads-up play if he did.
William now putting out the Phantasmal Footsteps, which if used here, are going to go the way of the birds once the combat chain closes. Soraya is the real thing that is threatened on William's side of the board right now. There's only 1 card left in Soul, but you better believe he would like to be drawing cards off of it.
I do think you need the cogs in order to blow up the equipment. So essentially, is that not the case?
So ordinarily, yes, but Phantasmal Footsteps say they kind of have Phantasm in their own right.
Gotcha.
So he's forced to block with them on the Palantir Aeronaut. Palantir Aeronaut has 6 power, so Phantasmal Footsteps die at the end of the combat chain. Only with a shirt is William Pearlman, otherwise threadbare. Soraya swinging in here. Last card in Soul goes to the Banish Zone in order to draw 2 new ones. What has he got himself? It's a That All You Got, Great Library of Solana, and an ALS. William going to try to be doing the 5 intellect thing until the end of this game.
Yeah, and I think William doing an excellent job of defending his Soraya this entire game, or the last several turns here, and just the amount of value he's generated has really allowed him to pick up this pivot turn that he's had.
And William's still at a very healthy life total for our Awakener of Soul. Usually used to doing pivot turns closer to 1 life. In this case, he's got a lot to work with. In Conqueror of the High Seas, coming in for 8 go again, it might finally be the time to cash in Soraya for some defensive value, mainly because William is left without any cards in Soul, so can't really be drawing any cards off of her anyway. He's also found himself at least 1 non-block. It looks like 2, though. ALS plus Angelic Wrath in this hand.
Daniel at least postured like he had a pummel last turn. I think he maybe was a resource short of actually playing it out. So I wonder here, if William tries to respect it again, not going to do so. So this will present Arsenal Disruption as well as finally getting rid of Soraya.
8 damage leaks through. A card needs to be discarded from the hand, and a card from the arsenal is going to get blown up. Gold token and it was a Figment of Ravages. That was the card that William was posturing about arsenaling or not. That makes so much sense. You generally don't want your figments in the arsenal, but he also protected it for a very long time. And that's also why he was reading the Polycranka text earlier on, because all of these figments are instants. William was thinking about deploying it to snipe that Polycranka.
Your mind is operating at 100 miles an hour, Bryce. I'm very impressed.
I haven't even had my second cup of coffee, Patrick.
Wow, I'm on number 4. But I think potentially another situation where he was protecting it maybe just because of he wanted the block value, and it sort of just worked out that way. But here, nonetheless, William Pearlman will buy himself, it seems like, a turn of reprieve with Arclight Sentinel.
Arclight Sentinel resolved. And also, William able to protect his Great Library of Solana for now. William, however, unable to put 2 yellow cards into the pitch zone, so no 5 intellect for this hero this turn. Will Daniel find the yellows in order to discard? He does. He has Loan Shark and Golden Skywarden, but instead it elects to resolve the Loan Shark. Probably not going to be discarding them in order to get rid of that Great Library this turn. Activating Puffin Hightail, creating a golden cog, cranking, of course. That is one of the 2 necessary in order to draw a card this turn. He's got a Goldwing Turbine in hand and also a copper cog, so there's definitely going to be a card draw for Puffin this turn.
Yeah, and I'm still just searching for the way that Daniel is able to go +1 action point. I'm not really sure how he would do that.
There it is, cog in the machine.
Wow, answered my question immediately. So here is exactly what you have sort of foretold at the beginning of this, or preamble to this game, Bryce, is this the deck that, is this like other Mechanologists in that how cleanly it can pick up ALS and present pressure?
So 2 action points here for Puffin Hightail, and yes, Teklo Plasma Pistol kills the ALS as William gives a little bit of shrug, a skirt of the brow, and Conqueror of the High Seas, the third one this game, comes down onto the combat chain. 8 go, or excuse me, only 7.
But a breakpoint, nonetheless. You don't need the go again here. 7 destroy your arsenal is not nothing at all, especially when William's so low. And yeah, hitting
Herald of Erudition out of the arsenal. William has not been given the space in order to resolve one yet this game, and because of the amount of blocking he's had to do here, Great Library of Solana is once again only just going to be kind of like a centerpiece for the match, doing nothing but looking beautiful. Herald of Protection is out on the combat chain here.
It's a houseplant, and I believe Daniel did draw up a popper to answer this Herald, maybe figuring out, to what extent he wants what the rest of his turn may look like, because it might be the only red he's got.
Yeah, he is blue locked otherwise, so probably not going to want to devote that Cogwork Zeppelin to the block here, even though it would deny a little bit of soul. Daniel instead just lining up 2-3 blocks. And I like this play here because one of those 3 blocks is Pinion Sentry. Going to be able to create another golden cog to use on the next turn, which is going to be very useful with that Cogwork Zeppelin. Daniel finally found the last of his Marvel golden cogs. He was relegated to 1 black border on that previous turn.
Yeah, heads up play by Daniel here. A lot of folks, at least myself, make the mistake sometimes of say, oh, I see Popper, I use Popper into Prism. And here, I think making the correct decision to generate more value on the offensive side of the game.
Here comes Value Town, and it's in the form of a balloony vehicle. A Steam counter also put on the Teklo Plasma Pistol, really smoothing out the cost curve of this turn. If Cogwork Zeppelin is able to connect at 7 power, it's going to create a cog, crank, generate an action point for Daniel to shoot that Plasma Pistol, and William only has 3 points of life. It's so many non-blocks in the hand of William Pearlman, which means that Daniel buys the game on the back of non-blocks and cogs, baby. Puffin Hightail takes this one down against the Awakener of Soul.
Really impressive showing from Puffin, a hero that hasn't quite gotten the attention she deserves, being in the shadow of Gravy Bones. So really expertly piloted by Daniel, really showing the power that Mechanologists can do, so really pound into Prism.
And pound he did. Pound and crank, shall he say, all the way through those angels and through the life total of William Pearlman. I have to pause because I see Nicholas Flavin in chat saying, let's go. I assume a relation of Daniel Flavin. Congratulations to your blood relative there, Nicholas. He really showed us why maybe Puffin Hightail should be a bigger meta contender.
Yeah, and it's certainly at least into the sort of board state presenting here, as I imagine it would have a good game, good game into Gravy Bones. Hopefully we get to see that. We got a lot of good Gravy Bones out there today, and Daniel acquainting himself really well on Puffin, so I'm very excited. I will be not so subtly rooting for him as we continue along in this tournament, as we're only 3 rounds in.
Yeah, and Daniel has now ascended to 3-0. He's the only Puffin Hightail in the room, but he's shown that he is no slouch in this case, in this meta. He also was able to take down our round 1 victor just last round. Noah Beygelman falls to Daniel Flavin's probably pummels and CNCs and Cs and Cs.
Yeah, an interesting meta call, perhaps, in that maybe you feel both favored into that Gravy Bones matchup, as I was saying, but also clearly getting a win against Cindra with likely due to the disruption. Maybe there seems to be this space in the meta. The Gravy Bones are going to be there. The Cindras are going to be there to beat up on the Gravy Bones. That third slot that you see sometimes filled with maybe Guardian or Verdance or something, maybe Puffin can fill that role.
Time will tell, and we will have a couple words from Daniel after we go to a break. But before we do that, we've got to take a look at this metagame. We've already mentioned 1 Puffin Hightail. You can see that in the center right of your screen. But what are the big contenders here? It's 6 Gravy Bones, Shipwrecked Looter, 4 Cindra, probably to answer the Gravies, and 4 Jarl, probably to answer the Cindras.
A little bit of rock, paper, scissors going on in the top 3 there, as I would imagine the Gravies want to see the Jarls want to see the Cindras, and the Cindras want to see the Gravies. So I do think that is sort of a demonstration demonstration of the point I was making earlier about this triangular meta that we are in the midst of.
And honestly, it's pretty representative of weekend 2 of nationals in general. We saw in general Earth's stocks go down in a big way. I mean, New England is definitely a Florian town, at least up until this point. We've got Noah Beygelman out there. We've got now Justin Gottlieb. But he's the only one that decided to bring the Earth Runeblade. Also, I tend to think that Verdance's stocks are going down, though not nearly as much as the Earth Runeblade, because she has got some burst potential that can kind of skirt around the whole Gravy Bones game plan, as exemplified by Majin Bay versus Jacob Shaker at U.S. Nationals.
And it does. I understand the downturn here, at least certainly with respect to Florian, because it does seem like you're climbing up a hill when you're playing against Gravy Bones. But to your point, Majin Bay did a great job in the finals in US Nats. I thought Justin Gottlieb acquainted himself well, even though that game ultimately ended in a tie against Pheano Black earlier today. So very much an unsolved meta. It'll be interesting to see how the powerful heroes of the last meta can adapt.
Despite the fact that we only have one Puffin Hightail, there are still mechanologists represented in the field, but in the form of Dash.io. I know that's got to be exciting for you, Patrick.
Oh, I love me some Dash.io. I don't know their records. I will also be not so subtly rooting for them as well, hopefully, to see some of their sort of complex games on stream. It is interesting. I wonder, the Dash versus Gravy matchup, I imagine would be something Dash could handle quite well early on, but who knows? It's still really early to get that one figured out, but otherwise have to feel good as Dash into Cindra, I would imagine.
It is no surprise that Ninja's representation is high, but I mean, with 8 in the field, would you have guessed that 3 were going to be Ira, Scarlet Revenger?
Well, no, not if everybody was sort of trying to pick out what they think is the best deck in the format. But if I know one thing about Ira players, it's that they are committed to Ira. Ira is a lifestyle to them, at least is my understanding. And so, I as a person who plays what he knows and what he loves as well, rather than meta call, I got nothing but love for the Iras, and I see you out there, and I'm rooting for you.
So Ninjas are out there. Azalea stocks have gone way down, which I think makes sense. She was probably overrepresented both at U.S. Nationals because, the Gravy decks were not honed and the Gravy cards had not really come in yet. And that is definitely a matchup that she's going to have issues with. But in this case, the response to the overall metagame at large is represented right here. Rangers, big down right now. Ninjas, big up. And also a little bit of Guardian representation. We'll have to see how it all shakes out throughout the course of the day. But we're going to take a short break, and we will be back with the flavor master, Daniel Flavin himself. And we're going to talk to him about how he likes to serve up some cogs. We'll be back with that and more Flesh and Blood after this.
And we're back. I'm Patrick here, along with Daniel Flavin, who we saw just cruise to victory on a Cogworks dovetail as Puffin against a Prism. Daniel, how did that matchup feel to you?
It felt good. I was a little worried in the beginning when I drew 4 non-blocks against their first Herald. That's like not exactly what you want, but I do like the matchup. I have so many poppers and then you eat their equipment so fast with the Palantirs and everything that they just like a popper just ends their turn most of the time.
Yeah, so, and I noticed too, can you just walk me into, like, because we've seen tons of Gravy Bones these days. We've seen basically no Marlin, a little bit of Puffin. What animated your decision to bring Puffin to this tournament today?
So I love mech. That's the main thing. So it's a new mech, and I wanted to make her work. I've been working on it, and I did some testing with the team and my friends, and I found this list that was fairly consistent and can pop off like crazy sometimes. So I figured I'd just bring it and see what it can do.
And popping off you are. I'm a mechanologist enthusiast myself. I'm more of a Dash.io sort of booster. What does it feel like being on this, I guess our first sort of, I mean not our first, but one of the only attempts we've had at mechanologist without boosting?
So I am a pistol dash lover. So I have played mechanologist without boost for a considerable amount of my time playing Flesh and Blood. But this feels a lot different than that. This is the list is no boost, but still very aggressive. Still a lot of go again. I'm not sure. There's some boost lists that I've seen getting traction, and I do think they are interesting to check out. But yeah, as far as a mech without boost, that's one of my comfort zones. Actually, I do enjoy playing the no boost mech.
Yeah, and speaking of the aggression you're able to put on the other player, it was really exciting to watch your matchups. Not just because you were, your deck was sort of humming the whole time, but also because you were showing us your hand, and we were seeing these pummels. What does pummel feel like both in this deck and in this meta?
Pummel, it's so easy in the deck because you have so many 2-cost attacks with powerful on hits. You have CNC, you have the Conqueror, the High Seas, and then even like the Palantir can be pummeled, and the you can pummel the Dovetails, which can basically say on hit draw, not the Dovetails, but the Zeppelins, which effectively say on hit draw a card, go again a lot of the time. So you have very relevant on hits, and then it's just hard to deal with an attack for 13.
Right. And I'm also curious to know what you think about Puffin's matchup into the two, what I would call the two, I don't know about boogeyman, but most represented decks in the meta in Gravy and Cindra.
I don't. The Cindra matchup is a close one. They don't have very good blocks, and you have some pretty good on hits. Stuff like the Cogworks Dovetail, just attacking for 7 and then untapping all your cogs and going into a Palantir for 9 with just 3 cogs and 3 cards is just crazy stuff that you can end up doing against Cindra. And you didn't get to see him in this matchup. I got 6 defense reactions as well that help against Cindra a little bit. So that matchup I think is close. The Gravy Bones matchup I don't like. I'm not gonna lie, but I think you can get there with just they draw some non-blocks, you draw some pummels, and maybe you can just kill them some of the time.
Well, Daniel, you're 3-0 so far. You're looking really good for making top 8 thus far. And I know you mentioned you have some trepidation about the Gravy Bones matchup. Are there any other matchups that you can see in the room that maybe you're thinking your deck is maybe a little bit less well equipped to take on?
I walk around. I'm seeing a couple other Prisms, a couple Cindras, a couple Guardians, and I don't mind any of those matchups. So just the Gravy Bones, I think, is where I need to maybe get some gem luck, some good draws, and we can see where we end up.
And Daniel, I can't help but notice that that nice shirt you got on, sporting Righteous Gaming. Are you working over there with those folks?
Yeah, I'm on the Righteous Gaming Flesh and Blood team. I work with them at events, sometimes selling cards, sometimes playing. Yeah, it's a good group of guys, really knowledgeable. They helped me a lot with this deck and the matchups. So shout out to them for really helping me get here.
Yep. Shout out to Righteous Gaming. Shout out to Tyler. We all over here at AG really like working with them and purchasing their products. And I also see you're not able to tell while you're playing, but in the stream we've got your brother Nicholas giving you a big shout out. Are there any other shout outs you want to give before we wrap up?
Yeah, I mean, we already said it, but like all the Righteous Gaming guys, especially the Tyler, like you said, really helped me a lot. And like you saw my deck with all those foils, most of that is thanks to Tyler. So yeah, just shout out. Thanks, Nicholas. Appreciate you watching.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah,
thanks.
sorry. I said last question, but actually last question. What was up with the unicycle?
I don't have one. It's like $55 for a cold foil common, and I can't really I don't know. I'll just rock the one that I pulled out of my pre-release.
All right. Well, Daniel, it was awesome to speak with you. I'm looking forward. I'll be rooting for you as a mechanologist brother, and hoping to see you in top 8. Everybody else, we'll be back shortly with round 4.
All right, thank you.
Swiggity swoogity, it's a slam dunk. Gravy Bones' ship is sunk, ladies and gentlemen, because we don't have a single undefeated Gravy in the room anymore, Patrick.
Not used to seeing that. Used to seeing a lot of representation, a lot of skilled players, and usually at the top table. So this one feeling like a little bit of an outlier so far, but lots of tournament left.
Looks like New England has perhaps found the answers that it required for King Bones, as he is often referred to, thanks to that Crown of Dominion. In this case, we've got a mainstay of Arcane games and events in New England. It's Ka Chan on Arachne, slipped through the cracks, a hero that he is really known to love based on his performance. I believe about 2 months ago, Ka went to the finals and ultimately lost to Pheano Black when Aurora was still in the meta. But here he is in all his glory, sporting a 54% win percentage, 1 top 8 to his name, and 26 AGE points. He is on the tail end of the race to the Players' Championship. So he is going to have to secure some points today. And man, he's 3-0, so he's on the right road.
A lot of glory to be earned in this inaugural AG New England top 8. I know how much every single point matters to us over there on the West, and I hope and I wonder if over there on the East they're really appreciating the value of each and every one of those points.
Looks like Ka has been accused of knowing a lot about 1950s film history, but it's just luck of the draw. He's really good at multiple choice questions, and I'm really proud of him for that for some reason.
Yeah, I've always said that one of the greatest skill you can have is just sometimes you just have it. And Ka maybe just relying on the power of C, as I often do.
C is the choice, huh?
C is the choice. It got me through the SATs, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, well, hey, if Flesh and Blood is any indication, CNC is a fine choice on any turn cycle.
Oh, this guy.
I am the guy who's making the puns. I've got dad energy too, but I'm actually a dad. So
yeah, well, I'm not even going to try to keep up, and I'll just do my best to not lose it on camera.
Copy. Not losing it on camera is Patrick Greasy. Let's go ahead and take a look at our Players' Championship leaderboard. We haven't pulled that up as of yet today. Notice Ka Chan with his 26 points are not in the race yet, but he is just on the cusp. As we proceed closer and closer to the Players' Championship, after, of course, 8 monthly opens in New England, we're going to start to see the most interesting part of this race actually be around the 13 to 16 marker, because what you don't see, those players in like 17 to 22, is just a couple points difference, and that won't change as we get closer and closer to the Players' Championship. That is where you're going to expect the most shakeups. It's not going to be the Kevin Markhams. It's not going to be the Pheano Blacks or the William Pearlmans. It's going to be those at the tail end of the race that are really going to slingshot this way and that.
Yeah, and we can see some names that are doing well today that aren't at the bottom of that list quite yet. Daniel Flavin, who just sailed to a win on Puffin, as well as, of course, Justin Gottlieb, who's racked up some points on his own.
Let's stop talking about it, Patrick. Let's go ahead and hop in, not our Cogworks dovetail. We'll just jump into the flick knives and get flung this way and that over to New England, because it's time for Ka Chan on the left side of your screen versus the man in the right corner. It's Paul Gibby on Verdance, Thorn of the Rose.
And Slippy in a really interesting place in this meta, I feel. As I think I mentioned earlier today, Mario has lost a little bit of its luster as the assassin of choice, given that Gravy Bones is, I think, a bit of a scary matchup. So Slippy looking poised to take the assassin mantle.
And, Slippy did have a pretty good matchup into the, I shouldn't say pretty good, but a manageable matchup into the previous board state contender. Oh my goodness. Blue Infect into 2 Justin Nicks on turn 0. Paul Gibby has a bit of an answer in his own regard. It's Shelter from the Storm and Mental Block. Gonna cover all of this up.
They went sandbag for sandbag there. So this is up to, is that for 1? Yeah, it's for 1, right? So 11 blocking 9. So 2 damage leaking through, as well as a Blood Rot, which is a delayed 2 damage, sort of. So.
And a Ponder token generated on the side of our Wizard player. Wow. Sparks are already flying on this turn 0.
Yeah, so if anything, the Ponder will incentivize Paul to maybe pay into the Blood Rot. So it's possible, you would imagine, a double Justin Nick turn would be a lot of damage leaked, and Ka seemed very excited to throw those out. But Paul, great job, and maybe fortuitous draws there to cover up most of that damage.
Wowee. I am just reeling. I don't even know what I was talking about before all of that happened. That was absolutely massive. And the life totals are now evened. Arachne Slip Through the Cracks does start at a 2 life deficit to what a normal Flesh and Blood hero gets, that 40 life. But he's already evened it up on turn 0 and showing exactly why that hero ability is just too powerful to have 40 life.
Yeah, and Paul's hand is actually lining up really well here. He's got a E-Strike to lead off, which immediately says send me the bill. And I think he's going to be able to follow up with a Burn Bear, which is our most recent big and tall arcane damage spell to come out of High Seas.
Big and tall, big and large is Burn Bear. 6 arcane damage coming the way of Ka Chan, who has only 1 AB slot devoted in the equipment suite, and it's a Codex of Frailty being pitched just for Arcane Barrier 1 here. Not the best use case for a Codex, but if he has perhaps a redundant one in the hand, that's probably the best use case you can get out of it anyway. Leaves it in the deck and also shores up a little bit of damage on the way.
Yeah, maybe figuring this game could potentially go long enough that they'll see it again, and with the Ponder token as well, or what happened there?
With the Ponder token?
Yeah.
Not entirely sure. It's possible that Paul forgot about it, but it's back over to Ka. 28 plays 38. Persuasive Prognosis comes down, has go again, thanks to the Slippy ability. And going fast is this game. There's only 3 cards in the bin for Ka thus far, but he's already lost 10 points of life. Spike with Bloodrot, however, coming out of the hand after pitching Schism of Chaos. So he's going to get a card into his arsenal as well as his opponent. Wow, this is an explosive matchup for Assassin versus Verdance.
And Persuasive Prognosis, generally one of the most scary cards to try to block out because of Justinic. Here, however, Paul knowing that 2 Justinics are out of the deck, so the odds of Ka having the third one are probably pretty low.
I don't know. At this point, leave it to Ka to have it is the way I would feel.
Yeah, Ka, he's a flashy player. This is my first game I've seen Ka play personally, and a very flashy player from what I can tell so far. So really excited to see how he can take this momentum, because right now he's about 10 points below Paul.
Schism of Chaos, however, has been resolved. 1 point of damage should be leaking through here to confer a Bloodrot Pox and also the Persuasive Prognosis on hit. But no, Paul has the answer, like he always seems to, in the form of Sync Blow. Only covering up 1 damage, but you've got to give it the extra value of denying Bloodrot and also the Persuasive Prognosis on hit as well.
Ka here electing to flick his
Hunter's
Clave, adding a mark to Paul. I gotta wonder if Ka has a way to retrieve a dagger in his hand to incentivize such a play.
Instead, no, it's Hunter's Clave pushed out onto the combat chain, which means that after 1 flick goes through, Hunter's Clave is going to threaten to remark Paul Gibby. There's a card in hand and a card in arsenal from that Schism of Chaos. No way. Ka is cleaning up here. Could it be? It is an Orb Weaver Spinneret. This is what I expected to see after the Flick Knives play. I thought for sure there was either a retrieve effect or a way to generate a Graphene Callistra, and Ka exemplifying exactly why he decided to pitch a Codex of Frailty earlier in order to shore up some damage. It's because he had one locked and loaded, ready to go. Codex of Frailty comes out of the hand, retrieves a Persuasive Prognosis, and it is sent in for 2 thanks to that Orb Weaver Spinneret resolved earlier in the turn.
And Paul's got a nice hand, so either of his blocking equipment would cover this, and he goes ahead and uses one of them there. But I'm imagining wanting to keep that hand because he has the disruption available in Command and Conquer.
Clothes and life points flying this way and that across the table. And here comes Paul Gibby with a fantastic answer. It's Command and Conquer. Makes me wonder what he found off of that Schism of Chaos, because there are a lot of cards in the Verdance deck that can be total bricks in the arsenal. Mental Block, for one.
Mental Block would be bad. Maybe Paul plays Heart of Findal. That would be pretty brutal. But in all likelihood, maybe something that's just, at least hopefully for Paul, something that's not going to be able to be utilized this turn, but will have future value.
Command and Conquer for 6. Coming at Ka. He's got a Tarantula Toxin in hand. I believe it's a Leave No Witnesses and an E-Strike. Another E-Strike in the hand. This might just be an easy 2-card 7 play for Ka. We'll have to see what he wants to do with this hand. Right now, really having trouble leaking damage through to our Earth player. Is doing a little bit of disruptive work, but for now, yeah, it's just going to be Enlightened Strike for 7.
Ka is such a smooth and decisive player. The ways in which the quick decision making, the ways in which he turns his card over for his opponent to see it. There's a level of knowledge there that you have to assume that Ka is a specialist on this deck.
There's got to be a lot of reps behind every movement that he makes here. Paul Gibby cleaning up that Enlightened Strike very easily with yet another D-React and a 3-block out of the hand. What's he got to work with? Oh, it's Felling of the Crown, but no, deciding instead to send a Fruits of the Forest from the arsenal. That's what was found off of that Schism of Chaos. Perhaps just doesn't have the Earth cards in the bin to decompose in the way that he wants to yet.
Yeah, that must be it. And to your point, Bryce, I think Fruits of the Forest Blue, maybe not the best card to have in your arsenal. So it'll also get Paul out of having that, a 2-card 5 from his arsenal, so that he can go ahead and place the Felling from, I'm not sure the amount of Earth cards that Paul will now have, or at least once this chain link resolves, in his graveyard, but perhaps setting up the Felling for next turn.
Even if he was able to decompose on this turn, which I think he was able to based on the way he's been blocking, it would still mean that Felling of the Crown is only coming in for 4. He's probably just trying to lean on the Rootbound Carapai that must be lying in wait in the deck in order to get that first decompose off and get maximum value off of Felling of the Crown.
That's an astute observation, Bryce. Here, Ka, though, keeping all cards in hand, probably hoping to send a good amount of damage here, which Slippy is very capable of doing, to be able to close the gulf in life.
Starting it off right with Orb Weaver Spinneret into Bonds of Agony for 4 go again, thanks to the Slippy ability. How do you feel seeing that?
Dread. And in Slippy, it's such an artful card, because Ka always has the ability of bluffing it, and we don't know what's in Ka's hand. We don't know if he's bluffing. And here, revealing he was bluffing, was not going to pop up the bonds there. So Paul sort of, I don't know about tricked, but forced to respect it so as to not get his hand absolutely blown up.
Art of Desire Body is the follow-up here. Flicking that Graphene Calicera, flicking the Hunter's Clave, marking Paul. Could it mean that there is a take up the mantle in the hand here?
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting, and there it is. Bryce, you are on it.
Bonds of Agony found out of the graveyard, which means that all 3 modes are going to be active here. Take up the mantle, Black Tech Whispers, and what's his last one? Was he thinking Flick Knives here?
He did flick.
He flicked on the previous chain link, didn't he?
No, I believe it was on this one.
It was on this one? Okay.
Yeah, so that he could use Take Up the Mantle.
Yes, okay. You are absolutely right. That is 3 defense reactions. In this case, Paul not able to cover up the damage, but he does throw Sink Blow and also discard Fruits of the Forest. So nothing in the hand for Bonds of Agony to rip. Nevertheless, it's still a good chunk of damage that Ka has finally leaked through to these really resilient Earth heroes. Down to 32 is Paul Gibby to Ka Chan's 25. Honestly, I was kind of expecting Verdance to be running away with this match because of all that Arcane, like Burn Bear, just chipping the AB1 slotted assassin all the way down to 0. In this case, Ka is really holding his own and putting on the hurt.
Yeah, and Paul able to, in both instances that Ka's tried to sort of surprise him, able to play around it and still get a lot of value out of his cards. So really astute play from Paul. I think there's some confusion because Ka losing a little bit of value on his bonds because of when he changed, I forget the original attack, into the bonds, it no longer had stealth, which means the Graphene Calicera enabler, the Orb Weaver non-attack action no longer was modifying that attack. So I think Ka originally thought it was going to come in for 10, but nonetheless, still a very effective turn for Ka.
And drawing back up is Ka Chan with only a Graphene Calicera with which to work at this point, but based on the way he's been playing this game so far, it seems like he really doesn't want to be swinging those daggers so much as flicking them. Paul just forced to lick his wounds. 28 plays 25, still in the favor of Verdance, and pass back over to Ka for more for more onslaught.
Yeah, and Ka a little bit, drawing the Orb Weaver Spinneret right on cue here to fill up his empty dagger slot, which is exactly what he wants to see. I was about to say he's in a little bit of an issue to the extent that he's relying on his daggers, but maybe not doing that as he's sending here a Bonds of Agony for 1 go again.
This will be for 4 go again because Orb Weaver Spinneret does confer +3 to the next stealth attack.
That is right.
And with 2 cards in hand and 2 attack reactions just on board, Paul is forced once again to respect this really fearsome attack. The question is, does he have anything he really doesn't want to lose from the entirety of his deck? That Heartbeat of Candlehold really suggests that you'd like this Bonds of Agony not to hit.
And this time, Paul having no sort of trickery on his side available, no D-reacts, no Fruits of the Forest to be discarded at instant speed. So he is going to have to play this as fairly as fair as way as he can.
Honestly, it's for the first time this game, too. He always seems to find the D-reacts when he needs to, but the question Paul is probably asking himself is, where the heck are my Rootbound Carapai? Not a single one has been found. Yeah, he's been able to have access to D-reacts and shore up a lot of damage, but he really needs that first Decompose to get to happen so that he can unlock the full power of that Felling of the Crown that is still sitting in Arsenal and now under threat thanks to that Leave No Witnesses.
Yeah, and Ka here once again bluffing the Bonds of Agony pump, as Slippys are wont to do, and nonetheless having some disruptive play to follow. Ka being very aggressive with his flicks in this game, which is something I really respect, and I think is a sign of a seasoned Arachne player.
Undoubtedly so. Paul says that was enough threat for this Felling of the Crown to convince me that I have to deploy it now. 3 Earth cards go into the Banish Zone to power this Felling of the Crown, but it's only going to be for 4, even though it forces Ka to bottom a card.
Yeah, so unfortunately having to do the less than ideal Decompose that you were alluding to earlier, Bryce, but nonetheless, uninteractable disruption is something you'll take against an assassin, especially one that is presenting as much damage as Ka is currently.
You know, it's still ultimately like a 2-card 7, right? Because you can assume that whatever card your opponent puts to the bottom of the deck has at least 3 value. So it just showcased the supreme value of Felling of the Crown when it has all modes active.
An incredibly powerful card, and as we can see, Paul not only draws another Felling, but finally sees, I believe, his first, maybe second, Rootbound Carapace.
Infect in the red, 3 go again, threatening a Bloodrot Pox. Paul wants nothing to do with it. Ka following up with yet another Infect, asking the same question, but a second time for this turn. Ultimately, not the greatest follow-up for Ka when he had ultimately full tempo. Like, he didn't have to respect that Felling of the Crown if he had a monster of a hand to throw back at Paul, but in this case, only able to throw 2 head jabs.
Yeah, and it sort of makes sense that Ka would block on the Felling the previous turn, given that he didn't really have any sort of chicanery to engage on his turn. But nonetheless, a 3 that is effectively a 5 twice is not terrible in offensive output.
Paul, however, just donates 2 cards to the cause. He's got himself another Felling of the Crown. This one, however, not going to be deployed. It's going to the bottom of the deck in order to pay for the secondary cost of this Enlightened Strike, which now comes in for 7. After his second Decompose, which, by the way, generated another 3 Earth cards into the bin, Paul has gone from 0 to 100 in terms of getting his hero power online.
Yeah, some unfortunate sequencing for Paul there as he drew up a hand of 4 blues the turn prior and now had a turn with absolutely no blues. A blue would have enabled him to send that Felling, I believe. So a little bit unfortunate, but nonetheless, this game, I would say razor thin margin so far.
It's at this point in the game that I want to direct everybody's attention to the head slot of our Verdance player. It's Plume of Evergrowth. And Paul has been doing a very astute job of leaving his first copy of Felling of the Crown in the graveyard, not decomposing it and putting it in the Banish Zone, because in these matchups where Verdance is under a lot of pressure, she just wants to play really high value hands. There is no card that is higher value than Felling of the Crown. So Paul is going to try to find a little window of opportunity where he can keep 2 blues in hand, activate Plume of Evergrowth, send Felling of the Crown essentially from his graveyard, and really put the hurt on Ka, get him into that range of Storm Strider's Burn Bear combo.
Yeah, or maybe even use the Plume to get an Ether Pulse Life and Storm Striders on their turn. A lot of flexibility with that card. You understand why players are pretty much every Verdance plays this card, despite the fact that it does not have any inherent defensive value.
Art of Desire Body here is the lead off for Ka Chan. 17 plays 25. Ka has got to put the pressure on here, but he's got 4 cards and 1 in arsenal with which to work. 3 go again right now. Art of Desire Body taken readily by Paul Gibby. It is a red card off the top from the banish. Ka goes ahead and draws a card and gains himself a little bit of life. Really unlucky for Paul. Not only is it a red, it's a non-earth and it's a defense reaction, which means that Ka has more of a green light to send damage on this turn.
The only upside to Paul on that is even if it were Earth, I guess it wouldn't really have expedited his window. He's 1 decompose away regardless. And Ka here teeing up for what's going to be an explosive dagger swing.
Okay, it is Orb-Weaver Spinneret into Savor Bloodshed, into Swing Graphene Calicera, which means that this is a big bad 8. No marking capability here. Both of the Hunter's Claves have been used up and are in the bin as of yet, so Ka can't do any instant speed flicking of a Hunter's Clave in order to mark his opponent and draw a card. It looks like this is just kind of semi-fair damage on its face.
Yeah, I mean, 4 damage, and the nat. I was about to say, Tarantula Toxin seems like what he's showing in hand, given that he has 2 cards left, and unless he's planning to IP himself, so a lot of damage leaking through here.
It became incredibly unfair as Paul puts 1 card down in front of this, and Ka responds with Tarantula Toxin. In this case, a 1-card 6 on that Graphene Calicera, because it is both a dagger and a stealth attack. One thing that Ka definitely missed on that turn cycle was equipping a new Graphene Calicera from his Orb-Weaver Spinneret. He could have flicked another dagger right there, but you saw him kind of reach for it in the graveyard after the attack had already been resolved. So a little bit of a misplay there for Ka. Needs to slow his play just a little bit, make it slightly more deliberate. Paul, however, responding with a Cadaverous Tilling, decomposing for the last time that he needs to in order to give his hero text. I don't believe we have updated life totals at this point because Paul just took a massive swing from Ka and shouldn't still be sitting at 22 if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I believe you're right, and we'll go ahead and correct that. Maybe a little bit another side effect of Ka's quick play and then the aura he's generating from doing so. But here, Ka taking the entire bill and going down to a meager 10.
Ka not afraid of this Storm Striders combo as of yet. It's important to note that the traditional Burn Bear Storm Striders Waning Moon combo does threaten about 9 points of damage. So Ka still insulated from it, not only by his life total, but also from that Widow back abdomen in his chest slot, which sports AB1 and also Spell Void 1.
And I don't know if you saw Paul's hand that he drew up there, but he sort of gave a bit of a look there. I think that look says this hand isn't good, but it does block pretty well. So we'll, at the very least, I don't know if Paul's going to be able to do much constructive on his turn back, but there are worse blocking hands to get to the extent that you're expecting Ka to come at you.
Ka, oh my goodness, is running with scissors right now. 2 up sticks and run, buying back a Hunter's Clave into Savor Bloodshed, and now thinking about how to utilize the rest of this hand. Which dagger to swing, Ka? I would have to think that it's going to be Graphene Calicera into Flick the Hunter's Clave, but the problem with that is Graphene Calicera gains go again only if the opponent is marked when it attacks. So Ka is kind of relegating himself to a 1 action point turn here. Am I mistaken about that?
Wouldn't this have inherently go again because it has stealth from Slippy's ability?
Yes, absolutely.
All right, so
I'm
yeah.
glad my co-caster is keeping an eye on me. This has go again thanks to the Slippy ability. This is a whopping 12-13 right here.
Wow. Okay, so
Going to become 14 after this Flick Knives.
yeah, so Paul seemingly not leaving himself a lot of room to block this out, or he is theoretically dead to a pump. But we know that he's got 2 defense reactions in hand, so not quite leaving himself as vulnerable as it may initially seem.
7 block still at Paul's disposal, but Ka is still well above that. Interesting. Paul also, yes, waiting for the flick. It's a discard of the Shelter from the Storm, so at least Paul is insulated from that card draw off of the Savor Bloodshed.
Oh, and another D-React in Arsenal. So really, Paul was very prepared to face an onslaught of damage here. And that is, I guess, the upside of having a hand that was just completely devoid of blues otherwise.
Man, when it comes to defense reactions, Paul is the guy that's always got it. Looks like Ka is cleaning up, yes, because The last card in hand is a Codex of Frailty, which closes the chain. Paul is going to have to discard to this, and he's got himself a Command and Conquer in hand and another D-React. So Ka is definitely going to be able to effectively threaten that arsenal. It's probably going to be a Leave No Witnesses, yes, chosen from the graveyard, which means that Paul is... Oh, he chose Felling of the Crown, which means that it's going to go to the Banish Zone and thereby not be available to his Plume of Evergrowth.
No, I think it'll be blocked out by the remaining Shelter Prevention. So I think Paul just making the heads-up play of getting back his power card for free, that is one of the only downsides of playing Codex of Frailty.
Yeah, and definitely a card. Felling of the Crown is not a card you want to give your opponent access to. Codex of Frailty, being the incredible power card that it is, does have its drawbacks. You have to remember it and be cognizant. Anybody like myself who has been playing Azalea and resolved the Codex of Frailty to give a Bravo back a Crippling Crush knows what I'm talking about.
And Ka here has all of the tempo with Paul only at 6. So it might seem like Ka's very favorite here, and I do think Ka's in a strong position. But Ka does not need to get that much lower before Stormstriders on his own turn becomes a real concern. So we'll see if Ka can put out enough offensive output here to close out the game before that becomes an eventuality.
Kiss of Death is not a bad way to start it. He's found himself that third copy of Codex of Frailty as well. He is a little bit devoid of attack reactions in the hand, so I don't think he's going to be able to convert every single one of these cards, unfortunately, especially because his Hunter's Clave went into the graveyard last turn. And yes, it is Command and Conquer, the follow-up here after the Kiss of Death. Not what Ka wanted to see right here.
And unfortunately for Paul, his Cadaverous Tilling, which may have otherwise been a card he wanted to block with, only blocks for 2. So it won't stop this Command and Conquer. So I sort of think Paul is, unless I'm missing something, or unless he utilizes his Plume for some reason that I'm not seeing, priced into either blocking with all 3 cards or blocking with his 2/3 blocks and, I guess, IPing for next turn.
Kind of an unfortunate draw for both of these players. Neither of them are seeing like the full gas or full breaks, I guess, in the case of Paul, with more defense reactions, or defensive cards, rather.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess Ka overpitching is effectively an IP penalty as well. So, yeah, to your point, Bryce, definitely the case. I do think if that is going to be what happens, that favors Ka, given that he's the one
without a doubt,
with fully in the driver's seat tempo-wise.
Which means that Ka has yet another turn where he doesn't have to face down a Felling of the Crown and thereby a difficult decision to descend into combo range for the Verdance. So Paul just has to lick his wounds, draw back up. And it looks like, ooh, another kind of brick of a hand here. It's 1 blue, 2 reds, and a Burn Bear, which does not block here. And Ka still healthily outside of that combo range.
Bryce, not only does Burn Bear not block, it also doesn't pitch. So Paul's in a situation where he might be forced to keep a Burn Bear in his hand and then ultimately IP himself once again. Oh, Burn Bear does block. Okay. Yes. Okay. There's a reason people are playing this card.
Okay. Double Trouble. Razor's Edge and Flick Knives turn on that card. So up to 6 is Double Trouble. 3 damage gonna leak through there for Paul. Paul
gaining a life, perhaps?
Gaining a life in response just to stay alive.
Yeah, but he's dead to Flick on the next turn unless he does something, and I think...
And extending the fist bump is Paul Gibby. The Codex of Frailty is just too much to overcome at this point. Verdance, Thorn of the Rose, falls to our slippery friend, Ka-chan.
Excellent game. Ka, really, I think, a very stylish mode of player. I'm looking forward to... At 3-0 now, we'll be... or is it not 4-0?
It should be 4-0 now.
4-0 now, locked for top 8. So I'm looking forward to seeing more of Ka's play going into those final rounds.
Ka, without a doubt, one of the most explosive players that we have seen on the New England scene since we have moved there just this year.
Yeah, I'm certainly impressed. And no, Paul was no slouch there. We had like a lot of really exciting moments, especially starting with that turn 0, and it never really let up. It seemed like Ka would have a very nice sequence that seemed destined to do a ton of damage, and Paul had the D-React ready to go. Some unfortunate draws there at the end for Paul, such that he stumbled up, but ultimately, really good game. Wonder if we might see a rematch between these two in the future.
It's quintessential Flesh and Blood that a lot of people are really drawn to, especially when you learn the game at your outset. Like I'm looking at Warrior players. They love the way Warrior plays because they play on all axis, all priority windows in this beautiful game. And so really exciting Flesh and Blood to watch, without a doubt.
Yeah, and we're seeing the what some have called the Slippy and Mario the good warriors on display in Assassin. So definitely looking forward to see those, especially in that we have these sort of unexpected results and that no gravies appear to be at the top tables.
We're going to have an interview with Ka-chan, the slippery man himself. But first, let's go ahead and examine the stakes for these players that are at Grave Troll Games today. It is a 1K tournament, as are all of the Arcane games and events opens throughout the year, which all lead up to the Players' Championship, which is going to have a bigger prize pool in terms of cash, also a gold cold foil and a PTI on the line. For now, this is what they're looking at here. The winner is going to take home $400 and 30 AGE points. Second place, $200 and 25 AGE points. Third through fourth, $100 and 20 AGE points. Fifth through eighth, $50 and 15 AGE points. I mentioned the Players' Championship already. Patrick, why are those AGE points so important?
Bryce, if I've said it once, I've said it 100 times. These points are worth more than the money to me. They're worth the way your way into the Players' Championship, at which point you have, well, in addition to bragging rights, but the ability to compete for those ultimate prizes.
And only the top 16 players after 8 opens throughout the year make that top cut for the Players' Championship. All of these players, if they make it into that top 16 leaderboard, are going to get an all expenses paid trip to the Players' Championship, where they will compete for $2,000 USD, a gold cold foil, and a PTI, as I mentioned before. Patrick, Ka-chan has moved one step closer to making his way into that top 16 race for the Players' Championship. So I would really like to hear how he feels about that. What do you say we do an interview with him in just a moment?
He's made his way closer to the Players' Championship and into my heart. I'm looking forward to this interview.
Dear Diary, today I became jealous of a guy that I haven't even seen in the physical realm before, because Patrick is swooning over Ka-chan. I will have a bone to pick with him when I take him for an interview in just a moment. Don't go anywhere. We'll have an interview with Ka-chan in just a moment. Flak is not the only thing that you can flick in the game of Flesh and Blood, and Ka Chan is the man with the plan when it comes to that. Ka, you flicked, I want to say 5, 6 daggers in that game?
Yeah, there was definitely a lot of daggers thrown that game. I lost count after 2, I think. I think we lost. I don't hear Bryce anymore.
Uh-oh, having a bit of a technical difficulty. We'll get Ka back in just a moment
there we
right
go.
here. What's up, Ka?
Hello,
You hear me
hello.
now, brother?
Yeah, we did it. We got there.
All right, excellent. Technical difficulties be damned. Walk me through how exactly you feel about the Verdance matchup in general.
The Verdance matchup is honestly kind of scary because like since you start at like 2 lower life, that threshold of Storm Striders with the Waning Moon killing you is much more important. And like you kind of need to keep a lot of cards in hand in order to actually get over reactions and like threaten something useful against her, because she is usually fine like blocking like 9 to 12 every turn and just waiting until she draws a felling, send the felling, get you low enough where she can just like Storm Striders, Burn Bear, Waning Moon. So it's tricky.
Which means that
Especially
you must have felt really good overcoming that 2 life gap when you got to go first and you draw up a hand of 2 Justinix and a blue Infect.
Yeah, that one was pretty good. I was debating not doing that, and then I was like, well, what's the worst that could happen? He blocks 3 and then has 2D has the reactions. Like, sure, but
And it was
still
pretty
got
much
through
the
there.
worst case scenario for you there, because Paul was holding a Shelter from the Storm and a mental block, which even though it didn't completely shore up all of that damage, it was enough to just make it so that you came out even rather than ahead.
Yeah, unfortunately, because I was just hoping to like get the early life lead by just coming in for 11 out of nowhere, but we take the 2 life leads too, I suppose.
Is what it is. And you showed a master class in keeping pace with Verdance, especially when she has access to such efficient cards like Felling of the Crown. It very much felt like arcane damage was going to win the day, especially early on when you just took 2 like you wanted to send the 11, but then all of a sudden here comes Verdance with 10 damage and you are at a massive deficit. How are you feeling at that point? Is that exactly what you expect from the Verdance matchup?
Yeah, it's about what I expect. Like, I'm not trying to actively pitch into AB where I only have so many blues. Like, I kind of need them sometimes for hands to make like dagger attacks and CNCs work out. So at that point in the game, it was feeling pretty sketchy for me, honestly, because like I just have to take the Burn Bear. I can't really afford to just like pitch into it or anything. I kind of just have to keep my hand, hope that he blocks wrong, and then eke out an advantage from there.
Ka, you have done incredibly well at AGE Opens thus far. I believe this is your 3rd event. We won't talk about the last one, but a couple months ago, you did ascend to the finals, ultimately succumbed to Aurora Shooting Star in the hands of Pheano Black. How are you feeling today, though? 4-0, brother. You are locked for top 8, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't know if I'm locked for top 8. I mean, regardless, I'm going to play it out and see what happens. But I'm feeling pretty good about things. I think that the room is about what I expected. I was hoping with New leaving that there wouldn't be many or any other assassins in the field. So I was like, maybe it can like, I think that Slipped has better matchups into things like Gravy and Cindra than Marionette does. So I just went with Old Faithful, and it's been doing me well so far, I guess you could say.
Without a doubt, and it's important to mention that previous Open where you ascended to the finals, you were also piloting Arachne Slip Through the Cracks. So clearly you're not scared of the other big boogeyman in the meta, Gravy Bones. Why don't you break that down for me?
So I think that Slipped has a reasonable Gravy Bones matchup where you just have innate go again and a lot of disruption with like every single attack. What I found during testing essentially with my team is that Gravy kind of is really bad at blocking. Like if he blocks with multiple, if he's usually just like an ally or 2 and then a bunch of blues that he needs to keep in order to do anything. So if you can just like force him to block with his blues and then his allies don't block at all, you can usually just get free damage through that way. So like Chainlink 1 bonds is actually a huge problem for him because there's no winning in a situation like that.
And Gravy Bones is so limited in terms of the number of defense reactions that he can run, and he can't stuff entire turns like Paul was time and time again, as we saw on display in the last round.
Yeah, that was another big thing because I was honestly tempted to put Toxicity back in the deck just because no Gravies are playing Shelter, and like that would be kind of backbreaking, just like 6 damage out of nowhere. But I ultimately decided against it because it's just a little too hopeful, and I found that I don't really need the cheekiness of Toxicity Kiss of Death to just run Gravy over.
But you're no stranger to cheekiness, Ka. I know our producer, Justin, has been incredibly influenced by the way that you build this Slippy deck. If memory serves, he brought your deck to an armory recently that had 3 spreading plagues in it. So you are not reluctant to do cheeky things in this assassin deck, and you're also not reluctant to change. One of the new things that I noticed in this particular matchup was that Schism of Chaos. Talk to me about that card.
Yeah. So far it's not been performing too great today. Essentially, the idea is that you just like pitch into a dagger, and if you have no arsenal, your opponent has an arsenal. It's almost like drawing a card. Like almost every card in the deck is like playable off of like a single stealth or a single dagger attack. So the idea was essentially like I pitch a blue, I make 3 resources, and I draw a card. Like that's pretty good. Unfortunately, all 3 times that I've seen it today, I've also given my opponent an arsenal. So. But it's a lot less good when your opponent gets to draw a card as well. But sometimes they just like it puts a blue Fruits of the Forest in their arsenal, and they're just like, wow, very cool.
I was about to say that was not the optimal card for your opponent to hit off the top. And in certain cases, I mean, hey, let's imagine a world where that mental block was a little bit further down in the deck. You could have bricked the arsenal for the entirety of the game, or at least until you disrupt it.
Yeah, I mean, that was another thing that I was thinking about when I put it in, because like against Gravy, I don't necessarily mind giving them a card because like half the time it's an ally and they don't want that there. So
really interesting Slippy plays out of you, Ka. I can't wait to see the final deck list when we get to post it, because I know you're making top 8 today, my friend.
It's pretty likely, I think. I don't know. I've never been good at the top 8 napkin math, where like every single time people are like crowded around, like, all right, so we have 4 4-0s, we have this many 3-1s, and I'm just like, I can't do that. I need to play the game.
Ka, before I let you go and let you enjoy your break before round 5, I do want you to give a moment to shout out your team and anything else. If people want to see more of Ka-chan, where can they find you?
Oh yeah. As for team, I've recently linked up with the banana testers, Ricardo, Elise, like Chell. They've all been really good for like testing and stuff. I've never actually participated in like a team testing environment before, so it's been really cool to work with other people and like because like whenever it came to learning matchups, it was more or less just I learned the matchup by just sitting across from it and just playing it. So like when with like new things like the hotness of Gravy, where like not everybody at Armory is playing Gravy, it was really helpful to have one of our teammates, Ben, like break down the deck and like actively like talk about like, here's what I play, here's why, and here's how you can attack it. And that's kind of like how I ended up on the list that I am today.
Fantastic, Ka. I mean, as a lone wolf, you were already scary enough, but now that you're hunting in a pack, the sky's the limit.
I suppose so. I don't think I can get any higher than, you know what, never mind. I don't know where I was going with that one.
Sorry, I interrupted you. Where else can people find you if they'd like to?
I'm on, I think just at this point, just Blue Sky at Ekachi, EKATCHI. I don't really post much there. Maybe I should.
Well, maybe now that you are making waves in the AG New England circuit, we'll build an audience for you.
Oh my goodness, I'm honored.
And we are honored to have you as well, Ka. I will go ahead and let you enjoy your break and get ready for round 5 for more flicking and more equipping of daggers and more of an onslaught of disruption, I am sure.
All right.
We will be back with more Flesh and Blood, more rounds of Swiss, and more Ka-chan after this. Don't go anywhere. Flesh and Blood will be right back. Draws be damned. The brother Gottlieb is still in the mix. We're going to see Justin Gottlieb one more time going up against another AGE mainstay, Joshua Tavares. Before we get to that, however, we got to talk about how you get yourselves on into an AGE event of your own. We've got plenty on the docket here. My name is Bryce Platts. I'm back with Patrick Greasy, which can mean only one thing. It's that we are back at the AGE June Open for New England. What's on the horizon, however? 2 opens next month in July, both on the 13th, which is a Sunday. In New England, we'll be back at Great Stories Comics and Games in Whitensville, Massachusetts. In LA, we'll be at our home at Top Deck Keep in Riverside, California. And coming up just 1 month after that, on August 9th, we will be back yet again at Top Deck Keep in Riverside, California. And that is going to be just about rounding out the entire season for LA. New England is only 1 month behind, but we are ever approaching that final 8th Open of the year.
Yeah, and it's gone by so fast. I guess time goes by when you're having fun. But it really does slip
through the cracks.
I was trying to avoid saying slip so that this wouldn't happen. It comes up on you. As Bryce mentioned, 2 opens left in LA. And is New England ending in August as well?
No, New England is 1 month behind.
Okay.
So they'll end in September, Players Championship in October. Patrick, you have something on the line in LA, don't you?
I do. I don't want to brag. I do want to brag. I'm currently in, I think, 2nd or 3rd place in LA. So looking pretty good so far for the and I wasn't joking when I said earlier that those AGE points are worth their weight in gold to me, because this will be my first time competing in the Players Championship if all else holds strong, and a lot of really good players that here we have locally in SoCal, and a lot of good players they have over there in New England from what I can tell so far. So I'm really excited for it, and I hope all of the players who qualify in New England feel the same way.
Patrick, we appreciate you taking a minute away from killing opponents this way and that in the flesh and blood scene to get behind the mic and the desk with us here at the casting desk. Before we proceed down to the match area, let's go ahead and take a look at the player profile for Joshua Tavares, the challenger against the brother Gottlieb. Josh has been doing incredibly well at AGE. He's been playing since we started in February in New England. Season 3 is the first time we have gone to the Eastern Coast. He's got a 56% win percentage. He's got 2 top 8s to his name and 31 AGE points. One of those top 8s, I should mention, was at the first ever New England AGE Open, which was Hunted Draft.
And I think interesting, too, about Joshua saying that losing 5 years of playing TCGs to COVID, when I think a lot of folks, typically COVID was their was their entryway back into a lot of games because there was nothing else to do at home. But I think that really underscores how I would imagine for Joshua how important it is, the in-person element of playing trading card games.
Joshua is not the only person in the room, I'm sure, that has a gripe about the price of Five Guys burgers, because he says his deck costs about as much as one, and it required a loan to pay it off. Joshua, so happy to see you back at the feature match table. You can't see me, but nevertheless, I'm sending my love. I got to meet Joshua in Las Vegas at US Nats. It was the first time I'd come face-to-face to a lot of these players that I have seen over the airwaves, I should say, in New England, and he was an incredibly sweet guy. He and got to give a shout out to Ricardo Rua from the Banana Testers, who is now one of Ka Chan's teammates. It's so cool to kind of like see all of these storylines and faces come together and finally put faces to names.
Yeah, it's really, really cool to run into folks. Like I mentioned, I played against Justin Gottlieb, who we're going to see in a moment, over in Las Vegas too. And so if you're at a big event, Bryce is there, see Bryce, by all means yell, "Bryce!" and run across the hall to approach him as quickly as you can.
You can do the same for Patrick now that his face is out there in the flesh and blood. We need just a couple more moments for our players to get ready in the feature match area. So let's go ahead and thank our sponsors once again. It's Grave Troll Games. That's the place where all of our players are physically sitting their butts right now and playing awesome games of flesh and blood. We can't thank Grave Troll Games and owner Katie Lamar enough for having us, because they have been wonderfully supportive of the mission of Arcane Games and Events, which is essentially to just evangelize flesh and blood and grow communities wherever we can, because we think that this is the #1 trading card game on the market.
Do we have any intel on how that box break went?
You know, we do. Let me go ahead and take a look. Go ahead and fill some time for me, Patrick.
So I'm really excited at the
All right, stop.
Okay.
Katie pulled a Command and Conquer, a Rainbow Foil Forked Lightning, and a Cold Foil Talismanic Lens from that box of first edition Arcane Rising. So kudos to her and congratulations for that celebratory AGE box break. I should mention that we are also incredibly supportive of Katie's mission. Her Grave Troll Games is built on a foundation of a business model that leans very heavily into flesh and blood and Pokemon, leaving Magic the Gathering behind, which I'm sure was a painful prospect for Katie, as it has been for so many of us who have deserted our former first and foremost card game to pursue flesh and blood. But it's also just an incredibly ambitious business model in the texture of trading card games today. So we're very, very proud to support her in that, and we would love to hear a few words from her after the end of round 6 of Swiss and before our top 8 cut. So stay tuned for that. We're going to have a celebrational interview with Katie Lamar before we make our top 8 cut. For now, however, it is time to proceed back on down to the match floor and get some more flesh and blood action. That's right. In the left corner, Joshua Tavares, Cindra, Jerkai of Retribution, who's going to be flinging kunai this way and that, and Justin Gottlieb, 3-0-1 on Florian Rotwood Harbinger. He's not dead yet, even though he's got a draw, ladies and gentlemen. He's going to see what he can do, green versus red, in this classic matchup.
Yeah, each player fighting for their livelihood in this matchup. I'm curious to see how this one goes. I would imagine that Cindra has a bit of an edge into Florian. That being said, I'm not quite convinced as to that. And you know, I would imagine a good amount of it maybe comes down to the way the Cindra is able to sequence her plays.
I have to draw on my knowledge from the time when the boys in the AGE Pro team were testing Scepter Florian. They definitely didn't want to see Cindra. At the time, it wasn't that big of an issue, though, because Cindra was down so bad in general in the meta because Aurora was the premier aggro deck. In this case, however, can Florian find the room in order to get his hero ability online and start that value engine of Grasp of the Arknight into Reaping Blade? Patrick, you see something interesting in the equipment suite.
That's a Claw of Vinserakai. I wasn't sure. This is more of a Cindra card than a Fang card, which is the hero I tend to play the most. But I did not think this would be a matchup where we would see the Claw. I imagined it was more for Wizards. So interesting to see that. And as well, and the headpiece, Joshua has the Mask of the Pouncing Lynx, choosing to forego any possibility of drawing off a Mask of Momentum.
Josh has definitely got some spice right here. It's going to be an interesting Cindra play right here as he gives a little wink to the camera, lets us know he's out there looking. Either that or he got some dust in his eye. I'm not entirely sure. But Justin has gone ahead and created a rune chant. Looks like he might be passing priority in this case because he's found himself a Rootbound Carapace and probably some other defensive pieces.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see the way Josh utilizes this Claw of Vinserakai. Is he just going to give it every chance that he has at a rune chant, and then just assume he'll be able to buy it back, or will he be more surgical with the use?
Rising Resentment for now is the lead off of this game. A rune chant created on Justin's turn, but no action besides. 3 go again right here, one of the many head jab-like cards that Joshua has at his disposal. Something interesting, though, probably not in the Noah Beygelman list, is that drop of Dragon Blood. Joshua going to try to generate a resource and also draw a card. Definitely going to be able to make it happen here because that card in hand is discounted by the number of Draconic Chain Links he controls.
Definitely an interesting choice. Something I've seen come up in some Fang lists here and there. Not one I'm used to seeing in Cindra lists, so it'll be interesting to see how Josh is able to deploy it here.
Right now, it's Burning Blade Dance, yet another head jab effect, but on hit, Joshua will be able to flick one of those daggers and confer an extra point of damage. That's kind of why Florian struggles a little bit into these Cindra decks. He's used to blocking out really efficient attacks, like those 0-for-4s that Aurora used to throw this way and that. But in the case of Cindra, she's essentially doing 1 true damage almost every single turn with those flick knives, inevitably kind of creating a clock on the opposing side of the board.
Yeah, and this drop of Dragon Blood, it didn't occur to me too that the 1 resource generation that it's creating is just exactly what you need to be able to swing a dagger effectively for free. So buying back a card, replacing itself, and letting you swing a dagger for free, I can definitely see the use case here in Cindra.
Seeing a lot of love in chat for Justin Gottlieb. Doesn't matter if you haven't seen his face before. That name carries a lot of weight. Makes me wonder if his brother is watching with eagle eye at the moment.
Well, I myself am watching with eagle eye, given that how really razor thin of a margin that was in Justin's last game. You have to imagine he's hoping to avoid another draw here. Not that that has any chance of happening against a Cindra.
Okay, Ravenous Rabble. Looks like is that a 4 on that die or is that a 3?
It's a 3. We revealed a yellow off the top. Unfortunate for Josh.
It is a beautiful Ravenous Rabble, though. That is that promo that was given out at, was it Osaka?
No, I don't think I was playing then, unfortunately. But regardless, I think, here covered up, I guess you only lose 1 point of damage, but that's all you're losing because Josh has gone not with Mask Momentum, so it's not as if he needs that break point necessarily.
Yeah, Justin has to be breathing a sigh of relief that you just don't have to deal with that constant pesky on hit every single turn out of the Cindra player.
Yeah, it's definitely a little bit of mental energy you get to relax on. So that's the good side. The bad side for at least from Justin's seat, is that Mask of Pouncing Links is going to present 1 absolutely huge turn at some point in the game, and until then, it's basically a ticking time bomb.
Tick, tick, ticking away. Justin says, send me the bill. Down to 35 he goes. Joshua has bought himself a life lead of 5. Justin with 2 cards in hand with which to work on his own turn. Joshua getting to not save anything for the arsenal, instead electing to send that dragon power. What do you think about that decision rather than saving it for a moment when you have a fealty token or a way to make it draconic?
Yeah, it is interesting. I also believe I saw, and oh wow, Justin with a great answer to the recursive Claw of Vinnset in Gravekeeping. This is a card that is very powerful against Cindra. I personally am a little afraid to play it because it has a 2 in the corner. But Justin using it very effectively here. Josh is going to have to pitch on Justin's turn in order to save his claw.
And save it he does. Honestly, maybe a little bit fortunate that he revealed a yellow off of that Ravenous Rabble. Otherwise, Justin would have bought himself an entire turn of tempo because Joshua would have had to pitch 3 reds in order to get that claw back and save it for later.
Or a blue. I mean, we don't really know the tapestry of Josh's list here, but I agree with you. Definitely happy to see a card that doesn't just pitch for 1.
A good start for Joshua here, though. It's Oath of Loyalty. 4 go again. Can only play Draconic cards until the end of this turn. Justin staring down with 4 cards in hand and none in the arsenal. Looks like it's a Truce, another blue, Channel the Millennium Tree, and a Cadaverous Tilling. Believe he does at this point have enough Earth cards in the bin to decompose, but it's by a pretty narrow margin if that's the case.
Yeah, and you have to wonder here if Josh will choose, with just 1 card remaining, to choose to try to push some more damage off this turn, or just park the card in the arsenal for the more explosive 5-card Cindra hand that we're used to.
For now, still 4 go again as Justin tanks on these blocks. Probably considering which of these 3 blocks to throw in the bin.
Maybe we'll see Justin not blocking with the Millennium Tree for the first time.
Maybe.
Today.
Honestly, it's not super tempting at the moment because you would need to hold on to both of those blues in order to really get any value off of it this turn. You would have to pitch a blue to play Channel the Millennium Tree, pitch a blue for Grasp of the Arcanine and Reaping Blade, which means that, yeah, you're just taking all the damage, and maybe that is exactly what Justin wants to do at this juncture. Burning Blade Dance is the follow-up to that Oath of Loyalty. Is Draconic, so it's a legal play. 3 go again, threatening a flick of one of those daggers.
I wonder if Justin doesn't block this, if Josh commits to breaking the Mask of the Pouncing Links here, maybe figuring that Justin must have a really good hand that he's sort of eager to not commit to the combat chain and wanting to max punish. But I think Justin's block here will influence that.
We got a Brian Gottlieb in chat saying he wouldn't rule out Justin just being Brian cosplaying with a mustache, but I tend to think that that is not the real Brian Gottlieb in our YouTube chat. If you are the real Brian Gottlieb, please stand up.
I'm standing. All right, so Justin...
You?
this whole time. Justin choosing to use equipment there to block out and I think maybe stop the potential Mask of the Pouncing Lynx avalanche that was coming, but keeping his whole hand.
Okay, it is a Channel the Millennium Tree here for Justin Gottlieb, over pitching that Cadaverous Tilling, and yes, sending a blue into the pitch zone as well to create a Grasp of the Arknight and swing that Reaping Blade. So it's going to be 4 Arcane, plus 3 Physical. A curious choice here. Why overpitch if that's the case? Why not save the Cadaverous Tilling for... Oh, that's his only Earth card.
Yeah. So it makes sense. It's a little bit inefficient, but if Justin's game plan is ultimately to keep the tree around and leak damage in that sort of essentially unpreventable way, I think it makes a lot of sense.
Down to 28 descends Joshua Tavares. Both players essentially X and 1 at this point. A draw is just as bad as a loss in this game, the way everything is structured. So both of them fighting for their tournament lives. This is not necessarily a win and in for these players, but it could very well be a losing out.
Yeah, and you have to imagine both of these players are very well known in this area and doing very well in the Open Series at large. So one more win here, a top 8 would do great wonders in shoring up. I'm not sure if Joshua is already in the top 16.
He is,
okay.
yes.
Well, Justin's not quite there yet, so this would go a long way towards adding him to that list.
Canopy Shelter blocks this Ignite very cleanly and also generates a Might token for Justin Gottlieb, who unfortunately can't afford those Earth Might tokens. Pour one out for our poor friend here on the right side of your screen. I'm just kidding. One go again is the follow-up here, discounted thanks to the text on Ignite. One go again, accepted readily by Justin, down to 30 he goes. 28 plays 30, and Joshua still has an onslaught of 3 cards in hand. It's a Fire Tenet, strike first, 3 go again, pumping up the next Draconic attack by 1.
And if you're Justin, you might be tempted to, you're not as incentivized to block in a necessarily sequential way when Mask Momentum is no longer present. But still, the life points will trickle down rapidly, and the Mask is this omnipresent threat. So he nevertheless has to remain very diligent.
It makes you wonder, what are the threats? What are the best threats in Joshua's deck for that Mask of the Pouncing Lynx? You have to expect a Lava Burst to be one of those choices, but does he also have the toolbox options like Salt the Wound and Tenacity that Phi is usually known for carrying?
Yeah, that's an interesting question, Bryson. And that's not to mention, because Mask of the Pouncing Lynx, can that grab a 1 cost as well?
It's 2 or less.
Okay, so Breaking Point's also an option, not really relevant to this.
Or I'm sorry, it is power 2 or less, not cost 2 or less.
Gotcha. Never mind. Disregard me then. So he's got a toolbox of options available to him here. Looks like Justin's going to cover this up here to prevent the Mask from Josh even having the option to trigger the Mask here.
Yeah, Grasp of the Arknight plus Sink Below covers up 5. That Blaze Headlong was, of course, buffed up by the Fire Tenet Strike first, and Joshua was able to buy those daggers back for free thanks to the fact that one of those chain links was a Kunai of Retribution flicked earlier in that turn. Life totals are looking awfully even here. Justin Gottlieb sitting at 29 to Joshua's 28, but a Might token has popped here. A Grasp of the Arknight activated, and probably a Reaping Blade to follow. 4 Arcane plus 3 Physical. An incredibly efficient play off the back of that Channel the Millennium Tree.
Yeah, this is Florian's bread and butter here. Block with everything he's got on defense, get maximum value there. Use just a blue to go ahead and send. How much is this? This is going to be
ultimately 7.
7 total split damage.
I'm sorry, 8 because Might token works
right
on weapons.
Right. So 8 total split damage, quite good. The only upside for Josh looking at this is that Justin's going to lose the Millennium Tree after this turn.
Joshua in the tank here. Probably just not a super efficient way to use this hand on its face. Although I'm looking at a Ronin Renegade, an Ignite, a Ravenous Rabble, and then a I forget what it was a Art of the Dragon Blood. Honestly, it's a pretty well converted offensive hand.
Yeah, and we don't know quite what's in Josh's arsenal, so it's possible you could opt to use. It doesn't have a fealty available to him at this time, but could use the Art of the Dragon just as a 0 for 4.
It is telling us perhaps that he's not going to go He's going to use that Art of the Dragon Blood probably as a finisher because Joshua did not block. Oh, there we go. He's blocking with that Dragon Scalar Flight Path. That's what I was looking for in order to indicate perhaps what is in that arsenal. Maybe another 0 for 4, like a Lava Burst type effect without Go Again. This case, Joshua is probably telegraphing that he is going to go 5 cards wide on this turn.
Let's see how he starts here. The Renegade is a natural starter there, and it looks like that's where he's what he's gonna go with here. I was wondering if he gave any thought to starting with Ignite with the natural follow through of the Dagger, but not the case quite yet.
Justin, blocking 3 on 3. Ronin Renegade has started this Draconic chain for us, and that is the hardest part when you're talking about playing Cindra. Ignite is the follow-up here. 2 physical, probably going to be followed up by a Kunai of Retribution, which is free thanks to that Ignite text. Justin says, I'll take 2 right here. 21 to 27 here, still in the favor of our Earth Runeblade.
And oh, wow. And from Josh, here comes what I think is the scariest card. We saw Noah Beygelman use this to essentially close out a game earlier today, and that's Wrath of Retribution. The Cindra, I don't think it's a specialization, but the legendary, the Cindra legendary. So a lot of damage potentially leaking through here, and that's not even considering that there's a mask potentially coming Justin's way.
Now, this is why Joshua wanted to block with that Dragon Scalar Flight Path, because he is going to be able to swing these Kunai of Retribution for free and also give them a little bit of +1. So Kunai of Retribution, Dragon Scalar Flight Path, essentially equal 4 damage on this turn together, split over 2 separate chain links. That is plenty of power.
Well, unless I'm mistaken, though, the Wrath of Retribution won't give the Claw of Ensarakai Go Again.
No, it will not.
So losing some equity there in choosing to go with Claw of Ensarakai as opposed to another just dual kunai wielding, but nonetheless, hard to complain about this sequence.
Okay, Go Again conferred doubly on that Kunai of Retribution, but it can swing an additional time for free on this turn thanks to Wrath of Retribution and also Dragon Scalar Flight Path. Justin taking a minute to make sure he understands how these powerful boots work. Yeah. And probably reading it saying, thank my lucky stars I'm not playing against a Dromai right now.
Yeah, so I wonder here, so you have to imagine that Josh is going to want to end his turn by swinging Claw of Ensarakai because it won't have Go Again, assuming he wants to get the value there. So it'll be interesting to see if he chooses to save the Art of the Dragon in Arsenal here and forego any potential mask chicanery.
Ravenous Rabble revealing a Rising Resentment off the top for Go Again right here. Justin has the perfect answer in Sink below. No Sink, it seems. 1 card remains in the hand. Defenses are semi-up right now. Joshua goes ahead and flicks that Kunai of Retribution here. There's still an Art of the Dragon Blood left to be played if he would like to, but you have to think that my co-caster is right and he'd like to cash in on the extra value afforded by Wrath of Retribution. First, activating Cindra here to get the Kunai back from the graveyard to Go Again once again, and Claw of Ensarakai is likely the follow-up here.
We're going to need another table to hold how wide Josh's chain is here. This has been an explosive turn, and I think to the extent you're trying to eke out a victory from Cindra, this is exactly what you're trying to avoid.
And yes, Claw of Ensarakai, a very cheeky bit of tech against any hero that is able to utilize arcane damage. But in this case, honestly, kind of clunking this turn up just a hair.
And interesting that Justin gave the face Purgatory there just for its block value, not hoping to get the extra lines of text on it. Maybe figuring that Cindra's unlikely to send an attack that'll really justify giving 2 cards from hand to anyway.
It does make you wonder if Justin perhaps misunderstood the Mask of the Pouncing Lynx and was trying to avoid the on-hit. Unfortunately, Mask of the Pouncing Lynx requires an attack action card to hit rather than a weapon. So hopefully Justin is understanding all of these equipment pieces correctly. In either case, short up 2 damage, and that is pretty darn good for a headpiece.
Yeah, and this game, I think, currently is razor thin, and whenever it's this close, I'm tempted to believe that Florian is going to be able to eke out just with the consistent value of being able to convert 1 blue into 4 offensive, one of which is essentially not unpreventable because Josh has the Claw of Ensarakai, but annoying to deal with at the very least. And just how efficient that can be is, I think, really hard. All you need is the Cindra to stumble once.
I do want to back up in time as judges kind of figure out the game state here and mention to Crony Moons on the previous turn, yes, there was an Ignite that discounted that Wrath of Retribution. Ordinarily, you would have to wait until Chainlink 4 for Wrath of Retribution to cost 0. In the case of Joshua Tavares, he had resolved an Ignite on Chainlink 2, thereby making Wrath of Retribution free.
And I think Josh accidentally putting his Claw of Inserkai in the graveyard there. Maybe just used to having to dispose of his daggers after using them, but Claw of Inserkai does not have that text, at least. That's one, I think, of the positive things Claw has going for it.
Fantastic spot by our judges, maintaining game state, even though this is a under-professional rules enforcement level of event. 17 plays 20 as we pass back to Joshua, who has got nothing but gas in the hand. It's Oath of Loyalty to lead it off. What a great way to start. 4 go again.
Yeah, this is one of the cards to come out of the hunt that I think really create. I really enjoy cards that are powerful but create options for players to skill express, and I think this is certainly one of them, as that restriction is very real.
Skill express in terms of putting all Draconic cards in your deck?
Well, that and to make sure you've got the fealty around to be able to play around its restriction, and it impacts the way you block, and it's I don't know. I think a very elegantly designed card.
I'm giving you a hard time, of course.
You give me a hard time?
Never. Flick Knives comes through. Claw of Inserkai now going into the graveyard thanks to Flick Knives' effect, and also generating a resource. The first one, mind you, for Joshua Tavares for off of Blood Splattered Vest this game. Also, Joshua activating that Mask of the Pouncing Lynx. The question is finally going to be answered. What is the ceiling on one of these Cindra turns? Oh, and he finds himself a brand with Cinderclaw to pair with that Art of the Dragon Fire in hand. So Mask of the Pouncing Lynx is not just a card that grabs combo finishers, it can also grab combo enablers, and Joshua is finding the exact window to do it. A really fancy play.
Yeah, and really, it's really acting as more of a gel here, because if we peek at Josh's hand, we can see that he's got 2 chain enders in there. Not really what facilitates the sort of go wide strategy that you want to be employing. So here, the mask really allowing him to efficiently utilize all the cards in his hand.
Brain with Cinderclaw, 2 go again. Interesting that he is deploying it here because Art of the Dragon Fire does not have go again. Instead, it's going to be Art of the Dragon Blood, which does get go again by becoming Draconic. So this is 4 go again. Also going to discard the next 3 Draconic cards that Joshua plays this turn.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see to what extent Justin is able to curb some of this avalanche of damage that's heading his way that we can tell based on the cards that are in Josh's hand. You got to believe, I think Justin is just 2 cards left in hand, one of which is a D-React and then a blue to be able to send some form of damage back here. And here Josh presenting it's a Rising Resentment. It has an on-hit, but to the extent that it would really only affect something that had more than, would cost more than 2 or more, right? Because it's already being discounted by Art of the Dragon Blood.
Justin finally finding himself the first decompose of the game. That's right, folks. We are probably 4 turns into this game, and it is the first time Justin has found himself a Rootbound Carapace with enough Earth cards in the bin. So that's going to cover up that Rising Resentment and also get him 3 Earth cards in the bin. The follow-up here for Josh is Kunai of Retribution, which I don't think should have been free. Art of the Dragon Blood doesn't... I don't think it works like Ignite, where it discounts the weapons. I thought it was only cards. Anyway, we'll make sure that that is all above board. Justin blocks with yet another 3 block out of the hand. Looks like that's all she wrote as Joshua finishes up with a Lava Burst drawn naturally there. I really like how Josh utilized that Mask of the Pouncing Lynx, not to finish a big combo like we traditionally see, but instead to facilitate a turn that would have otherwise been pretty meager.
And I like how Josh ended his turn with the Art of the Dragon. I believe it's War. The
Fire.
Fire, the one that presents 2 damage in the arsenal. Maybe hoping to lull Justin into a false sense of security and leaking some true damage later in the game.
17 plays 12 as Justin is forced just to hang his head in shame, draw up 4 cards, and pass right on back to Cindra. Joshua showing exactly why this is a tough matchup for Florian. Definitely Cindra's to lose ultimately if she just can't find the offensive potential that she needs. But Joshua, however, coming out screaming again, Fire Tenant, strike first, 3 go again.
Importantly, this is not a Draconic enabler. I don't see one thus far yet in Josh's hand. So this Art of the Dragon Blood that he's got, it looks like it's just going to have to be a run-of-the-mill 0 for 4.
This is a rough hand for Joshua, especially considering he doesn't have his kunai of retribution. Usually, you can kind of buy your way out of these situations by pitching a red from hand, sending kunai of retribution, and using it as a pseudo starter. In this case, because he is equipped with the Claw of Vinserakai, he's unable to get out of this jam. He just doesn't have any Draconic starters in this case. Joshua now flicking that Claw of Vinserakai, gaining a resource off of that blood-soaked vest. What is he going to do to put this turn together?
I think he's going to have to pitch to get his daggers back. I see no other way. Unless there's something I missed. But in either case, this is exactly what Justin needed to be able to crawl back some of the tempo that he lost last turn. And sure enough, Josh committing 2 reds to the pitch zone to be able to get back both of his daggers.
Definitely not what Joshua wants to see. He's posturing that he is not happy with how this turn is playing out. Justin, however, may have found himself some room, but no, he's blocking with that felling of the crown. Oh, because he's got a second felling of the crown in hand. Yeah. So there is going to be a massive swing back in the favor of Justin Gottlieb. And man, that first decompose came at the perfect time because he's going to be able to get max value on this felling.
And Justin, I think at that point was starting to feel this game slip away from him. And I think he's, I don't know about gone quite back to even ground here, but he's making some strides towards getting himself right back into the thick of the game.
And with this second decompose, not only is this felling of the crown a massive tempo play, it also unlocks the all-powerful well-grounded in Justin's foot slot. Now he's going to be able to shore up 2 damage any way he likes at some point on Joshua's turn, which could be really relevant, especially because Flick Knives is a huge piece of equipment in this matchup.
Yeah, and I'll be eager to see if Josh has the tools in his hand to actually be able to make an operable Cindra turn. And it looks like we have, it might be a little bit of another brick. We have a Ravenous Rabble that can come out for go again, but I believe those other 2 cards need to see Draconic Chain Links. So I guess we might see a situation where we have a dagger flipped and a resource floated.
Indeed not. Instead, Joshua is just going to pitch the old-fashioned way, saving that last counter on Blood-Soaked Vest for another day, probably for that Art of the Dragon Fire that still lies in wait in the arsenal. In this case, Burning Blade Dance's pitch for a Kunai of Retribution, pseudo-starter created on the side of Joshua. Not what he wants to see, but he is still going to be able to present a healthy amount of damage to Justin, who is only at 10 at this point.
Yeah, and if you're in Justin's seat, you have to wonder, like, do I block this? Because blocking a card that comes in for 1 feels terrible. But also, you see that your opponent just pitched a red. And yeah, sure enough, Justin utilizing these well-grounded boots in a very efficient way to be able to block exactly the one that was needed. I think the players here may be clarifying whether Justin did this in response to the attack or in the reaction phase. Of course, if Justin did it in the reaction phase, then Josh can respond by flicking his Claw of Vinserakai, but it looks like that wasn't the case, and he did it in response to the attack. So damage prevented, no chance to float resources for Josh. Unfortunate for him.
That being said, I don't think he would have used them on this turn, honestly, because he doesn't have a fealty token to make Art of the Dragon Fire Draconic. So I tend to think that that was never going to be a resource generated for Joshua, whether that connected or not. So he's probably thanking his lucky stars that he baited out those boots when it was a little bit less effectual. In this case, it's 4 go again off of that Ravenous Rabble. Yeah. Missed the card reveal, but it must have been red.
Yeah, I believe it was in Art of the Dragon. I actually missed it too, but Justin going to be able to cover up this last bit of damage with just a 3 block here, unless Josh wants to go ahead and flick the Claw, but he's only got 2 Draconic Chain Links thus far, so he would have to pay in order to get back his daggers.
And here, the flicking Kunai of Retribution, taking away that well-grounded floating prevention, which means that 1 off of the Ravenous Rabble will leak through. Justin Gottlieb descends down to 9, and now we are at life parity, and this match is reaching a fever pitch. Passing back to Justin, who has found himself 2 cards, and if there's one hero in this game that likes to play with 2 cards, it's Florian Rotwood Harbinger. I think I see a Gravekeeping plus a Plow Under in hand. Gravekeeping gonna threaten that Kunai of Retribution. Has Josh found himself a blue? We know it was a red on top. It doesn't look like there's a red, yellow, or a blue in the hand right here. Is this Kunai going the way of the birds?
This is a really tough decision point for Josh. You have to imagine he's in a tough spot either way. Playing Kunai-less with your opponent still at 9 doesn't feel ideal, but if the counter is to, pretty close to just completely passing your turn, that's really rough. So, yeah, it looks like Josh opting to keep the cards in his hand. Maybe he has something operable here to be able to push some damage back Justin's way.
Kunai of Retribution doing its best in sync impression and going bye, bye, bye.
All right.
Brand with Cinderclaw is the first attack on Joshua's turn. He's got a retort. 4 plays 9 in this situation. It's a tense moment for both of these heroes.
Yeah, but this is a, I can't speak from turns beyond this, but at least for this turn, this is a pretty great start that Joshua was going to have, starting off with the Brand with Cinderclaw, obviously, and then you have to imagine the Art of the Dragon Blood is going to follow this one.
Without a doubt. He's also got to display loyalty, which means that he's going to be able to flick that Claw of Vinserikai, generate the last resource off of Blood-Soaked Vest, and also send Art of the Dragon Fire being Draconic as well.
Yeah, I mean,
at the end of the chain.
Do you need to flick it, though, if you're already getting the discount from Art of the Dragon Blood?
Probably not.
So, yeah, so he's got a lot
but he's going to flick it anyway.
Yeah, well, it might as well. He's got a
lot of options
here. Yeah, so we'll see. We'll see how Josh handles this, and I guess Justin too. He's got to keep some kind of. I mean, maybe the play on Justin's side is you just block out, and look, I've taken the dagger. I've taken Josh's sort of get out of jail free card. If he bricks up his hand in some way, if it's clunky, that's going to be where I strike. But sort of hard to put the ball completely in your opponent's court.
It's all about what is the value proposition of Justin's hand on offense. It is a Channel the Millennium Tree and an Arcane Seed's Life, which is good, but it requires cards to hold on to. Honestly, Arcane Seed's Life at this point is not a bad 1-card play, as long as Justin can hold on to enough life points. I tend to think that this is a hand he's got to block with.
And sure enough, Josh following up with the Art of the Dragon Blood, just as we thought he may. Going to ask Justin the question again here, as each and every one of Justin's life points is critical.
Taking 1 is Justin Gottlieb, down to 8, 4 plays 8. Joshua still with his foot firmly on the gas. It's display loyalty. Far from the second Draconic Chain Link, so fealty token is going to be generated right here.
Yeah, and this is really where Justin has to make the decision. Is this a hand that you're I mean, I guess not quite committing fully to, because you could just keep the 1 card and swing. Pitch to the grasp and swing. Or am I just committing this for its defensive value and hoping that we see a bricked up hand?
He's got to be thinking about that bark skin of the Millennium Tree. 1 block left and an embodiment of Earth to be generated. But no, it's a block with Arcane Seeds out of the hand, shoring up all 3 points of damage from that display loyalty. Another one follows in due course, generating a second fealty token, and that Art of the Dragon Fire is going to do such massive work. This is the card that really made the victory in Memphis possible for Cindra Jakai of Retribution. Also a card that just surprised people out of nowhere, this way and that, when she first rocketed on the scene.
And so if Josh presents, he's gonna float the resource. Oh no, it's still discounted. So it's gonna present
7 damage.
7 damage total. Is Justin dead here?
He automatically takes 2, down to 1. It is Autumn's Touch plus Barkskin in the Millennium Tree, which means that 1 should be leaking through here?
No, I see.
Because Autumn's Touch is an attack. Maybe the players are ahead of us on the life calculation. It bears mentioning that we are on a slight delay from the video that you guys see, so the life totals are updating a little bit faster than what it looks like when the players reach for that iPad. But it is back to Joshua, and if there's, I don't know if there's anything scarier than a Cindra with 4 cards in hand, a dagger equipped, and flick knives at the ready when you are at 1.
Justin does have an instant speed ability to survive a flick. Well, we're in a little bit of a mini game here, and Josh wondering, do I flick at a time I wouldn't necessarily? And forcing out. Oh yeah, I think this will do it, because Josh is going to force Justin to have to use Fruits of the Forest to stay alive, and then in response, Joshua can just flick the dagger and hope. I guess if assuming that Justin doesn't have another.
And here it comes. Is this it? No, there's another life in the hand for Justin. Wow, it's not reactions. It's just instant speed life gain here. Ancestral Empowerment is going to draw that card, though. I think it was that last copy of Ravenous Rabble, which is not what Justin wants his opponent to be drawing at this juncture.
Yeah, and it's a loyalty beyond the grave.
Spreading Flames.
Oh, he already had that in. Okay. But nevertheless, Justin having to use his cards really inefficiently there. Can't feel great about where he is. Maybe just like delaying the inevitable.
Loyalty from beyond the grave. Spreading flames. The fist bump is extended. Justin unable to withstand the onslaught from Cindra. Drakai of Retribution in the hands of Joshua Tavares, who now ascends to 4-1. Possibly a lock for top 8, but he's still going to have to fight his way through that last round.
Excellently played by Josh there. There were a couple times where his hands really clumped up on him, and I thought Justin was going to be able to claw back that tempo, but Josh was staying tight, making, I think, I don't know if this is a game that he wins if he pitches to the gravekeeping to keep his dagger. Or I'm sorry, if he doesn't. If
he does pitch to the in response to the gravekeeping to get his kunai back.
Exactly.
A really heads up play. I think the fact that he identified that his opponent was low enough and that he was really only going to be flicking one dagger at a time every single turn, and that would be enough. That being said, I honestly don't know if Claw Vinserakai was the right choice in that match.
Yeah, I thought it was a little dubious there. I'd be curious to hear Josh's thoughts on that. But nevertheless, saving some, and clearly Josh is a player who knows what he's doing. So clearly, reasonable minds can differ.
No stranger to priority windows and the like. We saw that in the second to last turn that played out. Both players identifying the exact windows in which they needed to gain life, flick daggers, etc. But ultimately, Josh coming out on top on a tidal wave, even though he's not a high seas heroes, of head jabs.
Yes, excellent game, and a shout out to Justin Gottlieb as well for giving us 2 excellent, very close games. Fortunately, neither quite went his way, but excellent games nonetheless.
We should mention both of those matches were ones where we gave the edge to his opponent just based on the matchup, and he still made a magnificent showing and kept them really, really close. Apparently, Florian Ropwood Harbinger not out of this meta yet.
Yeah, and look, when you have access to the power cards, the Felling of the Crown, and then the 1 card 5 that Florian presents in the late game, it's hard to completely rule you out.
Without a doubt, a mainstay of a value deck. But that being said, Justin seems to be one of the few that is holding on to him as a strong meta pick after the release of High Seas. Many of his compatriots, I think, converting over to Gravy Bones.
Well, I'm a big believer in going down with the ship when it comes to heroes, so I respect the people who are specialists in the same way that I fancy myself. So good on you, and then good to anybody else keeping up the good fight.
Whether or not you're going down with the ship, Justin, you have the respect of our co-caster, and that's worth its weight in at least air.
Yeah, at least.
We will be back with an interview with Joshua Tavares after this, run by my co-caster, whose opinion is worth its weight in air at the very least. And we'll be back with, of course, more Flesh and Blood after this.
And we're back. We're here with Joshua Tavares, who just took down Justin Gottlieb's Florian with his Cindra deck in an excellent game, really back and forth. Joshua, what are your immediate thoughts on that game?
I need to practice more with the other dagger. One of my turns, or some of my turns, weren't as smooth as they could have been. So I definitely need a little bit more practice. But overall, as Florian fighting Cindra, I had a tough time before, maybe 55-45 favor Florian. But after the knife, I think that I should be winning the matchup most of the time.
Yeah, so it's interesting. That really stuck out to me right away when you set out your equipment, is that you were presenting the claw of Serakai. What animated the decision to bring that, and how has it felt?
I basically copy pasted the deck list, but the actual real reason is like it saves me so much health during the game. It doesn't come with that much of a cost.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Some turns they made it awkward though, not having a draconic attack to start my turn with. I needed to choose wisely which knife to flick.
yeah, and I think you also faced one of the costs when you had your Wrath of Retribution turn, maybe, or when you were unable to swing it once. But nonetheless, if you get paired into Florian again, next round, there's only one Florian, but if you got paired into another Florian, do you think you would present the Claw of Serakai again?
Absolutely, free health is probably good.
Okay, well, all right. Well, let's talk about why you brought Cindra to this tournament. It may be obvious to some, but what animated your hero selection?
I brought Cindra because Florian is too nerfed, and I think Cindra has like a pretty straightforward game plan. I also think after spending money on a deck, I should play it when it's a good meta for it.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that I'll get some favorable matchups and get some nice wins.
And when you're saying it's a good meta for Cindra, what heroes are you specifically hoping to get matched up into?
Hopefully Florian, even though it was a tight game, Florian should be good. Possibly Gravy Bones. I haven't tested it to Verdance, but it shouldn't be so bad.
Mm-hmm.
The Claw of Serakai should help out as well.
Yeah, and I know you mentioned that the deck list was a little bit copy-pasted, but I also noticed that you're a little bit different than Cindra's I'm seeing in that you're playing Mask of the Pouncing Links in lieu of Mask of Momentum. What made you want to make that choice?
The Earth Heroes have the ability to block my Mask of Momentum out some of the time. So I'd rather just have the consistency piece of the Mask of the Pouncing Links to search either Ignite to discount a card, or as you saw in my game, I searched the yellow brand with Cinderclaw to make my Oath Draconic and smooth out my turn.
And Joshua, in that game that you just had with Justin, there were two key points, at least in my opinion, really key points, is when he presented Gravekeeping into threatening to steal your dagger on two separate occasions. In the first one, you had the yellow for it. The second one, you didn't, and you just let it go. Walk me through what your mind was going through in each of those instances.
On the first one, I was like, oh man, I'm a fool. I flicked the wrong knife and now I'm going to lose it. Then I was like, all right, my hero power is an instant. I should use it. Then I used it. Then on the second one, I looked at the life and then I looked at my hand, and I think I was able to close out the game that turn. So it was okay. Maybe if not that turn, the following turn. So it was enough damage.
Yeah, and another key point in the match, at least from my perspective, was it seemed like you were firmly in the lead around halfway through the game. And then you had a turn where you didn't have an enabler, and I think you had to pitch 2 reds just to get your dagger back to continue the turn. And I bet that didn't feel great. Did you feel in that moment that you were in trouble?
I was trying not to take too long thinking through it. I did feel like I was in trouble a little bit. Yeah, it was super awkward. I wonder if there was a better play. Again, like managing which dagger to flick or not.
And again, Joshua, you're in a good position. I don't know if you're quite locked there in for top 8, but you're definitely in pole position. Do you think Cindra as the hero selection is would this be your pick in a competitive tournament in the future, in the next week, for example?
That's tough to answer. We'll have to see how the meta develops.
Yeah, we're still very early on, of course, and it seems like the Gravy Bones are not necessarily at the top tables in this one, so maybe that's one less good matchup around. But nevertheless, Joshua, I thought you acquainted yourself really well in that match. Are there any shout-outs you want to give before we say goodbye?
I want to shout out my girlfriend, Destiny. I love you.
Shout out to Destiny, and thank you, Joshua, for an excellent game of Flesh and Blood. Hopefully see you in the top 8. As to everybody else, we will be back in just a moment.
There are only 3 mechs in the entire room, but for this last round of Swiss, 2 of them have found one another. We've already seen one of them on stream today. That's Daniel Flavin on Puffin Hightail, proving that she is not indeed underwater, as so many people have been saying thus far, versus the mech mainstay, -IO, who is near and dear to the heart of my co-caster. My name is Bryce Platts, and I'm back with Patrick Greasy, which means it's Arcane Games and Events, the June Open of New England.
Very excited to see some Dio on stream today. I haven't seen that in a bit on the AGE streams. And Connor Bryant, who is one of the 2 Dio in the room, off to a very strong 4-1 record, hoping to be able to hop in at the top 8 with this win.
Connor Bryant is one of those really well-represented humans as well as part of Team Runaways. We saw Noah Beygelman on earlier, along with Pheano Black, and now Connor Bryant is putting his stamp on the Runaways name. And he is one of the 2 people in the room that brought -IO today, clearly seeming to be one of the good picks. I think there's been a lot of discourse about whether or not she can handle Gravy Bones, and by and large, it kind of has seemed like everybody's counter pick to Mr. Bones has come out pretty on top.
They're beating on bones, Bryce. There's not a lot of bones at the top tables. And to your point, it seems like the heroes that are up there doing very well are the ones that have a favorable matchup, like Cindra, I guess these Dios, and I would imagine Puffin, but I guess Daniel Flavin maybe doesn't necessarily feel that way.
Well, folks, let's have a mech off for our final round of Swiss, where it's not necessarily a winning in or losing out for both of these players, but depending on when they took each of their respective 1 losses, it could very well be detrimental to take an L here. But first, we do have a player profile filled out by Mr. Connor Bryant. Let's take a quick look at that, shall we? Because our Runaways fans out there in Radio Land are definitely going to want to see what Connor Bryant has to say. His mediocre superpower is being able to build 100 decks in 3 days and play about 5 games total with them. He's more of a deck builder than a grinder.
Well, I could entertain myself for hours by just sleeving the decks, so that's a level beyond me. So shout out to Connor.
And Puffin is the hero he has chosen to watch over his pet because he wants his cat to have a robot leg, just like Polycranka.
Does Polycranka have a robot leg?
Well, he's a robot wing, sorry.
Oh, yeah, I guess that's right.
Yeah, robot limb is really what I'm reaching for.
Yeah, no, I see that, yeah. Well, doesn't Puffin have a robot leg?
Yeah, that's the whole thing.
Oh, they're
between
matching.
her and
Okay,
they're
all
endeared
right.
to one another because they're both missing limbs.
Much like you and I, they're both missing something, but when together, they're whole.
Yeah, exactly.
Gotcha.
I am missing dignity, and you are missing, I don't know, self-actualization.
Aren't we all?
Yeah, straight up. Well, as we contemplate our lives and go through a midlife crisis, I guess I should say, let's go ahead and proceed back on down to the match floor, where we're going to see the Cogworks Dovetail come out to play once again. We're flying in a steam-powered ship back over to New England. It's Connor Bryant on the left side of your screen, -IO versus Puffin Hightail, piloted by Daniel Flavin on the right.
Runaways versus Righteous, huh? Two well-respected groups in our community. I'll be eager to see which of the group's mechs is able to take the win here. I'm going to start by looking at this Dio. I'm, as you know, very interested in Dio. Dio's equipment suite here, and interestingly, opting to go with Goliath Gauntlet over presumably an adaptive plating for some extra block value.
Definitely, Connor wants to be the beatdown in this battle of the beatdowns, I suppose. Daniel, a massive start for setup. Lone Shark generating 2 gold tokens, only establishing the first 2 because Daniel decided to leave his Crown of Dominion at home. He is Queen Puffin no longer, instead opting for that Balance of Justice, which is just a stellar card against -IO, who is wont to draw many cards on her turn.
Yeah, and Dio taking a little bit of flak damage from the popularity of the I would say High Seas heroes, but it's really Gravy Bones, I think. In that Balance of Justice gains you so much more equity now. So definitely, I really like this from Daniel as well, attacking into Dio. I do think folks underestimate how likely, if not just Dio is to have an item-heavy hand, also just have, it doesn't behoove you as the Dio to block with your cards and then be stuck with a bunch of items on your first turn of the game. So I think a mech knower here move by Daniel.
Blocking, nevertheless, is Connor Bryant with 2 powerful cards, Maximum Velocity and Throttle, but those can just be fuel for the fire, especially thanks to that backup protocol red that lies in wait in the hand. Connor taking a look at the top of that deck as many times as he would like to, because that is just built into the -IO hero ability, and it's the first boost of the game. Outpace coming in 4 go again, cannot be defended by equipment.
And this will be an interesting matchup here. You have to imagine Dio is more of the beatdown, especially into Daniel's version of Puffin, which I believe will focus more on the disruptive aspects that Puffin can present. So I think this is really going to be a question of, can Daniel disrupt Dio enough so as to apply his own pressure before the Dio is able to dwindle down his life? Being the
Dash.io aficionado at the casting desk, how bad do you think it is if Daniel is, for example, able to destroy that Teklo Foundry heart on the side of Dash.io with a Palantir Aeronaut?
Well, I don't think you would commit because with Palantir you get to pick the equipment that you're blocking with. So I would have to believe that the Teklo Foundry heart is the last piece of equipment Connor would want to give up in that situation. But nonetheless, it's absolutely critical to have the access to Teklo Foundry heart in especially a race like this, because you're really going to be digging for those boom grenades.
Backup protocol red resolved and cranked, of course, to refund that action point. First counter on the Symbiosis shot. What do you think about the choice of Symbiosis shot over Hanabi Blaster in this matchup?
Look, Hanabi Blaster is very contentious in the Dash.io community, I think. So understandably that a lot of folks are not a fan of the way that it plays here. So you can never go wrong with Symbiosis shot. I will say a little unfortunate for Connor here, was not able to activate the Dio ability this turn as far as I could tell. And I think banished a boom grenade, so it must have been the second card from the top when he used Teklo Foundry Heart. So it pains me to see it as a fellow Dio player, but that is unfortunately just part of playing the deck.
If you're going to banish one, though, you'd like it to be that one. I believe it's a blue in the banish zone there, so probably hinting that Connor is sporting at least 7, because you would have to imagine that he's holding on to the yellows and the reds.
You'd imagine so, yeah. I typically don't see folks playing the full Rainbow 9 boom grenades, but new meta, anything's possible.
A heist and a maximum velocity, the second one of the game thus far drawn up for Connor Bryant. Daniel, however, is cranking his way with a copper cog at the beginning of this turn. He's still got 4 cards with which to work, one of which is cog in the machine. So it's almost a foregone conclusion, yes, that a Puffin activation is coming. A golden cog is coming out into the arena, being cranked, and drawing a card off of Puffin Hightail. And it's a pummel. Speaking of disruption.
It's not just a pummel, Bryce. It's a cold foil pummel. And I think that's maybe extra damage if it's cold foil.
It's mental damage, to be sure, but as long as your opponent notices it. So when you resolve it, you have to be very careful to tap it with your middle finger and let them know that their rarity is higher than yours.
Well, Daniel's going to be able to present, I imagine, assuming this pummel gets deployed, quite a bit of disruption to Connor, but fortunate or unfortunately for Connor, his hand does not look that cooperative anyway. Has 2 items and 1 maximum velocity in hand, from what I can tell. That maximum velocity has absolutely no hope of being deployed out on Connor's next turn, so maybe it'll just be blocked with.
Daniel pitching a Golden Sky Warden to draw a card off the top might be a little bit resource deficient here, and I think drawing into yet another red. Yeah. Is this 5 reds in hand? It is.
Oof.
Soup up. Coming in, I don't believe a cog died at the beginning of this turn, right?
I think he cracked a gold, maybe?
He did,
that
so
would
that
trigger
technically
soup
counts.
up.
You're right.
Yeah.
4 go again here. Connor accepting it readily, down to 32. 30 plays 32 currently in this battle of the mechs. Command and Conquer, the follow-up, pitching 2 reds. Definitely not where Daniel wants to be, but it's still a bit of disruption.
Not terrible. And Connor, I wonder if I'm in his seat, if you don't just commit the 2 cards that block in your hand to this and deploy out your items on the next turn. This isn't a hand that is that great anyway. He does have a boom grenade in his banish, so if he wants to play out the heist, that's a viable play as well. He's got plenty of equipment still available to be blocked with.
I would imagine that heist would want to be disrespected a little bit because that boom grenade is a blue in the banish zone. That being said, you're right. Maximum velocity is a bit of a dud right here. And Dash.ios tend to only pack 2 maximum velocities, if I'm not mistaken, right? It's rare to see the full suite of 3.
I do the full 3. There's definitely an argument against it. And wow, Connor blocking with the heist here. This was not a line that I saw. So I'm not quite sure what's in Connor's arsenal, but that could be the key to unlocking what otherwise, at least to me, seemed like quite a clunky hand.
Cerebellum Processor and yellow boom grenade in the hand. It could very well just be a setup turn and then establish maximum velocity in the arsenal, which is exactly where you want it to be as Dash.io, especially when your opponent just deployed one of their few disruptive cards in Command and Conquer for the Arsenal. Outpace, though, is the choice. Yes, because that was found off of the backup protocol red and established in the Arsenal on a previous turn. So 4 go again cannot be defended by equipment.
That's right, Bryce. And I think you're exactly right that what Connor is likely going to follow up with is just deploy out the Cerebellum processor, hoping to find an item on his next turn to enable this max V. And worst case scenario, he does have his boots, which will, the heavy industry gear shift, which will on demand, unless Connor is playing some non-mechanologist cards in his deck, give him an extra action point needed to draw off of the Cerebellum processor as well.
Right now, the onus is on Daniel to decide how to block this. It's Soup Up from the hand, which is not just a good offensive card. It does have Galvanize, which gives it an extra +2 defense, so that shores up the outpace very nicely. It's an activation of Teklo Foundry Heart. Up to 2 resources is Connor Bryant after banishing 2 really valuable reds off the top. It's BIOS Update and a red Boom Grenade. Establishing a Cerebellum processor is Connor Bryant. I would have to imagine cranking here, so should be yes. 1 Steam counter on that Cerebellum processor, another one on Symbiosis Shot, and we get to activate -IO here. For the first time this game, Connor is going to cheat out an item from the top, and it is going to be... Oh, wait. No, the Cerebellum processor was off the top.
Oh, I see. Okay.
And there's still one in the hand.
Yeah, so maybe trying to see if he can go a little bit wider with this turn. It is unfortunate, Connor, at first, that Connor banished yet another Boom Grenade to a Teklo Foundry Heart that he was not able to see, but making up for it by catching a Cerebellum processor off the top.
Now, even though Connor has access to extra cards, this is still only the first card he has actually drawn this turn. So if Daniel is eyeing that Balance of Justice, thinking that it's time to deploy it, he will not be able to as of yet, but that being said, another Cerebellum processor has been established. This time, not cranked, so only 2 Symbiosis Shot counters established and 2 Cerebellum processors at the ready for the next turn. Daniel has got to find some disruption.
Interesting choice there by Connor not to deploy out the 0 to 60 and instead just issue himself an intellect penalty and keep it in hand so that I imagine to enable the use of the maximum velocity on the next turn.
And here comes Polycranka on the side of Daniel Flavin. That plus a crank of a Copper Cog from hand equals a card draw for Daniel, and he's found himself an incredibly expensive card in Eye of Ophidia at the ready to fix the top of the deck, ostensibly for a draw off of a gold token, but alas, Daniel does not have any with which to work anymore. Loan Shark has already gotten his debt paid, and no more gold tokens remain for Hightail.
Is this Cogworks is coming in? Is this a blue?
It does look like a blue Cogworks Zeppelin, which would mean it's only coming in for 4 at the moment. Nevertheless, threatening tapping one of those cogs to create a golden cog to then get Daniel's action point back by cranking.
Yeah, but Daniel's. If I'm in Daniel's seat,
but you know what else it threatens? There's a pummel in that arsenal, if I'm not mistaken.
And there we see it deployed here. Obviously, never great to be pummeled. But if you're Connor, I think you do have some redundancy in your hand. You do have 2 Cerebellum processors on your board. So if you're willing to pop the boots and you get a little lucky with -IO off the top, he's going to be able to draw 2 cards here, which is a pretty quick way to refill that hand and enable this, what it seems like an impending max V turn.
This is definitely, yes, I was about to say, this is definitely the better of the 2 options for disruption on for Connor at this juncture, because the arsenal is safe. And that's the maximum velocity, which is going to be inevitably enabled by the twin drive that lies in wait in hand.
We'll see if Connor, having an extra blue in his hand. So again, the pummel, not the worst thing in the world. And playing off the top, he found an item. It's his 3rd Cerebellum processor. We're Cerebellum processored up to the 9s here, or I guess up to the 3s. So Connor going to be able to have a lot of hand selection here. It's really hard to imagine he's not going to be able to activate this max V this turn.
And it is also almost a foregone conclusion that Daniel will be able to activate his Balance of Justice and probably gain a little bit of offensive capability for his turn or more defense on this massive turn from Connor.
Oh, and Connor drew a Spark of Genius. So there is an argument to not using the 2nd Cerebellum processor draw if you don't have to. That argument is out the window. I think at this stage, you have a Spark of Genius. You're going to be able to draw 3 cards, maybe even more if he gets a little luckier on top of that. This is shaping up, Bryce, to be a monster turn for Connor.
The boots go straight to the graveyard along with 2 cards off the top of the deck into the banish zone, which means that Connor is now back to being action point rich. Twin Drive is going to come out first. This is going to be a masterful sequence of a -IO turn right here. Take notes, Patrick. This is exactly how you want to play this deck.
Yeah, and it looks like Connor's shaping up to not deploy Spark of Genius this turn, maybe opting to just send the Max V, keep that Spark of Genius in arsenal.
Had he boosted yet?
Had he not? Oh, maybe you're right. Perhaps he had not. Yeah. So maybe getting a little ahead of myself there. As we see what's next to come from Connor, and Daniel doing the heads up play of blocking with his Balance of Justice now to maximize the amount of information that he'll get on his next block.
Daniel also has a ton of cogs, and if you remember, he was able to see a Palantir Aeronaut on the top of the deck with that Eye of Ophidia. So if he left it there, and will he let me see? Yes, it is a Palantir Aeronaut and a Pummel in the hand, but otherwise completely red-locked. Daniel has got to find himself a resource card.
That soup up might be a blue.
Was it? Okay.
It's a little hard to see from this angle, and those cards are oh so shiny, but...
For his sake, I hope so.
Connor here taking a bit to sequence this turn. Sequencing is probably the most important skill in playing Dash.io, so I would not besmirch him for taking his time to make sure he's doing this the right way, because he's got a very powerful turn coming.
There are a lot of decision points here, and yes, here comes the Spark of Genius. But what will he find? There has to be one more backup protocol red in the deck, but I'm pretty tempted by a red boom grenade in this situation, Patrick.
I think you take the red boom grenade. Oh, but no, Connor electing to choose the backup protocol red. I wonder if... Is he maybe considering... No, I'm not quite sure. Yeah, because he's boosted 3 times, so he's going to be able to max V no matter what. Maybe just opting to push as much damage as possible via attack action. Or maybe seeing all the cards that Daniel kept in hand and fearing a max V is not guaranteed to hit either.
A reasonable choice here. Drawing up a Fast and Furious off of that Spark of Genius. Probably the most premium card that you could hit there. Another backup protocol red in the hand of Connor Bryant.
I think that's what he drew. I think he had the backup protocol. So actually, who as a Dash.io player has not tutored for an item and then immediately drew it off the top? So I have been there, Connor.
Been there, but never square is Connor Bryant. Thinking about that Tekla Foundry Heart.
Maybe thinking... No, I was about to say maybe thinking of a Pulse Wave Harpoon to try to disrupt, but no combat chain. No, that would be the first combat chain, so not really going to force any disruption from Daniel. I wonder what he's cooking up.
He also should be at 2 action points, if I'm not mistaken. Or no, you have to refund it from the Spark of Genius, right?
Yeah.
So never mind. We're still sitting at 1 action point here. Doesn't have the get out of jail free card of that 3rd Cerebellum processor as of yet. But the 3rd one is A-OK to be used as a ponder token, essentially, at the end of this turn, if need be from Connor. You have to imagine that last action point, whenever it comes, will be utilized for that maximum velocity, though. Activation of Tekla Foundry Heart, hitting yet another red boom grenade off the top, along with a 0 to 60.
Yeah, and if it would actually, this is one of those hands where if Connor had an extra action point somewhere, which I understand is you can't be... beggars can't be choosers on the Dash.io side of things.
But
this could be a double maximum velocity turn. He's got a lot of resources and he's boosted plenty of time. So maybe he's thinking he got the backup protocol red to use the max V in his graveyard as opposed to the one that we can recall being in his arsenal. Not quite sure. Looks like he just grabbed another Fast and Furious. So I think electing to just... Going with backup protocol red in a manner of, okay, backup protocol red is here essentially just... 4 extra damage. If I choose a boom grenade, there's a chance I don't hit off of my max V and then I lose that 4 damage. Maybe that's the thinking that Connor is deploying here. Another 4 damage from another Fast and Furious, of course. That comes in for an extra 1 because Connor has cranked about 100 times this turn. Fortunately, you only get the 1. It's a yes or no question. So you have to imagine that Connor is going to follow this up with that maximum V that he's kept park in his arsenal for quite some time.
Yeah, is this as explosive as you expected this turn to be when we went into it with 3 Cerebellum processors, or is this leaving a little something to be desired?
I think it could have been a little bit better if he drew something better than another backup protocol red off the top, or maybe if he had taken the gamble on the boom grenade. But this is a perfectly strong turn. I mean, if we count it up, he boosted
4, 4, 5.
Yeah.
8 plus 5 is 13, plus 10 is 23.
Yeah. So 23 damage turn, right? 4, 8.
Yeah, I guess that's fine.
All right. Well, Bryce wants to end the game on the spot, I guess. Well, speaking of ending the game on the spot, Daniel has 5 cards in hand and a Polycranka still alive. So this is as explosive as a turn as that was for Connor. I have a feeling Daniel is going to do a lot of damage himself.
Also just took 18 damage out of basically to keep this hand. And yeah, Copper Cog plus Polycranka equals a card draw, which means that Daniel now has 6 in hand because of that balance of justice. He's sitting on, is that 2 Cogworks Dovetails and the Palantir Aeronaut? Like this is the exact combo you want and 2 blues with which to work.
Yeah, and yes, it's long gone are the times of us worrying about if Daniel had the blue in his hand to be able to enable some kind of clapback turn, because this is shaping up to be incredibly backbreaking for Connor.
It's the battle of the blunt weapons with these mechanologists. They're just punching each other and hitting each other with wrenches back and forth. In this case, it's an entire boat flying at Connor Bryant. Cogworks Dovetail, perhaps the most terrifying card in the Puffin Hightail deck, save, of course, for the Palantir Aeronaut, an even bigger ship. Right now, representing 5, but the ceiling on this card is far higher. It's probably going to be 7 go again in this case.
And at least in Connor's, to his benefit right now, he did drop 4 cards that all have block values in the corner. So to the extent he wants to, he's fearful that Daniel will be able to do significant enough damage so as to potentially end the game this turn. He's going to have the ability to block with some of those. And our teammate Anthony Pham took Puffin to Nationals, beat a Dash.io at US Nationals, outraced a Dash.io, which is something I didn't. There are not many decks that can outrace a Dash.io, at least without significant disruption. So Daniel, he has presented some disruption, but it'll remain to be seen how much damage he's able to push across on this turn.
All of those cogs untapped thanks to the on-hit of Cogworks Dovetail. And now Daniel, after putting a steam counter on Tecloplasma Pistol, swings in Palantir Aeronaut with a pummel in hand, if my eyes do not deceive me, and 2 in the pitch.
I think this is a heads-up play from Connor here. He's got, I don't know if he's going to trigger this Crown of Providence necessarily, but he does have a backup protocol red, I believe, in Arsenal. This would be a good way of, if to the extent that is the case, and he doesn't want that card because it's not exactly the highest equity card you could have there, maybe would prefer the card on top of his deck. It's a great way to shuffle those out.
Now, in this case, because Connor is blocking with an equipment with Blade Rake on this Palantir Aeronaut, Daniel has full equity to go ahead and use that thrice per turn instant in order to destroy the T-bone that is defending and thereby generate 1 extra value on this Palantir Aeronaut, plus, of course, that pummel that comes out of the hand, which means that Connor is going to descend all the way down to 5 and be forced to discard a card off of this on hit. Holy, this is a lot of damage.
I'm gonna be honest with you, Bryce. I don't hate Connor's position right now. He does have 4 cards in hand still. He's got 2. Having the difference between having 1 and having 2 cerebellum processors at this point is there's no difference, because the only way you're generating an extra action point is by using Dash's ability, which you can only use once, or there's minimal difference at least. So anyway, I think Connor is going to be able to present a lot of pressure to Daniel. I think Daniel's going to have to commit at least 1 or 2 cards from his hand to survive.
There is a lot of damage left to be had for Puffin Hightail, though, and if he's able to draw himself up a Golden Sky Warden, which he has indeed, he's going to be able to generate some extra block value on this turn. But where to deploy that amazing blocking card, especially when you have 2 cogs at the ready? Could get a maximum of 5 value. No, technically 6 value if you wanted to destroy the Copper Cog as well, but instead electing to block at the first moment that he can, electing to break both of these golden cogs in order to create 2 gold tokens down the line, shoring up the entirety of that damage from 0 to 60.
Connor going to go fishing here with Tekla Foundry Heart. I was a little mistaken there, so Connor did block with a card from hand. So for the 3rd time this game, Connor has banished a Boom Grenade as the 2nd card of Tekla Foundry Heart, and my Dash.io heart is broken for him.
Zipper Hit is the follow-up here. 5, go again, of course, after boosting. Finds himself, I think it was a T-bone on the top of the deck, so still no Dash.io activation at the ready for him. What do you think about the decision to not deploy the Goliath Gauntlet on that maximum V?
I think it's fine to the extent. Look, I think if you're playing Goliath Gauntlet, you should maybe take the gamble with getting a red Boom Grenade as opposed to the backup protocol red. But in the world where he did not do that, it's defensible. I think it's a way of trying to push through the damage when you have an on hit, which he did not really there, whether that's through Heist or a Boom Grenade. I'm still just reeling from Connor having the unfortunate luck of not being able to see the one boom grenade that was in the top 4 cards of his deck because of the Tekla Foundry Heart banish. And I think you're right, Bryce. I think that's a T-bone on his deck. So unfortunately, the only way I think he can continue presenting damage here is if he draws off Cerebellum Processor, sees the T-bone, and then has another item on top to be able to refund the action point. Of course, if he does that, then he loses the option of using Symbiosis Shot to clean up Polycranka.
Which has been a real problem ever since she I think, has reared her ugly head.
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding. She's got a beautiful head. Look at it. It's on display right there, screaming at Connor as he succumbs to the power of that parrot on the other side of the board.
No, that is a mechanical wing. Yeah, I'd never noticed that before. All right.
Do you have eyes, Patrick?
I've got 4 of them right now. So it'll be. I wonder if Daniel's. Yeah. So no blocks for Daniel. Descending down to 5. It's unlikely Connor will be able to present lethal here, so I do think it makes more sense to shoot the Symbiosis Shot at the Polycranka, which is exactly what Connor is going to go ahead and do. And a little bit of a disappointing turn there. I think the turn looks a lot different if Connor is able to hit that boom grenade.
Man, Connor saw so many cards on the top of the deck. It's just not cooperating, and this is the downside. The flip side, should we say, of Dash.io with great power comes a little bit of a drawback in consistency.
And here also at the low 5 life total, both players are subject to getting a mech hand where they just simply cannot block whatever damage is being thrown their way. So we're at the stage of the game, Bryce, where it's possible this game just ends when we're not expecting it to.
A Cogworks workshop creating a golden cog and also putting Steam counters on both of the ones that have been established thus far. Daniel electing instead to put 1 Steam counter on a copper cog and 1 on the golden one generated by Cogworks Workshop. The follow-up is Cogworks Dovetail. And if you don't believe in this card yet, I don't know what to tell you, because Daniel has been putting on a masterclass of how to ride this skyship to victory.
All right, so you have to, if you don't, just on board, this is presenting 8 damage. So Connor's going to have to give, at minimum, a card from hand that blocks 3, and his Tekla Foundry Heart if he wants to survive. That's not accounting for any follow-ups from Daniel or, of course, another pummel. So Connor can't feel great about where he is. It's also tough to be playing with a small hand with Spark of Genius, as he currently doesn't have a way. And yeah, I think it's right to just go ahead and block with Spark of Genius at this point in the game.
6 on 5 are the blocks. Daniel, of course, is going to tap every single one of those cogs. 1 mode is going to be go again. 2 are going to be the buff, which means that 1 damage is going to leak through. Connor descends down to 4, and all of those cogs get untapped and are ready to use on a future attack here. The follow-up is Cogworks Zeppelin. Yes, indeed. A rough one for Connor to deal with here. 6 right now, but has the ability to become 8. And even more than that, it could become 7 and then create a cog, generate an action point, and swing a Tekla Plasma Pistol.
It doesn't matter, Bryce. He can only block 4. I think if this goes up to 8, that just ends the game on the spot.
It could indeed. Daniel, seeing if he can sniff out a defense reaction that Dash.io doesn't run.
Sink below Dash.io. And unfortunately for Connor, that will do it. Daniel Flavin taking it home again. He's 2-0 on stream. He wins the mech off.
Wow. Mechanologists, eat your heart out. At the beginning of this day, I would have given 90-10 to Dash.io being the better mechanologist. But Daniel and also Anthony Pham in his own right at U.S. Nationals proving that Puffin has something to say for the mainstay in the mechanologist department.
I'm not ready to cede ground quite yet, Bryce, but I will say really impressive piloting from Daniel Flavin in this tournament. I'm really eager. I'm pretty sure this will lock Daniel for top 8, so I'm really eager to see how much noise Daniel can make on his unique Puffin list in that top 8.
Could we see a Puffin Hightail takedown of AGE New England? That would certainly make some waves, Patrick.
The odds makers would be aflame with that sort of thing, and I will be excited to see what he can do.
Burn your black books, bookies, because the odds have ever been turned, and they always do in Flesh and Blood. That's what keeps me coming back time and time again.
Yeah, and it's so great, too, to see the ingenuity from a hero that's still so young in the context of this game at large, going against Dash.io, who's been around for well over a year, I think, at this point. So, again, excellent piloting. And on Connor's side as well, to make this really, it was always destined to be a real tight race to the finish, and unfortunately did end in as mech mirrors often do, with one player having an item in their hand.
Shout out to our technical director, Moises Lopez, for having a little bit of fun. Yes, indeed. Myself and my co-caster, Patrick, are Fang enjoyers. So enjoy that screenshot, Jake Torres, wherever you are, and use it for the Fang fire fuel that you're sure to be slinging our way. I'm going to slink with my tail between my legs to a break screen, and we will be back with another potentially winner interview. And then we're also going to see if we can get store owner Katie Lamar on to talk about her business plan with Grave Troll Games and how committed she is to the game that we all love. And that game, of course, is Flesh and Blood, which we'll have more of when we come back in just a moment. Also, your top 8 cut. Don't go anywhere. It's more Flesh and Blood, more Bryce, more Patrick, more Fang Gang. Just kidding. None of them showed up today. After this. Welcome back, folks. We're back with mechanologist extraordinaire who you saw earlier, I believe, in round 2. It's Daniel Flavin piloting Puffin Hightail, who is insisting that she's just a better mechanologist when it comes down to her and Dash.io. How you feeling after that win, Daniel?
It was scary a little bit there towards the end. It's always fun whenever you fight mech versus mech because it's usually not too much blocking going on.
No, there's still plenty of time in the round timer, so thanks for killing each other nice and quick before the top 8 cut.
Yeah, no problem there.
So, in general, I think it is part of the zeitgeist of Flesh and Blood to say that people assume Puffin just kind of does the Dash.io thing, but worse. How do you feel about that statement, especially after the show you just put on?
Well, I think she does something different than Dash.io. I think if you're playing boost cards, I think you are kind of maybe just worse Dash.io. But some of these pirate cards are they're strong. You know, the Conquer the High Seas, and the card cards, the Palantir Aeronaut. You get those things turned on, and it just feels like you're kind of playing the game with some on a different axis than a lot of other heroes.
Yeah,
with the board state of the cogs.
Chat is going in a frenzy trying to get their hands on your deck list, which will be available to them now that you are locked for top 8, but not until Monday. So we do have a burning question in our minds. How many copper cogs are in that list?
Do you have a guess?
I'm guessing 11.
8. I have
Only
8 copper cogs.
I definitely thought it was north of 10 based on how many we saw you draw in each of these matches.
I did draw a lot of them in both of those games.
How do you feel about that card in general? I mean, like, give me a little bit of a chronology about how they've kind of come in and out of the deck, because I imagine that has been a contentious question for you as you build this deck.
Yeah, sure. So when the card got spoiled, I saw that you could run as many of them as you wanted, and I went on to Fabre and I made a list with 80 of them. And obviously that didn't work out, but I've been messing around with it, and I started off with 6 just because it was an even number and made it easy to make the list. But I was just putting the list together, and I had a number of blues in mind that I wanted, and I just couldn't think of any other blues that I wanted in the list that would be better than a copper cog, and so I just put all the blues I wanted in, and then I filled in the rest with copper cogs, and there was 8 of them.
You make me think of a lot of other classes in this game that kind of have limited blue options. I'm thinking of Brute, for example, who don't have enough blue 6s to fill out the resource base. How does it feel to kind of have like a fallback option when you just run out of blues that you want to run?
Yeah, it feels really good. It's just like I don't have to worry about my blues when I'm playing Puffin, because if I want another blue, I can put in another copper cog, and they don't block, but you don't usually want to block with them. So
we've already talked about how that last match, because it was mech on mech, was an absolute slugfest. Wrenches were flying this way and that. Flying ships were going into Dash.io's face. There was a point where Connor had a turn that, yes, presented about 23 damage, maybe a little north of that, but probably could have been a lot more. And that was the turn where he started with 3 Cerebellum processors on board and also a Spark of Genius in hand. At what point did you kind of feel like, okay, it's time to go full steam ahead. It's time to pop my Balance of Justice and use everything on offense? At what point were you no longer thinking about blocking that turn?
Well, as soon as he played the 3rd Cerebellum processor off the top, I took a look at my hand, and I said, if he doesn't kill me, I'm keeping the sand.
Yeah, and then remind me, Daniel, it was the Pummel, Cogworks Dovetail, Palantir Aeronaut, and only 1 blue, correct?
So the Dovetail was the draw off of the Balance of Justice, I believe. My hand was the blue, the Pummel, the Palantir Aeronaut, and it was the Dovetail, and then the Zeppelin that I arsenaled was actually the draw off of the Balance of Justice. If he would have, at some point during the turn, targeted my Poly Kranka, I would have started blocking, because I needed to, because I had the Copper Cog in Arsenal, and I really needed the draw to get another blue so that I could have like the full power of the turn. and had already had that one like very red heavy hand earlier. And so I knew my percentages that I was very likely to draw a blue if I could trigger my Puffin hero power. So if he had not taken care, if he had tacked the poly, I probably would have started blocking more. But he, once he got down to it and just max V'd and I knew I wasn't dead, I was ready to go.
I guess that's the kind of the benefit on your side of the board when your opponent has a max V turn, because they're never going to be able to follow it up with a symbiosis shot into the bird.
Yep. Yeah. Once that max V came down, that's the last thing. No Achilles accelerator, no more items off the top, and I was pretty sure that I would be putting him pretty low after that.
So Daniel, I have to imagine that this is not the first mechanologist hero you've played. Am I correct in that?
Yeah, that is correct. Yeah.
Okay. So what card was spoiled for Puffin Hightail that ultimately siphoned you off from the rest of the class, made you a Puffin Hightail believer?
Puffin Hightail.
Straight up.
Yeah, the hero power says draw a card on it. Like, that's crazy.
Yeah, mechs love to draw cards, don't they?
Yeah, I mean, I love drawing cards.
Nevertheless, no cerebellum processors have made it into your list. Is that a consideration for Puffin at all, or no?
I do. I mean, the card's obviously crazy good, right? But it doesn't work like I had it in there. I had 5 copper cogs and 3 cerebellum processors for a while, but it just doesn't ever do what you like hope it would do, because you don't like. There's very few times where you float an action point, and I don't have any rum in my list, so it's most of the time just ponder, and I rather would just have the copper cogs, which draws the card during the turn and then powers up my attacks afterwards. So you can line it up with the cog in the machines, but I found that doing that is not as consistent as I wanted.
Okay, back to your journey with Mechanologist and with Puffin Hightail. What is it that Puffin's, I guess, card suite and also hero ability unlocks for you that other Mechanologists just don't?
So I said before in the last interview that I loved playing Pistol Dash. So I played like Pistol Dash for a year on and off. After High Octane ban, I pretty much was only playing like Pistol Dash and a little bit of Verdance. And then after the Count Your Blessings ban, and then kind of coincided with High C's release, I was looking for a new, more generic heavy mechanologist to go to. And yeah, Puffin just kind of fell right into that niche. And I just love building mechs anyway. So
she crawled up out of the ocean just for you.
Oh, yeah.
Well, awesome, Daniel. I'm going to let you get a bit of a dinner break because we're not going to be giving you one in terms of the schedule, but you have definitely built one in by murdering your opponents so very quickly with all of those flying boats. So I want you to be able to take advantage of that and get ready for the top 8 cut because you are 100% there. How do you feel about the rest of the field based on the top tables that you're seeing around you?
I feel good. The venue's a little scattered with space. Everybody just kind of trying to find where they can play. So I'm not 100% sure of what the other decks in are, but just looking around, I feel pretty good about it. I have faith in my deck, and I'll just see if we can't ride some boats.
It's hard for us not to have faith in you as well, Daniel, after the performance you've put on thus far. Go ahead and take your break, and we'll be back with the top 8 cut and more flesh and blood after this. Thank you so much, Daniel. We'll see you very shortly.
All right, thank you.
We'll be back soon, everybody. Don't go anywhere. We're back, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Bryce Platts, and I am with a very friendly new face to the AGE stream. It is Katie Lamar, who is the owner of Grave Troll Games, where all of our illustrious players now sit. Katie, thank you so much for being here and for hosting AGE.
Oh, thanks for asking me. Honestly, I love doing large events like these. They're very important to me.
Katie, this is an incredibly momentous month for you because you have finally opened up your LGS Grave Troll Games at the beginning of this month. How have things been going so far?
Pretty good, honestly. The day we opened, it was like really busy as expected, and like even still, like the foot traffic has been awesome. We're right in downtown Nashua too, so like we get a lot of people off the side of the streets that like see the sign and they're like, "I didn't know this was here," and I'm like, "I just opened, so you haven't missed much yet."
But missing, it's still a celebratory moment for you and also for AG, because we're also so thankful to find such helpful partners and people that are so welcoming to the 1K scene, because it is not a glamorous lifestyle, but it is one that is so important to players who can't make it out to the big events like Singapore and London, etc., to have a place to engage with this wonderful game.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, large events, in my opinion, have always kind of been like a backbone element to like just the gameplay in general. Like my best memories were always like large events with friends and like things like that. Even like these smaller ones like that, like, you know, even those go the distance.
And Katie, you are no stranger to being a tournament organizer yourself. Back in your Magic heyday, you ran a handful of 1Ks, am I correct?
Yep, I ran a standard 1K, which ironically I kind of won. And then I also ran a CDH 1K as well. So yes, I'm no stranger to large events.
So Katie, you have a bit of an off-key business model for Grave Troll. Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
Yeah, so out here especially, this scene is really known for like a lot of competitive Magic play, and like there's so many LGSs. Like I drive 30 minutes to get here, no joke. I pass like 10 stores on my way here. All of them are selling Magic, things like that. So like there's really nothing special I can truly offer. So one of the things though that is missing in this area is the Flesh and Blood scene, and I really wanted to make the commitment to be more of a Fab and Pokemon store to give those players the opportunity to kind of breed in the same New England competition that all the Magic players are fortunate enough to have.
That's awesome, and we can't thank you enough for being that. And that is part and parcel why we wanted to be a part of your grand opening and to make Grave Troll AGE's home on the Eastern Seaboard. Can we talk a little bit more about just in general your relationship to Magic and what laid the stage for Flesh and Blood to kind of siphon off your attention?
Yeah, so for many years, I played Magic for over a decade. I am a very avid graveyard player of decks, so that was always like my thing. I spent a lot of time playing Legacy. Yeah, it is named after the troll. But yeah, so I played a lot of Legacy very competitively. That was like my big scene. And then kind of when they started shifting to that like fire design, really around Modern Horizons 1, that's when I kind of like started becoming detached. Things were becoming way too powerful too quick. And then ultimately, that's kind of what ended up happening over the last couple years is I was like, I don't feel like there's like a good way to engage with the game anymore. You know, when everybody has like a big flashy card, like kind of like what's the fun of strategy if everything's a must answer threat? And so that kind of led me down the Flesh and Blood road. Because it just seemed like there was like better gameplay, better balance. They were really like valuing competitive players too, where Magic has kind of shifted more towards Commander, which isn't a format I'm a huge fan of. So you know, just being that competitive and wanting like that different outlet still, or wanting that outlet, but in a different way. Like I found myself right at home in Fab, honestly. And the community's just been awesome and so welcoming and like really just the best bunch of people I've interacted with, like hands down.
There's something about this community, isn't there?
There really is though, honestly. It's like, there's like nice people. And then I'm like, no, the Fab people are like just so much nicer. They just want people to play their game with them. Like that's all they want.
I couldn't agree more. And you're preaching to the choir when it comes to talking about what got you so ingrained in wanting to give so much back to this community, because it is something that personally has given me so much in return.
Oh, for sure. I try to do as much as I can for them. Again, they're always there. They come to Armories every week. You know, they're supporting the store, and it's like I got to do everything on my end as an owner, but also as a player because I understand both sides of it to make sure that they're having a good time. That you know they're getting their just desserts and like things like that. You know, I don't ever want my players to feel like they're not welcomed here or anything like that. You know, they're the backbone again to everything.
Now, Katie, you are not just a prominent LGS now in the Flesh and Blood community. You are also known on Whatnot as a. I honestly I don't know much about Whatnot, but what I do know is that you open a lot of product there, and you did a celebrational box break today for Flesh and Blood. You opened up a first edition Arcane Rising box. For those of us in chat that didn't get to tune into that, can you tell us how it went?
Yeah, it actually sold out way faster than I thought, honestly. The big highlights is we got a Command and Conquer. That was like out of like the second or third pack, something like that. We also got a cold foil. We actually did it because you weren't guaranteed a cold foil back in those days. It's just a talismanic lens, but better than nothing. And then we also got a rainbow foil forked lightning as well. So that was kind of like the big hits out of the box. And yeah, it was just a grand old time. We gave a couple packs away to chat as well as a thank you for everything they do.
And those remain sealed, right?
No, they have the option if they want them ripped or not, and they chose to open them both. Yeah.
Wait a minute, is this what this whole flick or flip thing is gosh, I sound like I'm 60 years old. What is flick or
you're
flip?
So good. No, flip it or rip it.
Flip it or rip
we
it.
We have one chat member. He's like the good kind of chaos. He's such a wonderful person, but that's his thing is he loves to play flip it or rip it. Doesn't matter what. And we kind of have a joke on my stream that it's just called rip it or rip it because you only say rip and that's it.
So for the people that are in chat that are as lost as myself, what is flip it or rip it?
Okay, so you take a pack of cards, you shuffle them all up so you don't know, and they're backwards, and then you hold it up, and then they can either say to flip or to rip. If they say to rip, you rip the card. As long as it's not the rare or majestic or the cold foil, then you keep going until someone rips the rare cold foil or majestic. Yeah, it's a chaotic.
Wait, hold on. Why? Why do we do this?
Because he asked me to. I don't know. That is his thing. I don't know. I could never personally, but he pays for the packs, so.
I see. This must be Alterius in chat.
Yes,
screaming, "It's so fun!"
Oh my god! Yes, it is.
Well, it's giving me an aneurysm, Alterius.
Don't worry, you and chat all go through the stroke motion when
Okay.
it happens.
I am definitely smelling burnt toast at this juncture.
Oh, the toast is very burnt.
Wait a minute, hold on. Turn it on Tuesday says, tell them about the beast within. What is this?
Oh no! Oh no! So we were doing first ed crew packs the other night, and so it was Atirius and another one of my stream regulars, and we're playing Flip It or Rip It, and I could feel it. I ripped it, and it was a foil. I didn't know flipped it over. It's a foil beast within. Everyone, we're still recovering. We're still recovering.
So,
and he's like, sign it and put the price on it. And I'm like, okay.
So I assume you immediately reach off of stream and try to grab the scotch tape and do what you can.
I almost cried on stream. As a Levia player, I was like on the brink of tears. I'm like, I want this.
But also as a Levia player, you have to be kind of ready to do that with your cards anyway, right?
Yeah, sometimes I just eat them after the match. Depends on my mood.
In true brute fashion, I cannot respect it more. Katie, it sounds like this has been a really fun day for you. Can you bring me inside the room because we're not there? Can you tell me about the vibes within this place that you've built for exactly what is happening there today?
Yeah, so we've just kind of had a bunch of people coming in. A lot of people, it's their first time to the store. A lot of Fab regulars returning as well, which is always nice to see. Actually, there was someone who was like, I'm not super sure if I should do it. And, we kind of had the talk about just kind of doing it. He's so proud of himself because he did it. And he posted a big line in my Discord, and he's like, I'm so proud that I did this kind of thing. So it's just nice to see that people are kind of spreading their wings, so to say, and being open to a new store, as well as maybe this is their first large flesh and blood event kind of thing, so just a lot of positivity, good vibes, just fun all day, really.
And that is really what is required of the LGS and also the community in order to build a throng of fans around a card game. And my heart goes out to everybody in the Fab community that is encouraging this particular player and all new players across the entire world to get into our game and enjoy it as much as we do. Thank you so much for what you do and for just providing a positive outlook for in a space for anybody. That is something that everybody deserves. And I'm proud to call Flesh and Blood my home for that reason.
Yeah, likewise. I mean, it's like I said, everyone's been super welcoming, super nice, and I try also here too to bring that to the community as well. Because I tell people all the time, I'm they just want people to come and play their game with them. That's really all they want, you'll never be nicer people, really. So yeah. I tell people, I'm even if you're new, I was just come to Armory, man. You'll have a great time. Because
it is an intimidating environment if you've never been a part of it, right? I mean, whenever I try to bring in people from outside of the trading card game community, it's a bit of an intimidating thing. There's a lot to remember. There's a lot that you want to make sure you get right. If you go to time, it's God forbid if you draft with somebody and half the table is going, you let this wheel? It's a place that can be really rough for your first time, but in general... yeah, can you speak to that a little bit? Was there ever a moment in your trading card game career where you felt that kind of intimidation factor?
Actually, yes. The first day I went to go play Flesh and Blood because I made the decision to bite the bullet. I was like, okay, we're really going to try this. So I showed up to my first Armory. It was really small. There was only 6 people, but they were just literally, they were unbelievably nice. They were so patient with me too. Actually my head judge was one of the first people that I met, and we kind of just bonded over Levia, and now we're just lovers from another mother is kind of the vibe. So it's just always so wonderful. And really it was just that whole you're new, we get it, we'll help you kind of thing. And just all of that really just like speaks again like volumes to me, because like I feel like when my time in Magic I never really felt that, where like I definitely feel it a lot more out of the Flesh and Blood community.
Would that be head judge Hazel Hensley, who is running this
Yes, it
particular
would
event?
be.
Hazel has been doing a massively good job today. We cannot thank her enough for not only managing all of the player base expertly, but also managing the feature match table and coordination with us on the other coast. Massive shout out to Hazel for doing an incredible job. And also, I believe their sister is in the room as well. Ilana has been playing the event this morning. So thank you as well, Hazel, for bringing on Ilana for the ride. So, Katie, I think I'll go ahead and give you a break before we announce our top 8. I'm sure these players are getting ready, but a massive thank you to you for not only providing a space for Flesh and Blood, but also providing a really healthy amount of community in your own right. I've been seeing Alterius and a bunch of other people from the Whatnot stream clearly like popping off in chat all day. So thank you all for being here, and thank you, Katie, for bringing more people to our amazing community.
Of course.
We'll be back with more Flesh and Blood shortly. This is Katie Lamar over to on the left side of your screen. I am Bryce Platts, and we'll be back with more Flesh and Blood, more top 8 cuts, but no more gravy bones after this. The top 8 is upon us, ladies and gentlemen. Everything is chaos. We thought Gravy Bones for sure was going to be represented in this top 8, as he was at AGE LA. Not but 2 weeks ago, we had 3 copies. This time, none.
None. Yeah, and in fact, it's possible the Gravy Bones were poached out by its natural predator, Cindra's, because we are not short on Cindra's in this top 8.
No, indeed, Patrick. And let's stop talking about it. Let's be about it. Of course, my name is Bryce Platts, and we're back with Patrick Greasy, if you will, with the top 8 announcement from the June AGE Open in New England. And here it is right before you. Ka-chan, the lone assassin in the room, coming in at the number 1 seed. He'll be rematching against Paul Gibby on Verdance Thorn of the Rose. Our second seed is Daniel Flavin going up against, yes, another mech rematch, Connor Bryant on Dash.io, who's going to try to draw a little bit better off of those cerebellum processors. And then we've got Colby Homan versus Nick Reuter, Dorinthea and Ironsong, and Vynnset, Iron Maiden, a hero that we haven't talked about at all today. All of the Rune Blood love has been on Florian Rotwood Harbinger all day in the hands of Justin Gottlieb, but another one snuck in. And then, of course, 3rd versus 6th seeds, Andrew Melson versus Joshua Tavares. It's going to be a Cindra off. A couple of class mirror matches, and then also 2 classes that weren't represented at all on stream, Warrior and Shadow Runeblade. How about that, Patrick?
I'm excited to watch that. We've seen a good amount of, well, I think in every other matchup, we've either seen it on stream, 2 great games, Ka-chan and Paul Gibby, and then, of course, Daniel Flavin and Connor Bryant just a couple rounds ago. And then we've seen Joshua Tavares on stream as well as Cindra. We haven't seen Colby and Nick yet. I'm excited to potentially do so.
Let's cut all corners. We're not going to potentially do so. That will be our feature matchup for quarterfinals. It'll be our 4th seed versus our 5th seed. Colby Homan on Dorinthea Ironsong versus Nick Reuter on Vynnset Iron Maiden. You were saying, Patrick.
I feel like it's a very it's one of those matchups that the players are really going to have to be prepared to adapt on the fly. Dorinthea, of course, when she gets enough velocity, assuming Colby's on Dawnblade, which I don't know for a fact, can really quickly overpower any aggro deck, but at the same time, Vynnset has just a litany of disruption available at its disposal. And then potentially as well, the Dorinthea can pivot towards a fatigue game state, and Vynnset's not the easiest hero to fatigue, but among the easiest heroes to fatigue. So I'm really excited to see how each player navigates this tough matchup.
And the Cindra mirror, who do you give the edge to in that?
I'm going to go ahead and go with Josh Tavares.
Oh, wow. You're actually choosing a side right here.
No. Actually, you know what? I'm going to take Andrew Melson just because Andrew's going to get to choose going second. So that's going to be the answer for me. But I'm feeling good about Cindra's ability to move on to the semifinals.
So we're not going to be able to witness any of the rematches from Swiss, Ka Chan versus Paul Gibby, or Daniel Flavin versus Connor Bryant, because we do want to give you a new flavor at the beginning of this top 8. But it is going to be fascinating to see which of those heroes is going to come out on top. Is it going to be a repeat? Ka takes down Paul. Is it going to be a repeat? Daniel takes down Connor? Or is it going to be a complete shakeup for the semifinals proceeding fourth?
Well, the one thing I know about both of those matchups, Bryce, is that they were razor thin the first time around, so I wouldn't at all be surprised to see the result flip in the second matchup.
Only time will tell, Patrick, but now we need to talk about what is at stake. We've gone over it a little bit earlier in the stream, but first place is going to take home $400 USD. Second place, $200. Third through fourth, $100. Fifth through eight, $50. But that is not all that's on offer right now. Patrick, break it down. What about these AGE points?
They're worth their weight in gold, Bryce. 30 points will do a lot towards putting somebody, whoever is able to take this down, well in a well-situated position to get into the top 16 if they are not already in this AG New England Open Series.
So 5th through 8 and up are what are on offer for our top 8 cut. But hey, you get something just for showing up to AG events. It's not just the top 8 that gets that prizing. 9th through 12th is going to go home with 12 AGE points, 13th through 16th, 8 points, and you get 1 just for showing up. So as long as you are showing up to AGE Opens throughout the year, you still have your shot at making it into the race in the top 16 cut for the Players' Championship. Right now, these are the players that we have locked for top 16, but we're going to get a massive shakeup here. Ka Chan, just by making top 8, is going to skyrocket, slingshot himself into contention for the Players' Championship. And we still have 3 opens after this for New England for players to qualify for that invitation-only event.
And don't miss out on Joshua Tavares on the right side of the bracket, quickly going to move himself to the left side of the bracket with those nice, at least top 8 points, potentially substantially more if he's able to progress.
Andrew Melson also making his mainstay in this top 16. He's going to cement himself in this race. Looks like, besides that, it's a pretty big upset. Noah Beygelman unable to make it into the top 8 here. Pheano Black, both of them, I believe, going home with 12 AGE points. So still kind of solidifying their place in this top 16, but definitely not really jumping a whole lot of spots at all. Besides that, it is going to be a lot of fresh faces in the race for the Players' Championship.
And if there's one thing we learned from the Los Angeles analog of the June Open Series, it's that Anthony DT got his win, got 30 points, had no points prior to that, and is now firmly in the race for the top 16. That can happen to anybody who's not pictured on that board.
It's always an exciting time at Arcane Games and Events, and there are plenty of more opportunities to show up and qualify for the illustrious Players' Championship. We've got a couple more events on the docket. The last 2 opens in the West are going to be coming up on July 13th and August 9th, both at Top Deck Keep in Riverside, California, respectively. And then we've got our next Open for New England scheduled also on July 13th at the same time as the LA Open. That one will unfortunately not be streamed, but it will be back at Great Stories Comics and Games, another one of our really awesome homes here on the Eastern Seaboard. That all of these events are going to be classic constructed, and we will have more for New England on the docket sooner rather than later. Folks, we've announced our top 8 cut, and we will be back with our quarterfinal match for the June Open at AGE New England in short order. And that, of course, is going to be Dorinthea Ironsong versus Vynnset Iron Maiden. Go ahead and sound off in chat. Who are you rooting for? Who do you think has the edge in this match? And we will be back in short order for more Flesh and Blood after this. Warriors in Shadow Rune Blades, rise up. It is time for your moment of triumph. That's right. We've got Dorinthea Ironsong versus Vynnset Iron Maiden coming up for the first round of quarterfinals here at the June AGE Open in New England. My name is Bryce Platts, and I am here with Patrick R. We're going to be giving you the insights and the overbites about this top 8 as we go. My intro lines are a bit lacking today, but that's because we have been burning this morning oil since about 6 a.m. because we are, of course, on the West Coast, while all of our illustrious players are on the opposite seaboard. Patrick, how do you feel about this matchup?
We got an energizing matchup, Bryce. Like I mentioned a bit ago, the Dorinthea versus Vynnset matchup can be really dynamic. The players are going to be forced to change tact as the game progresses. It'll be really interesting to see. And also, there are multiple approaches to it. So it'll be interesting to see which way they choose and how they choose to approach this matchup.
Before we get down to the match floor for some action, let's go ahead and take a look at this top 8 bracket. Once again, the feature matchup is the second from the top here. It's Colby Homan versus Nick Reuter. I should mention, these are it's the first time that either of these players have been on stream at AGE, and further, Nick Reuter, it's his first ever AGE Open, and he's already made a top 8. Colby Homan has attended one event previously, but went 2-3 and only attained one AGE participation point. So this is a fertile ground for both of these players to make their claim to the top 16 and get into that running for the Players' Championship.
Fantastic showing for both players. And I'm always saying, if you haven't been to an AGE before and you live near one, or maybe you just are excited to travel to one, you never know. You never know. You can test your mettle. Maybe you don't think you'll do super well, and then you can just push through and end up on stream, or maybe even end up in the top 8.
And both these players have landed on stream after battling it out and performing incredibly well all throughout the day. They have been dodging our watchful eye of Sauron as each pairings has been posted. There's just been something else that we've wanted to put on over them. But here, for all to see, they are helping us avoid the Cindra mirror and also some rematches from earlier in the day. So we really appreciate Colby and Nick being on stream for us for all to see. And of course, what is at stake for both of these players? It's a whole lot of cash. This is essentially a $50 match and a 5 AG open point match for both of these players. If they can ascend into the 3rd through 4th bracket and participate in the semifinal, they will earn $50 extra for their worth. If they go home at the moment, they're not going home empty-handed. They're going to get themselves 50 big ones and also 15 AGE open points. Not anything to shake your hat at, Patrick.
Not at all. And there are worse ways to spend your day than $50, some AG points, and some good times well had, especially for these two players who, as you mentioned, Bryce, have not previously had the opportunity to be on stream.
Let's go ahead and navigate to our metagame breakdown because we got to talk about some conversion, don't we? Got to look at the top represented decks here. There were 6 Gravy and 4 Jarl at the start of the day after battling it out through 6 rounds of Swiss. All 10 of those represented heroes have fallen from grace out of the top 8. Cindra, however, converting 50% into the top 8 here. 2 out of 4 have made it.
Yeah, I mean, bring Cindra to an event and flip a coin. Maybe you'll end up in the top 8. Really good performance for the 2 Cindra players we have today. Unfortunately, they'll have to sort of team kill each other in the quarterfinals. But we have a guarantee that we will have a Cindra in the semifinals.
And Dorinthea, another 50% converter. There were only 2 represented at the start of the day. 1 leaks through into the top 8, and that covers the entire representation for Warrior. There's been a lot of discourse about Kasai and also Fang stocks rising thanks to the rise of Mr. Gravy Bones. But in this case, it's the Dawnblade that ascends into the top 8.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see this Dorinthea play. We haven't, as we've mentioned a couple times now, haven't seen Dorinthea on stream today. Dorinthea, I think, a really interesting meta call. I think the idea being that you would get those free Dawnblade counters by clearing up Gravy Bones' allies, and Gravy Bones was the perceived boogeyman in the field. Perhaps, unfortunately for this Dorinthea, no Gravy Bones to be found in the top 8. So Dorinthea going to have to make it on sort of her own merits from now on.
2 more 50% converters. That's Verdance, who had 2 copies at the start of the day. 1 leaks through to the top 8, and also Dash.io. 1 gets through, but we got to turn our eyes to the 100% converters. That's Slippy in the hands of Kachan coming in at our 1st seed, and Daniel Flavin on Puffin Hightail coming in, I believe, at our 2nd seed. Oh my gosh, and how could I have been mistaken? The one lone Vynnset also leaks through. So 300% conversions for these kind of dark horse heroes.
Yeah, I'm interpreting this data to mean that if you bring these heroes to an event, you have 100% chance to top 8, but maybe that's not quite correct. In any case, really great showing to have a rogue pick that has ascended as far as each of these heroes have.
Well, folks, we are getting word that our players are ready at the feature match table, so let's go ahead and kick off the top 8 with a quarterfinal match between Dorinthea Ironsong and Vynnset Iron Maiden. Colby Homan on the left side of your screen, and in the right corner, it's Nick Reuter, his first ever AGE Open, and already making it to top 8. The fist bump has been extended, and we are underway here at the top 8 at the June AGE Open in New England.
I'm excited, Bryce. We got a Dorinthea, a classic hero in Flesh and Blood, versus Vynnset. Definitely my favorite member of the Migos.
And Patrick, it is not the Dawnblade, in fact. It's Hatchet Story that has made it to top 8. This is a blast from the past, man. I haven't seen this since the Pro Tour LA Heavy Hitters meta.
Yeah, I just assumed that we were going to have a Dawnblade in this gravy, at a perceived gravy field, but clearly Colby here deciding that the more traditional, sort of almost Kasai-like Dorinthea was the way to go.
Okay, rune chant generated here off of banishing the Cull, and yes, a malefic incantation established on turn 0. This is the risk of allowing a Vynnset player to go first here. If they're able to set up that rune chant engine, then you are going to be hurting moving forward in this game. I typically would much rather just go ahead and pass on turn 1 and force them to take a tempo play and establish their generators on their first turn.
Yeah, definitely not looking as great for Colby going second and seeing not just a Malefic Incantation, a red Malefic Incantation. So Nick's not going to be short for setting up rune chants as this game progresses.
First hatchet swing for Colby is going to be a sharpened steel empowered hatchet of, I think that's body in that yellow flavor right there. So this is 5. Currently no go again unless there is a reaction lurking in the hand, and I tend to think so because a hit and run makes its way into the pitch zone.
Yeah, I agree with you there, Bryce. Unlikely to have pitched the hit and run if Colby didn't have a secondary way of gating go again here. Of course, Colby opting to go with Valiant Dynamos, and Colby going over the top with a Blade Flurry, and I think that's going to be it. So does not look like there will be any go again conferred here. Just going to choose to pitch to Grains and leak the extra damage. So not bad. 8 damage leaked across on turn 1 for Colby.
And that Vigor token, the value of it cannot be understated because that will really clean up some of these hands. Also allow Dory to do what she loves to do in this hatchet build, which is just leak extra resources into the Grains of Blood spill on further turns, and also the Brave Forge Bracers, just eking out lots of little points of value throughout the course of this game. Right now, it's back over to Nick Reuter, who has banished a Phantom Wraith and generated a rune chant token for his troubles. It's an Arcane Cussing as the follow-up, something that is pretty unique in some of these Vynnset builds.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen this card since playing Rosetta Limited myself, but definitely a house in that format.
Speaking of houses, Nick is building himself a rune chant house. Envelop in Darkness is the follow-up here. Up to 3 rune chants now and reaching for that Phantom Wraith. So it's going to be 3 rune chants, plus it should be 9 damage if I'm not mistaken. Yes, that Phantom Wraith at a base 6, powered up by the Envelop in Darkness, and Nick is also ticking down that Malefic Incantation, creating a rune chant token, and man, there is a lot to deal with here. Nick has also paid for that Vynnset ability, ensuring that 1 rune chant leaks through and blows up that Arcane Cussing on his turn and generates an extra 3 rune chants.
Arcane Cussing acquainting itself well in this matchup. I'm very impressed by what was effectively just a guaranteed hit into 3 rune chants on the back end. So very impressive showing from Nick so far. I wonder here, Bryce, to what extent, when I'm defending myself from a Vynnset attack, I'm constantly thinking about Succumb to Temptation. And Colby's already leaked 1 arcane damage here, so theoretically vulnerable to that card if any physical damage comes through to Colby here.
Colby's got to be thinking that he's going to be disrupted either by a Succumb to Temptation from that arsenal at instant speed, or that Cull that is lurking in the banish zone right now for Nick Reuter. Nick, however, being that he is going up against a highly defensive and point goblin type deck in Hatchet Story, he's going to have to be careful about how he decides to deploy all of his offensive threats, because as you mentioned before the match started, Colby can totally pivot to a fatigue strategy against Vynnset. Yeah,
and here Colby using Calming Breeze to be a pseudo blue, act as 2 rune chant, I guess, a little bit better in this case than a pseudo blue, because it's going to leak over and protect from one physical as well.
Oh, and we're getting some insight into Colby's overall strategy. There's a last-ditch effort that has been blocked on the combat chain here. Makes me think that Colby is more than happy to go the distance in terms of fatigue. Last-ditch effort, of course, if it is the last card, if there are no cards in your deck, it's going to get a little bit of a buff and also go again. So Colby really signaling that he wants to go to the ends of Wraith in order to close out this victory.
And just as you predicted there, Bryce, Nick ending on a Cole to take one of the last 2 cards remaining in Colby's hand. Fortunately, Colby keeping 1 card in hand, so he will be able to make use of that agility token he generated last turn.
Colby looking up to the sky, I think because he wasn't able to block with those Valiant Dynamos efficiently on that turn. So he's like, oh my gosh, I'm going to lose 1 point of value. And this is actually the way that Hatchet Story likes to play this game. Every tiny point of value is going to matter so much in the end. If you don't believe me, go ahead and ask Maximilian Klein about his finals match against Arthur Trehey at Pro Tour Los Angeles.
Yeah, and Colby, who amongst us Warrior players hasn't forgotten to utilize their dynamos at a time that it was essentially free to do it? You're not alone, brother.
Blessing of Occult blocked here. Nick really valuing a lot of these non-attack rune chant generators. Very interesting to see his build kind of come to the fore for us as he draws up each hand in sequence. Hatchet of Mind coming in for 3, blocked out nicely by a Funeral Moon from Nick. 36 plays 31 as we pass back over to the Shadow Runeblade.
Pretty simple turn for Colby. I think very much priced into it based on the way he had to block on Nick's previous and explosive turn. Nick likely going to have another explosive turn here with 4 rune chants all teed up.
Unfortunately, not able to find a copy of like Widespread Annihilation or something a little more disruptive. Instead is just an Eloquent Eulogy banished from the hand. His only blood deck card that he has access to here, and it's a Deadwood Dirge resolved, going from 5 rune chants to 7 here.
Nick is stacking rune chants like I rarely see, and they're all coming at Colby's face right now.
So 7 rune chants backed up by an Eloquent Eulogy of 4 physical.
I think one of those is unpreventable as well, if I'm correct.
No, Deadwood Dirge is not Shadow.
Ah, gotcha.
So no option to pay 1 life to the Vynnset hero ability there. I do worry a little bit about Nick. I mean, there's only so many rune chants that you can generate in the Vynnset deck, and you usually, especially when your opponent is posturing defensively, you want to line them all up for one big turn, one big blast whenever you can to cut right through the defenses of your opponent. And Colby, yeah, just showing that he is more than comfortable pitching the blues in hand and shoring up these rune chants as much as possible.
Colby here making sure he's not going to miss out on Valiant Dynamo value here, giving the one to fully cover up this Eloquent Eulogy.
Fool me once, I will kick it twice. Valiant Dynamos makes its way out onto the combat chain. Colby is not going to make that mistake again. But that being said, I think with 1 card in hand, he's not going to be able to swing 2 weapons this turn. No, indeed. I think it's a take it on the chin that makes its way into the arsenal, getting ready to refresh those dynamos perhaps on the next turn.
It really does seem like Colby might be playing towards fatigue here. I wonder if that is actually the plan. I guess we'll say that's part of the dynamism of this matchup that I was referring to at the beginning of this game. So it'll be interesting to see how Colby sort of develops his game plan. Also interesting equipment layout for Colby there, maybe to remind himself to remove that Valiant Dynamo counter whenever he swings twice.
For whatever reason, whenever dynamos are at play, players really change up the way they present their equipment. I have even seen Kasai players putting it in the weapon slot to make sure that they don't forget.
Yeah.
Me being a very late adopter to the Warrior class, I don't know how you ever forget to refresh that card, honestly.
Oh, well, I do it constantly. I'll show you sometime.
You do?
Constantly, I
Maybe
forget.
that's why you're having issues in the gravy matchup.
Well, maybe that. But also, I don't know if you're allowed to do it this way under Comp REL rules. I don't know. It's one of those interesting things.
Malefic Incantation using its last verse counter to generate 1 more rune chant token. In this case, Deathly Wail comes in for 5 physical, backed up by 2 rune chants. And does seem like there is another yellow Deathly Wail in the banish zone for Nick to use at a later time.
I got to tell you, Bryce, Nick is doing a great job at not stumbling. I feel like sometimes I play against Vynnset, and they'll have a turn where maybe they just set up and maybe even IP, but not at all yet for Nick, just pure gas. And who's to know, to your earlier point, whether that eventually comes to a really rough end, but so far so good.
Okay, looks like is that an in the swing?
Yeah.
I've never seen that printing of it, actually.
Yeah, it looks like, I think that's, is that some gravy tech perhaps?
Oh, no. In the Swing is just a solid card when you're swinging twice.
I'm thinking of the Ally Hate one. Yeah, In the
Right.
Swing is a classic. Yeah, I haven't seen that printing either, but it's really nice.
I can see why you think that because there's an axe printed on that one.
Yeah.
Very appropriate for this Hatchets build. But Colby shoring up all of the damage on that turn. So, oh, I'm sorry. No, did he take that Flail of Agony? Because Nick now has 3 rune chants on his side of the board.
Yeah, he must have. And maybe wishing he had his dynamos refreshed there to be able to clean that up. Usually you're very unafraid as a warrior with Valiant Dynamos to face down a Flail of Agony, but here, Nick astutely attacking Colby while he didn't have the dynamos available.
Colby will be going again on this turn. It's hit and run in the yellow. Doesn't really matter what color it is because it has been played before Colby has swung a weapon. So it's just going to confer go again to this Hatchet of Body. 2 go again here.
And Nick, I think, happy enough to say no blocks as long as every card in his hand is going to be usable, and Colby is just presenting vanilla damage.
And I didn't see it properly, folks. It wasn't a take it on the chin in the arsenal. It was instead an outland skirmish, which means that this Hatchet of mine is coming in for 6 +1 because Hatchet of Body was swung first and an additional +3 conferred by that outland skirmish. It's also going to threaten to generate a copper token, which is generally not going to matter too much for this Hatchet build of Dorinthea. But hey, pennies can add up to $1.
You could always pitch to it. Technically, yeah, definitely not a blood in her hand situation like you would be with Kasai, but I think Outland Skirmish good enough as a 0 for 3 in this case.
Even though Colby is posturing that his deck can go the distance with now 2 copies of Last Ditch Effort in his pitch stack. The life totals are dwindling rather quickly. Colby sitting at a healthy 34 and Nick already down to 25. It's 2 Malefic Incantations established. The last 2 reds in the deck for Nick, and he is very happy to just take a setup turn here. And hey, might as well swing a red Deathly Well while he's at it. 5 rune chance and 6 physical.
Nick has been unrelenting in this game, and with the aggression that he's able to continuously put on Colby. It really just, I thought for a second there when he played out the Malefics that this was going to be more of a setup turn. Not the case. 5 rune chance coming at Colby, 11 damage split up.
But nevertheless, Colby remains stalwart with all of those blues in hand. He's ready to shore up all of this arcane damage with the 3rd copy of Last Ditch Effort. I wonder how many people he's killed with that card today.
Yeah, it definitely seems like a person very well prepared to go into the fatigue game, as you said, Bryce. Again, wondering to what extent, I mean, you have to imagine at some point Nick's going to run out of gas, but he just deployed 2 more red Malefic Incantations, so that turn's not going to be for at least 3 more turns.
Okay, life totals are getting a little bit closer here. It's back over to Colby. Homan 30 plays 24 in the favor of our warrior player for now. Nick has established 3 rune chants on his turn with which to use next turn. He has found himself a copy of Succumb to Temptation. It looks like Blessing of the Occult, and he's also got a yellow Deathly Whale lined up ready to use. But right now, Colby has something to say about it. Hatchet of Body coming in, 2.
I'm not sure if I saw, I mean, assuredly Colby has a go again enabler in his hand. Otherwise he would have played out the trot along first, and Colby artfully hiding from us right at the, moment we looked.
Yeah.
So we'll learn together.
I did see that it was a yellow, so it's probably a Blade Runner or a run through would be my guess.
Yeah, which are effectively the same card in yellow, I suppose. But so I think that's probably right. Colby doing a good job of just chipping away at Nick's life total. And despite the fact that it seems like Nick has done all of this sort of broken stuff in this game so far, Colby, as you said, at a nice little life lead.
Okay, looks like, so a Vigor token paid for that Hatchet of Body, Blade Runner, and another Vigor token bought by the Trot Along in the pitch zone. Hatchet of Mine follows up 4-5. 3 thanks to Hatchet of Body swinging first, and then also +2 conferred by that yellow Blade Runner, which means that it's a refresh of Dynamos. Hatchets go back to the zone. No Arsenal this time for Colby, but it's 30 plays 19 as we pass back over to the Shadow Runeblade.
And that no Arsenal is key because of this, I believe it's Widespread Destruction is that one?
Correct.
Which would have presented a on-hit that no longer will exist because of the empty Arsenal zone.
It's going to be curious to see if Colby can shore up all of this arcane damage. No, he's not going to be able to, because the first non-attack action card resolved by Nick is Envelop in Darkness, which happens to be Shadow, so he's going to be able to pay 1 life to that Vynnset hero ability. He's also up to 5 rune chance here, so at least 1 unpreventable damage coming through this turn, and which means that Succumb to Temptation, which remains in his hand, is going to be so threatening.
Oh, wow. I didn't notice the Succumb to Temptation in hand for Nick. So Colby is going to have to block this pretty artfully. To his credit, Colby has done a pretty good job of doing that so far in this game. Wondering if he will be able to sniff out that there's a Succumb coming his way.
Both of these players showing exactly why they belong in this top 8 cut at the Arcane Games and Events June Open in New England.
Yeah, massive shout out to Nick and Colby so far, really acquainting themselves well as 2 new players to the stream. I think showing exactly how they got to this seat.
We're thankful to have them here. It's 1 unpreventable rune chant and 4 standard rune chants, followed up by 5 physical, thanks to the Deathly Whale. Almost assuredly going to generate 2 rune chants once this combat chain closes, but it remains to be seen whether or not Colby will be able to sniff out that Succumb to Temptation lurking in the hand of Nick Reuter.
Yeah, and you have to wonder if Colby's not incentivized here, because currently there's no remaining action point after this, right, for Nick. So perhaps Colby's incentivized to just give a card to the Arcane Barrier on the rune chance and then use 2 cards to block out the Deathly Whale. That will still generate, as you mentioned, 2 rune chants on the back for Nick. But
so because 1 rune chant has leaked through, Nick, even if the Deathly Whale gets blocked out, Succumb to Temptation will still be able to be played at instant speed and generate an action point if Nick decides he wants to use it.
That's right. But at least if Colby is presumably looks like he's going to block it out, he will not be have a card plucked out of his hand at the very least. So this is basically an agility token, and potentially you sometimes players, and I'm one of them, forget that Succumb to Temptation is a lasting effect. So if a card hits if a Runeblade attack action card hits Colby later in this turn, Colby will still have to lose a card in hand.
So action point generated here, thanks to that Succumb to Temptation. Nick is going to have to go ahead and close the combat chain to generate 1 rune chant token, thanks to the fact that he has lost life this turn. Oh, sorry, both players have lost life because that first rune chant was unpreventable. Nick says, it's just time to do big turns. I don't care if you don't have an arsenal for me to banish and disrupt on hit of this widespread destruction. Instead, I am just going to go full throttle and send as much damage face. And it seems to be working out here. Colby taking a lot of rune chants and then only blocking 3 on this widespread destruction. No cards left in hand for Succumb to Temptation to rip. Nick giving a little laugh there, realizing perhaps that his opponent is... Oh, he's giving a laugh because of the reciprocal effect of widespread destruction. Reduced to rune chant comes out of the arsenal and into the banish zone for Nick because, yeah, widespread destruction cuts both ways.
Yeah, not ideal for Nick, but a really great job of remembering all of his triggers on this turn, which can be hard whenever they're reciprocal like that. Both and also reminding Colby about the Succumb to Temptation looming effect. So Nick playing, despite a little bit of a hiccup in terms of strategy, playing a very clean game so far.
Colby so far has looked much less like a Homan and much more like a wall man when it comes to protecting himself from all of this relentless onslaught coming out of Vynnset. But right now, life totals are back at parity. You got to hand it to Nick. Even though his opponent is taking a very defensive posture, he is leaking damage through steadily. 18 plays 20 as he banishes an Eloquent Eulogy from the hand and generates a rune chant token.
Does Judge Colby have maybe correcting a bit of a... maybe a mistrigger on some point?
Getting word that it might be that we forgot about the buff on Envelop in Darkness. It was 5 go again, and that is a huge problem because there was a Succumb to Temptation resolved on that turn as well.
Oh, yeah. Not really sure what the proper fix is here, but I'm sure the very capable judges that we have available on site will be able to figure this out.
So we're going to cut back to one of our ugly mugs and one of our beautiful mugs in the meantime. And you can
decide which is which.
I got to give it to my co-caster here. What a handsome fellow, huh, folks?
Oh, all right. Well, if you're forcing me.
Looks amazing in glasses and without. And also, he looks really good with Valiant Dynamos on, I should mention, because we were both Fang enjoyers.
Yep. And let me ask you this, Bryce. We're pretty deep in this game now. It's been very back and forth thus far. if you had to pick, we're obviously rooting for both players to succeed here, but if you had to pick who you think is slightly favored at this point, I would say nobody is more than slightly favored. Who would you pick?
I still want to lean towards the Dorinthea, especially because we've seen that he has pieces to go the distance. I really think that Vynnset is a deck that by and large can be fatigued if you have the blues and the block values to do so. And it's really hard for Vynnset to put together really strong back-to-back oppressive turns. And she's just want to brick every now and then. I think it's gonna take a really impressive couple big turns from Nick in order to close this game out.
But that being said, Vynnset definitely has the capability to line those up. So remains to be seen if Nick will be able to do that. I got to say, I do really like this Dorinthea deck. It's very reminiscent to me of local to the AG LA scene, local Richard Strong's Dorinthea list, which is just a smattering of blues with the Dawnblade, but the ability to fatigue if necessary on the dot.
Indeed so. Colby is still trying to maintain a defensive posture despite the onslaught of purple circles coming his way from his crayon-wielding friend, Vynnset Iron Maiden. Really, really tough spot for both players. I'm really glad that this was the chosen streamed matchup, though. It is absolutely fascinating.
Yeah, it's very back and forth. It was, it was chosen as a mostly opportunity to showcase some skills for players that we haven't been able to show thus far today, as every other matchup had a player who has been on stream. But as I've said several times already in this game, both players, I think, really expertly piloting their decks. Obviously, a couple of missed triggers here and there, but that'll happen in these games. But otherwise, like you can really understand that even these one first timer and one maybe second timer, were able to get to the place in the top 8 that they've gotten to.
And even though they're new to Arcane games and events, it's very plain to see that they have put in the work outside of streamed matches to become very proficient at their heroes.
Yes, and especially these are two heroes that have been around for a long time, two heroes that if you are not at all new to this game, you've definitely played against. We've all been punished by Dorinthea, I think, when learning how to play this game. But nonetheless, even with these heroes that have been around for what seems like the game's inception almost, well, for Dorinthea, literally, you can learn. There's always something to learn by seeing skilled players pilot these decks.
Speaking of skilled players, proficiency, and learning, we have some educational tools on the Arcane Games and Events YouTube channel. If you'd like to check them out, we've come out with 3 deck techs in the last 2 weeks, one of which is, of course, Matthew Vore on Victor Goldmane, High and Mighty. That is out now. Go ahead and join us on the Arcane Games and Events YouTube channel for that very special deck tech. Matthew is an incredible Guardian player in his own right, and just a proficient Flesh and Blood player in general. I got to sit down with him and talk Victor Goldmane, and dude, I think he has done the impossible and encouraged me to actually build a Guardian deck.
Yeah, I'll never do that, but I am very impressed. I'm very impressed nonetheless with Alex's, his showing at, I'm sorry, Alex, Matthew, I'm thinking of his brother, Matthew showing at US Nationals, and also this deck tech. I watched it all the way through. Very interesting, really awesome to hear about Matthew's journey throughout the building the deck and then also performing at Nationals. And I'm really, as a Guardian non-enjoyer, let's say, I'm really fearful about what Victor's going to look like now that Victor has the riches of Tropaldani.
Well, whether you are a Guardian sympathizer or a Guardian hater like my co-caster, go ahead and tune in to the Victor Goldmane deck tech with Matthew Vore to see if you can unlock either the way to finally find your way back into the meta as a Victor player, or a way like the chink in the armor that you can exploit on the side of the player that is trying to kill Victor Goldmane. Either way, we've got plenty of stuff on offer for you at the Arcane Games and Events YouTube channel. Besides that, we have a Puffin Hightail deck tech with Anthony Pham, Mr. Come to Locals, Mr. Ephraim Boost himself, and also a Gravy Bones deck tech with Austin Summers, who piloted that deck in a brand new fresh meta, almost to a top 8 finish at US Nationals in Las Vegas.
Yeah, very fortunate to have in our midst on the AGE Pro team 3 excellent players who have developed, and 3 of them have developed in a relatively short amount of time these lists and honed them to be able to play them for Nationals, and now to be able to share their knowledge with us. I know there is a lot of interest in how specifically Daniel Flavin's Puffin list, which will be posted on Monday, but also that Anthony Pham Puffin list. A lot of interest in that. And it seems like there are a lot of folks out there who are really interested in cracking these new heroes.
Yeah, and crack them you will, because there are two different flavors of Puffin on offer there. Daniel Flavin definitely prioritizing a no boost and higher pirate kind of synergy in his list, and also a completely different weapon. He's got that Tecloplasma pistol versus Anthony Pham's Spitfire, and Anthony still loves his boost cards, thinks Zipper Hit is one of the best cards in the game and wants to play it whenever he possibly can.
And he's right about that. 0 to 60 in Zipper Hit, completely above rate. And I think it's just so fascinating whenever you have these heroes that are adaptable to very different styles. Like, I don't think Anthony's list plays Pummel unless I'm not remembering that correctly. And of course, Daniel Flavin, we've seen him resolve a Pummel in spectacular fashion multiple times just today. So yeah, I mean, and that's not even to get to Gravy Bones, which the intricacies of that deck, I think, will confound us for generations, perhaps. And it seems like everybody's really putting their hat in the ring to try to figure it out.
If that's not enough learning and discourse for you folks, you should also join our Discord, where we have active conversations going all day long, and also a new feature at the AGE Open Series. That's Match of the Month. We'll be posting in the general chat of our Discord 3 matches every single month from all of the streams that we had going on for that Open. In this case, we're going to be posting 3 events between the AGE LA Open and the AGE NE Open, and you, the viewers, can vote on which one we will feature with some Mystery Science Theater 3000-like commentary on the YouTube channel later on that month. So I believe that our judge call has now been fixed. Let's go ahead and proceed back on down to the match area, where Colby Homan and Nick Reuter are still duking it out. Looks like there was a correction on the life totals, but probably not on the prospective Discord that the Succumb to Temptation would have sown. It's 16 plays 18. Now life totals in the favor of Nick Reuter on Vynnset Iron Maiden. And looks like a hatchet of body is swinging in.
Yeah, I had forgotten in our midst of discussion of all these new heroes just how close of a game this was. And here we are rocketing right back into it. Colby, just 2 points. I guess if Nick were to take this damage, the players would be at equity here. As we had mentioned, a lot of Nick's power cards already already used up. Wondering if Nick has enough juice left to be able to finish the game against his Dorinthea, which seems just hell-bent on blocking out and preventing all damage to play towards a fatigue state.
Despite that, Nick has taken massive chunks out of his opponent, and we're nowhere near a fatigue state in terms of the deck sizes. I mean, Nick is still working with, I believe, over half the deck at this point.
Yeah, that's right. And I'm actually mistaken. Colby has 2 cards remaining in hand, so potential to push a lot more damage here. So Nick gonna have to tank on blocks here for a second. It's absolutely imperative that Nick utilize every single inch of value from the cards, even the ones he's going to block with. It's possible he has a 3 block in hand that he's wondering, maybe I can get more than 2 value out of this.
Speaking of extra value, there is yet another Succumb to Temptation lurking in the arsenal, lying in wait. Nick accepts that 2 damage, but Colby says, wait, there's more. This hatchet has go again, and it's a red Blade Runner this time. Hatchet of Mind going to be coming in for 6.
I wonder if this is a Face Purgatory option, Bryce. 6 is probably about as high as it's going to go, at least without a reaction for Colby. If Nick's got yep, there it goes, committing maybe not.
Excellent shout, though, Patrick. I don't think you're going to get a better opportunity than this. You can keep your opponent off arsenal, or even snipe out and in the swing that you know is lurking in their deck somewhere.
Yeah, and it's really, I think, Colby he's at least showing and Nick deciding not to deploy the Face Purgatory here, just blocking 6. And Colby not reacting there, so maybe that was just yet another go again enabler or something that Nick was not going to be able to commit to.
Yeah, I tend to think it's going to be another Blade Runner or something like that makes its way into the arsenal. That is really what changes the texture of these Dorinthea Irons. The Hatchet Dory plays is you really need to have a go again enabler, and that's what you want to do. Swing 2 hatchets every single turn of the game, count up your Valiant Dynamos value at the end of the game, and proceed on to the semifinals. In this case, though, it's over to Nick Reuter, who has just banished a Widespread Destruction and created a rune chant for his troubles.
And in terms of rune gate attacks, I think Nick just has the Widespread Destruction left at this point. That could be mistaken. And if so, yeah, I believe that has a cost of 4, if I'm not mistaken. So Nick should be able to send it right here.
Widespread Destruction coming in 4 Rune Chance and 6 Physical Power.
So a heads-up play by Nick, maybe figuring he was going to have some Arsenal Disruption anyway, and thinking the Face Purgatory's discard mode was not going to have much use.
Saving that headpiece for another day. 1 Rune Chant leaks through. Colby pitches a blue to shore up the remaining 3, trying to block as efficiently as humanly possible. The Dynamos are at the ready, but he's having to think. How best do I block 1 on this chain link?
1 block is interesting here because I'm imagining most of Colby's cards block for 3. So I wonder if Colby's just going to let some of this physical damage leak in, or...
He really doesn't want to in this case because 1 Rune Chant has leaked through and Nick is sitting on a Succumb to Temptation in Arsenal. So if Colby doesn't respect this physical damage, then he's going to be in for a world of hurt in the form of a lost card.
And in hand, Colby has one of his power cards, which is
Spill Blood.
Spill Blood. And
yes.
That's going to look like a prime target for Nick's Succumb to Temptation here.
And succumbing to temptation is Colby. In this case, the temptation is to just take physical damage and not block it. Nick leaks 5 in. Colby down to 10, and he's going to be forced to reveal the hand here. Nick is going to take his pick of the litter of the most threatening card in Colby's hand to force him to discard.
And this will, when the combat chain resolves, also destroy Colby's arsenal. So it's a very powerful play here from Nick. Just the sort of pivot point Nick needed to start putting his foot fully on the gas and try to close out this game before Colby can get to the more comfortable stages of the game for him.
What should Nick choose here?
I'm tempted to think the axe, the blood.
Spill Blood.
Spill Blood, in that, just because it represents so much potential damage, but no.
He chooses the one source of go again that he sees in the hand, which is curious because, yeah, we didn't see what was going to the arsenal, but as you astutely mentioned, Patrick, that is going to go the way of the banish zone once this combat chain resolves, no matter what. So I kind of like the way that Nick is working his way through this turn.
And Colby choosing not to use his bracers there to block the one on the flail, which interesting. And Colby had the double Spill Blood all lined up. That was going to be an incredibly explosive turn. You can understand why Colby maybe tried his luck a bit to see if I dodge a Succumb to Temptation for 1 turn, I can really put the pressure on Nick.
So even though there are 3 last-ditch efforts in this Hatchets build, we're already at 9 plays 14, currently in the favor of Vynnset, and this is exactly the game that she wants to play. She really doesn't want to be dealing with moving through a fatigue state and trying to rub brain cells together as much as possible to put together big turns and oftentimes being at the behest of your Rune Chant generators in deck. In this case, Colby leaking in 2 damage. Nick descends on down to 12, and Colby buys himself a Vigor token for his trouble thanks to that Grains of Blood spill.
Oh, and Nick going to go ahead and use a Cole before when Colby passes priority, which will deprive Colby of that card he was in Arsenal, which was his 2nd copy of Spill Blood.
A fantastic play from our Vynnset player here. Cole can be played at instant speed as long as a hero has lost life this turn. It doesn't matter who. And because Nick lost 2 off of that Hatchet of Body, Colby loses yet another power card in the form of the 2nd copy of Spill Blood.
Here, Nick still, even on just 1 card hand, able to send, what was this going to be, 9 points of damage? 10 points of?
7. Well,
total.
7 plus 3 Arcane. You're right.
Yeah, so that's lethal, technically. Obviously, Colby's going to make sure that doesn't happen, but very still, on a 1-card hand, that just really shows the power that Vynnset is able to generate once setup has been completed.
Colby still has some blocking cards with which to work. Calming Breeze, the 2nd copy, goes into the graveyard to shore up those 3 Rune Chants. Now it's 7 physical to deal with. Valiant Dynamos are not refreshed because he wasn't able to swing 2 Hatchets last turn.
Yeah, Colby may just be priced here into taking the 1 and keeping a card in Arsenal.
I think it's that 3rd copy of Calming Breeze that he might establish for the Arsenal here.
Yeah, definitely a useful Arsenal card to have. That is, I believe, like one of the main benefits of playing Calming Breeze over Shelter from the Storm. A card that otherwise has the same functionalities. You can actually stick that Calming Breeze into your arsenal and still get that mode.
I'm glancing over at chat, and Sharp is saying that these two players carpooled together, in which, if true, what an awkward ride home it's going to be after one of them ascends and the other descends.
Oh, I love it. I love I had the same thing at the last AG Open myself in Los Angeles. It's great to sort of walk through the game with your pal and see where things went wrong for you and get to complain about your luck one more time.
Colby just cashing in that Vigor token for a swing of Hatchet of Body. 2 points of damage go through to Nick. 9 plays 8 as he starts off this turn by banishing a Deathly Whale and creating a rune chant. He's still got the Vexing Quill hand to bail himself out if he's not able to generate enough rune chants. Deadwood Dirge, however, is going to do some serious work. Down to 0 rune chants and up to 3 after that card resolves. And there's also the last copy of Envelop in Darkness and also a Tear Through the Portal at his disposal.
I got to tell you, Bryce, if Nick has run out of gas, I wasn't around for it. Because every turn he's had the ability to, I've seen Nick do something that advances his game plan in some way, whether it's develop out a Malefic Incantation or be able to send just a ton of damage.
And Tear Through the Portal is absolutely awesome here because it is a shadow non-attack. Nick has already taken 1 life to pay for the Vynnset ability, which means that one of these rune chants is going to leak through, generate 2 once the combat chain is closed, thanks to the text on Deathly Whale, which means that he's going to generate 2 rune chants and be able to send the Phantom Wraith right after. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Against a fatigue deck, you need to generate multiple rune gate attacks per turn in order to ensure that you're leaking damage through.
Yeah, Nick, to your earlier point, Bryce, not low on deck quite yet. So you got to imagine still quite a bit of damage left in deck for Nick. I didn't get a chance to glimpse at this last card. I wonder if we have a second attack coming.
There is 1 more copy of Succumb to Temptation, but it probably would have been resolved there if any damage was leaking through. I do believe Colby covered up all of the physical, though.
He did indeed.
So closing the chain is Nick Reuter, creating those 2 rune chants thanks to the Deathly Whale. He lost 1 life thanks to the Tear Through the Portal, and Colby lost 1 thanks to the Unpreventable Rune Chant.
Nick maybe having to think here about whether he wants to send a second attack, maybe pop the Vexing Quill hand and push over an extra bit of damage.
With only 1 card left in hand, Nick has got to be smelling blood, but we know that card in the arsenal for Colby is the last copy of Calming Breeze, so he's going to be able to block rune chants at instant speed if Nick decides to commit the Vexing Quill hand here.
Colby looking very calm, I guess, as one whose fate may more or less be decided for them is wont to be in such a position.
Could also be thinking just about popping that Fiandal Spring Tunic to pay for the Envelop in Darkness that is left in hand.
Mm-hmm.
Although I do like it as a bail me out card if I'm not able to generate enough rune chants on the next turn. Vynnset's always going to be thinking 2 to 3 turns ahead.
Yeah, that's clearly the decision Nick's trying to reach here is to what extent do I invest in just offloading as much damage as possible on this turn while Colby's defenses are a little bit lower, or do I make sure that I have the sort of, I'm investing in my future, as you say, Bryce?
Because he does have to think about his life total at a certain point here, because even though Colby is not doing anything dazzling, he is still sending essentially free hatchets every turn, and eventually those are going to start demanding cards.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if Colby's going to keep enough cards this turn to be able to send hatchets back, so it's possible Nick will, and especially now that Nick is popping the Vexing Quill and going all in on this turn.
Oh my gosh, this is a lot of damage that's going to be coming through. It's going to be 5 rune chants plus 9 physical, and with only 1 card left in hand, this could spell doom for Colby, but that Calming Breeze is going to do some serious work. He only takes 2 rune chants right there. 5 physical damage. 5 life points left on the side of our Dorinthea Ironsong. Can he shore up enough of this damage? He's reaching for the Grains of Blood Spill, lining up that last card in deck, in hand.
Yeah, so the Grains and the 3 block will do it. Here, Colby just giving the extra 1 here to keep himself at 2 as opposed to just 1. Maybe insulating himself from an unpreventable rune chant in the future.
That's got to be what you're thinking when you're facing down Vynnset. But Nick, running a little bit low on Shadow non-attacks and laughing at me because he's drawn up a Shadow Puppetry. That being said, there's only 1 rune gate attack in the hand, and he's already used his bail out card in Vexing Quill hand. Phantom Banshee is going to the banish zone here, but how is he going to be able to generate enough rune chance to deploy it here? This is why I was really nervous about using that Vexing Quill hand.
Yeah, I totally understand your trepidation in doing that. That being said, it is a...
Oh, he has a Deadwood Dirge. Never mind. Everything's fine.
Simply always have it, Bryce, is my response to you. So this is looking like it has potential to present the end game here for Nick.
Deadwood Dirge, a mainstay in Rosetta, showing it not to be just a massive buff for Viserai, dearly departed, but also a huge upgrade for Vynnset. Arcane Cussing, Deadwood Dirge, Malefic Incantation, all cards that provide a serious amount of consistency to a deck that otherwise was in a bit of a rough spot. I honestly can't even remember the days of Vynnset without those cards at this point.
Here, Nick playing out the Succumb, I think for the extra action point to swing the flail, and I think this... Oh, no, one more point of block value on the Grains. That being said, Colby is just one unpreventable rune chant away from saying goodbye to this game, unless in the absence of some other cheeky life gain card that I'm not aware of.
Has he found the shadow non-attack? He has, but it is a cull. Doesn't have go again innately, so it doesn't look like Nick is going to be able to cheat this game away from Colby at this juncture, but it's only a matter of time. Colby needs some space here.
Could he use the Grimoire?
He could use the Grimoire to create an Eloquence token and then play that cull.
It's not Grimoire. Grimoire. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
In either
it's the back
case,
of the throat.
I'm sure if there is a way to do this, to make this rune chant unpreventable, Nick will figure it out.
Cull. Banished to the Vynnset ability, generating a rune chant. Yes, activating the Grimoire here is Nick Reuter. The book goes to the Banish Zone, creates an Eloquence token, which means that the next non-attack action card played this turn is going to have go again. Yes, indeed, it's the Cull. Nick is going to go ahead and pay that one life, make that rune chant unpreventable.
And
is there a source of life gain in the hand of Colby? No, indeed. No Sigil of Solace to be found here. Phantom Wraith coming in with an unpreventable rune chant. And the fist bump is extended. Quarterfinals closed out here by Nick Reuter. The Vynnset that could. Closing it out against a 3 last-ditch effort Hatchet Dory build.
Gotta love the old carpool match there. Nick pulling ahead. It was really tight for most of the game, but Nick just never relented. Consistent pressure, disruption, really having exactly what you need as the Vynnset to be able to close out the game against a Dory. That's blocking very well.
Nick, I think gesturing, saying that, like, hey, if you see the 3 red Malefic Incantations, what can you expect? Eventually I'm going to make enough rune chants and kill you.
It's like I'm always saying, Bryce, sometimes you just got it.
Yeah, and it would be really nice to be one of those flesh and blood players, but alas, I am not, which is why I'm sitting behind this desk watching players that do have it.
Yeah. I can't relate to that. No, I'm just kidding, of course. But in any case, really excellent showing by both players there, especially, as we've said a bunch of times now, on their first time on stream. Really excited to see more from them, and at least one of them will be continuing on to the semifinals.
It's really fun to watch AG dreams come to fruition before your very eyes, because I remember that first moment, the first time I got on stream. For one, I got absolutely clobbered. Let's not talk about that. But then the first time I made a top 8 as well, it's a magical moment.
I think you can still see on my video, my first time, my hands shaking as I reach for a card. So really tough to be out there. We are all the better for these players agreeing to be on stream and showing us their skills and having fun with it. So really thankful for them, and that was an excellent match.
And also for their part, making mistakes too. It's important to see how these judge calls play out when you're unable to maintain game state and how that affects you moving forward. So we love you for your victories, and we love you for your mistakes as well, players on stream. So please don't ever refuse to be on stream. It's for the betterment of yourself, your play, and also for those at home. We appreciate you very much. And we'll be back with one of those players that you just saw on stream for a winner interview. That's right, is Nick Reuter going to be gracing your screens and telling us exactly how he took down his compatriot from the carpool. I'd really like to know the make and model of that carpool as well, to see if there's a Honda Pilot synergy from our own locals.
It's a buff.
But we'll be back with that and more Flesh and Blood after this. Don't go anywhere. There's more top 8 to be had.
Welcome back. I'm here with Nick Reuter, who just took down Colby Homan. Nick, before I ask about the matchup, I heard a rumor in chat that you and Colby rode here together in the same carpool. Is that true?
Yes, Colby did drive me here along with a couple of other friends down from Pandemonium Games down in Boston. We had a good chat in the car. It's been great to get to play with them, and it was awesome to get to play with him in the first round of finals.
Yeah, always great to have a buddy across from you in your first time. I believe it was your first time on stream with AGE. Is that right?
Yeah, first time on stream ever. I was pretty nervous. Made a pretty significant mistake in the middle of the game. But it was good that there was a friendly face across the table. So hopefully it wasn't too disastrous.
And the mistake you're referring to is the widespread destruction, taking out your own arsenal in the game.
Yeah. Yes. That was not fully thought through. I was a little nervous.
Well, look, I thought in general, though, you were doing a really good job of remembering all of. And Vynnset has so many triggers at remembering everything. You kept the succumb around even when the first attack action didn't hit, just to remind your opponent that it technically applies to the second one. Really clean play overall, I thought. Have you been playing this hero for a long time?
Yeah, I started off my Flesh and Blood journey with Levia, and then around January, I bought into Vynnset, put the deck together, and I have been playing Vynnset pretty much exclusively for about 8 months now.
So you're a bit of a shadow connoisseur. Is that fair to say?
Absolutely, yeah. Love the shadow talent, love the shadow heroes. They're both a ton of fun.
And I'd love to get what animated your decision to bring Vynnset into this meta specifically?
I wanted to crush Cindras that I thought would be here today. I did that in one of my Swiss rounds, but had a pretty bricky game against the Cindra in round 6. I was a little bit afraid of Gravy Bones, but a couple of very specific tech cards let me beat that matchup pretty handily, I think. So, Gravy Bones is not so scary.
Well, I think we can safely discuss this because, as you probably know, there are no Gravy Bones in the top 8, so you will not see a Gravy Bones either in the semifinals or if you get there in the finals either. What is that Vynnset tech that you have prepared for Gravy Bones?
2 things. The first card is Invert Existence, is absolutely devastating. It can snipe 2 allies out of Gravy Bones' yards. I got to do that against my Swiss opponent on turn 0, where he did a big setup turn. He put 2 allies in the graveyard, and I sniped them both out. That's very, very detrimental to them. And then the second one is Arcane Cussing and Mauvrian Skies, both of which trigger when you hit an ally. Very, very good into Gravy. Also, I think that Gravies should not run the 1 health allies into Vynnset because the flail loves eating Rigor Mortis and Limpet. I think Gravy should probably run only the 3 health and above allies, but they have not caught on to that yet, so Flail is eating for free.
Yeah, and it's interesting you bring up Flail. I would think that Flail's natural enemy, natural predator, if you will, would be the Valiant Dynamos on the other side of the table. To what extent were you considering, and I noticed you were pretty careful to only swing Flail when your opponent did not have the Valiant Dynamos refreshed. Were you keeping that in mind as you were playing along?
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes you can't help it. Sometimes it is valuable just to get their dynamos for the turn, just to force them to use it. But a lot of the times you want to do the flail when it's going to get a card.
Yeah, and so and I know you mentioned the two you have your Planet of Gravy Bones, you have your special tech into Gravy Bones, and you mentioned that you have perceived a favorable matchup into Cindra, which I would imagine as well. Just for those of us who may not know as well, what do those matchups in a Cindra usually look like for you?
So Vynnset can run 2 different packages. She has a aggressive package that you use to take down fatigue opponents, and she has a defensive package that you use to take down aggressive opponents. You bring in all of your Reduce to Rune Chance, your Haunting Renditions, all of your 3 blocks from your sideboard. You bring in your Dyadic Carapace, your Bloodied Oval, like all of the armor. And when you're trying to take down a fatigue opponent, you have to accumulate a bunch of stuff in your banish zone and then send a huge attack at them.
Mm-hmm.
When you're playing against Cindra, you just block, and then send 1 rune gate every turn, and that is, 1 card 8 is more than Cindra can keep up with.
And I would also be curious to know, you were matched up into your carpool buddy. I'm imagining this isn't the first time you've played against each other. Do you have a plan going in to Dory? And Dory can be flexible, so maybe you had some intel on the way your opponent was going to play the match, but what's your general approach?
So, like I said, Vynnset can play in 2 different ways, but there are a number of heroes that you have to build your deck as if they're going to fatigue you, because they can always switch mid-game into fatiguing you. So against Dory, whether it's Dawnblade, Decimator, Hatchets, you always bring in the fatigue package. Yeah, you just try to build up really big rune chant chains, and you just try to blow them up. I did know that Colby was on Hatchets because we had talked about it before, but whether he was on Dawnblade or Hatchets or whatever, I still would have played that way into him.
Gotcha. And my co-caster and I had a little bit of a debate before your matchup started about whether, as the Dorinthea, you want to go second or first. I think the idea being that you're so afraid of a Vynnset developing out malefic incantations on turn 0, in worst case scenario, multiple. As the Vynnset in that situation, were you pleased to hear that you had the option to go, that you were being told to go first?
Extremely. I was like, oh great, I won the die roll. That was perfect.
Are there any matchups where you want to go second?
Yeah, into Cindra, I think you want to go second. There are a lot of the times you can use like a Funeral Moon on your turn 0 to like make a second rune chant and then send like a Deathly Delight or like a Phantom Wraith or something, just one of the 2 rune gates. But you can also send like Eloquent Eulogy. You can also play like a Deadwood Dirge and send like a Phantom Banshee. You can, if you need to, you can pop your gloves to send like a Widespread Destruction and take the arsenal that they set up on turn 1. You're very happy to go second into Cindra, get free blocks at the beginning, and then take the tempo from them.
Yeah, and I noticed there was a key part in your game just a second ago where you had an attack. I think it was on one of the hatchets for 6, and it looked like you were going to reach for your Face Purgatory. You opted not to, and then I noticed your follow up was Widespread Destruction. Were you thinking in that case, well, this arsenal is likely to go anyway, or what made you consider and then decide not to use the Face Purgatory, if you can recall?
Both the fact that I knew I was probably going to get the arsenal on the next turn, and the fact that I didn't want to draw any other cards for no value. Like, I wouldn't have been able to convert that card, so no need to use the Purgatory, especially because he had, I saw a couple of Spill Bloods, which give the Hatchets Dominate for the turn, so I was like, okay, save the armor until we need it later in the game.
And now that you advanced on to the semifinals, I believe if I have my bracketology broken down correctly, you're either going to play against a Slippy or a Verdance, depending on who won that matchup. Do you have any preferences
Joy.
between those two?
I think that both of them are pretty difficult matchups. Probably Slippy is a little bit easier, but both of them are pretty tough. And I think the plan into both of them is blow them up.
just get them dead as soon as possible is the approach.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
Both of them can fatigue you. Just combo them, kill them.
Well, you and you had mentioned that this was your first time on stream, which again, excellent job. I thought you acquainted yourself very well, as did your opponent.
Thanks.
Is this your first, or maybe is it your second Arcane Games and Events Open Series?
No, this is my first Arcane Games and Events. I just moved into the Boston area about 3 weeks ago, had the chance to come out here. I have been a big fan for, like a year and a half, been watching the AGE Open series on YouTube, and was really just super stoked to get to play myself.
Yeah, and you've done incredibly well so far. Hopefully we continue to see you in the future. So and I know as you mentioned, first time on stream. Have you been playing this game for quite some time now?
Yeah, picked up a couple of the Monarch Blitz decks. Had a lot of fun just playing on my own or with a friend. But I only started playing in paper with friends in person about like 2 years ago. Like I said, played Levia for a long time. Still play Levia a lot. Playing Vynnset. I'm running Fabtcg's list, which uses Arcane Cussing, Sonata Galaxia, and Blessing of Occult to great effect. I really like those cards. I think they are very good.
and so I did notice that you had some deck building decisions that were at least a little bit different than what I used to say. I'm used to seeing from Vynnset lists, albeit I'm not necessarily the Vynnset expert. And for those watching, your deck list will be available on Monday for folks to see in case they want to give it a shot. You've already mentioned a couple. Are there any sort of peculiarities or things that are a little bit off the beaten path about your list that you feel particularly proud of?
I think that it is the aura package. I think that Vynnset's biggest strength is that she has the ability to just absolutely burst people down, and the aura package lets you facilitate that. Okay, here's a burst of 10, 12 damage. Here's another one the next turn. Here's another one the next turn. It just lets you sustain that super high intensity for a long time. 3-4 turns in a row, and I think that's the engine of this version of Vynnset.
Yeah, and you mentioned you've been a player for quite some time. First AG, are you somebody who makes the circuit? Do you try to make it to Battle Hardens, to Callings? Are there any events that are sort of on the that you're eyeing, or maybe you've recently gone to?
No, I have been in school for the last couple of years, so I haven't really had that much freedom to travel, but I am now graduated. I have a lot more freedom to travel. I would love to travel to events, but all sort of at the beginning of that process. I will be at Worlds, though. I'm going to go to play in some of the side events. I'm really looking forward to seeing people in Philly.
Excellent. And I know we are very much looking forward to seeing you, hopefully, at the next AG Open Series. You're going to even though it's your first time, do a great job at vaulting yourself into contention for the Players' Championship, which you got 3 more to go, and hopefully solidify that. Before we wrap up here, are there any shout-outs you want to give, perhaps to your local game store or anybody else?
Yeah, so I want to say thanks to Pandemonium Games and Comics up here in Boston for being so welcoming to a new player. Like I said, moved here just a couple of weeks ago. And I want to give a shout out to my locals back home in DC, the Feisty Locals. Really miss them a lot. Very sad to be parted from them. But it's a good scene up here in Boston. I'm really just having a great time.
Well, thanks so much for speaking with us, and thank you for the awesome game we just watched. Really hoping that you can keep it going in the semifinals, and best of luck.
Thank you.
We'll be back shortly.
It's official, folks. High Seas heroes are eliminated from winning the June AGE Open for New England. Puffin Hightail has fallen to her mechanologist counterpart, Dash.io, in the hands of Connor Bryant. That rematch went a different way, but which one did not, Patrick? It was the Ka-Chan Verdance Thorn of the Rose matchup in the hands of Paul Gilby. Ka takes that one down once again, a match that we saw play out in Swiss. Now it's going to be Ka versus Nick Reuter, who we just had on for an interview after his victory on Vynnset Iron Maiden versus Colby Homan's Dorinthea Ironsong, a carpool match for that matter.
Yeah, a lot of upsets to the extent you can consider seeding to be indicative of anything in these games. In that, Ka-Chan was the only higher seeded player to get a win in this matchup. We saw Nick Reuter squeak out a victory against Colby Homan. Joshua Tavares winning the Cindra mirror, which I can imagine is a flashbang of a match. And then, as you mentioned, Connor Bryant this time presumably getting his boom grenades to connect against Daniel Flavin.
Yeah, we expected that Cindra mirror to be a quick one, but it was the last match that we were waiting on before going back live. So I wonder if it got a little grindier than we would have expected.
Maybe some players got into the tank as well, as you were allowed to do in top 8. You got as a limitless time. So in any case, Joshua Tavares doing what I thought was a very difficult task, which is presumably having to go first and still winning the Cindra mirror.
Because he was indeed the lower seed. Beside his Cindra counterpart, Andrew Melson. So yeah, Josh taking that one down and moving on to the semifinals. We are going to be bringing you the Ka-Chan versus Nick Reuter matchup. That is Slippy versus Vynnset. Players are setting up as we speak, and we're going to take a minute to thank our sponsor, Grave Troll Games, once again for hosting AGE in New England. It is a brand new home for us and also just a brand new brick and mortar store. If you didn't get a chance to peep the interview with owner Katie Lamar, go ahead and scroll back and listen to what she has to say, because she's just a swell person, and Grave Troll has been a magnificent host. Hearing a lot of great things from players and casters and producers alike about them. So thank you once again, Grave Troll Games, for hosting us in New England. Next month, we will be back at our original home in New England, however, and that's Great Stories Comics and Games in Whitensville, Massachusetts. It's going to be a classic constructed open on July 13th, which is a Sunday. Concurrently, another open in Los Angeles will be happening on the very same day, July 13th. That'll be at Top Deck Keep in Riverside, California. Also a classic constructed open. And then in the following month, on August 9th, it'll be the last Los Angeles Open before we make our cut to the top 16, and those players duke it out at the Players' Championship the following month. That one will also be at Top Deck Keep in Riverside, California, so be on the lookout for those streams coming down the pipe. We're definitely going to be streaming the LA Open next month. Alas, not the New England Open, but we'll see if we can get back, because I think we're headed straight back here. Grave Troll Games on the following month.
And you know what else July 13th is, right, Bryce?
No.
It's my birthday. So
It
hopefully
is.
I'll get myself some AGE points on that special day.
Oh, I thought you were, surely you have something better to do on your birthday?
Yeah, maybe, but let's not share that.
We hope not, because we love to see you in your seat at the AGE Open Series, despite the fact that you already have plenty of AGE points to qualify you ostensibly for the Players' Championship. You are sitting at, what, the second seed in LA?
I think so, but you can never have too many AGE points. I'll take as many as you'll give me.
Too true. And let's go ahead and check out these players who are competing for their own share of the prize points. It's Ka-Chan on the left side of your screen on Arachne, slipped through the cracks, versus Nick Reuter. Looks like we are waiting for an update on our encoders for the player cam. Nick Reuter is not indeed sitting in his interview seat. He is instead in the player seat at the ready to get this game underway. We'll troubleshoot that player cam in just a moment, but Ka-Chan is coming out swinging. It's an Orb Weaver Spinneret into Infect on this turn 0 of the game. 6 power, threatening a Blood Rot token. Hopefully, Ka has a attack reaction to back this up.
Nick Reuter, not at all worried. In fact, statuesque in response to this attack. I'm just kidding. We'll get that fixed. But presumably, Ka-Chan did have the choice here in electing to go first, perhaps hoping to leak some damage as the reaction-heavy hero. Meanwhile, peeking at Nick's hand here, it seems as if I can't tell if we have any reactions here, and even if he did, his only reaction, I guess, would cost 1 in this position. So it'll be interesting to see how Nick chooses to block. And here, not blocking at all. Interesting. So Ka gonna double react here, first flicking the Hunter's Clave to mark Nick, but then additionally spiking with Blood Rot. So I hope for Nick's sake, and he does have the reduced to Rune Chant to pay for here, but the rest of this damage, and it is not an insubstantial amount of damage, is going to connect directly to Nick's life total, bringing him down all the way to 34 and giving him 2 Blood Rot Poxes to boot. So at a threatened 30 life after just turn 0, Bryce, an incredible first turn for Ka, albeit sacrificing the arsenal.
Overcoming that 2 life deficit straight out of the gate is Ka-chan, and it's over to Nick Reuter for his first turn of the game. 2 Blood Rot Pox tokens to deal with, and he has no blues in hand. Looks like that might just be 4 true damage going to his face at the end of this turn. For now, he's got to decide what to banish to this Vynnset ability. It's going to be a yellow Deathly Whale, hoping to generate some more rune chants further on down the line. For now, it's just 2 on his side of the board.
And we do see another Deadwood Dirge for Nick. This was just a absolute all-star for him. And oh, wow, having the heads-up play to destroy the Blood Rot Pox and turn a negative into a positive, Bryce. Up to 5 rune chants on turn 1 for Nick, followed up by a Sonata Galaxia. I think I'm saying that right.
You are, and you thought Deadwood Dirge was an extremely powerful card when it's destroying a rune chant and upping it to 3. In this case, taking away offensive capability from your opponent and converting it to your side of the board, that is A-OK in my book. That is 3 points on the rune chance and also 2 points on the life gain. That is a 1-card 5, baby.
Yeah, I'll take a 0 for 5. And now Nick developing out, gosh, I always forget the blessings of a rune chant generator of some kind.
That'll be Blessing of Occult, which will generate 3 rune chants at the start of Nick's next turn.
And we're seeing some of the auras that Nick was talking about during my interview with him just several minutes ago now, in that I think he built a version of Vynnset that is very reliant on developing out these auras, as we are seeing here. Nick now going to send a Deathly Whale with his 5 rune chants, threatening 5 rune chants along with it here. 10 split damage coming towards Ka-chan.
And split damage is something that Ka does not usually like to deal with because he just doesn't have a whole lot of blues like our hatchet-wielding friend on the last feature match.
And here we see in Ka's hand, we do have a codex that he's going to go ahead and give to the pitch zone there to prevent 2 of those root hits. We saw Ka do this to tremendous effect during his stream game during Swiss, maybe signaling another codex in hand. I guess that'll remain to be seen here, as Ka's just going to keep 1 card left in hand as Nick cleans up his turn. As he goes to end here, I guess Nick is going to take the 2 from the codex of from the Blood Rot token that he was not able to generate into a positive offensive output for himself. And we are off to Ka's turn. Let's see, and he's going to go ahead and just tuck his card in arsenal, planning for a 5-card hand on the other side here. Nick, meanwhile, seems has a D-React in hand. That's not going to have a whole lot of offensive output on this turn. But maybe seeing if we have the goods here to start continuing to apply the pressure on Ka, as Nick is going to be wont to do.
Vynnset is marked at this juncture. Ka-chan going to be looking for a Take Up the Mantle or some other payoff for that marked token.
Up to 4 rune chants here for Nick, and he's... The one thing I'm learning about Nick, this is now my second game watching him, he is never short on the rune chants. He's always going to be able to send a ton of damage. And I think that's really, Bryce, just like a function of the fact that he has all of these auras, and we see yet another arcane cussing for Nick, which will, you guessed it, generate even more rune chants for him once one of those rune chants connects.
And yeah, his arcane cussings have really been lining up super well with these other shadow non-attacks, which means that he's able to pay 1 life into that Vynnset ability and ensure that arcane cussing will generate 3 rune chant tokens on the back. And man, it is just an onslaught of purple circles once again on the side of Nick Reuter. 6 rune chants coming in, and then a widespread ruin coming in for 7 go again, threatening to put even more gas in that banish zone for our Shadow Runeblade.
And Ka looking like he's just taking all this. And I will say the one bright side for Ka is, if you're like me, you're always worried about succumb to temptation. No such worry here. Nick has an empty hand, so Ka may be just signing up for all of that damage while he knows that he will not be disrupted. That being said, Nick opting to banish the top card of his deck. Not a rune-gateable card there. Maybe just not a card that Nick decided he wanted to see here.
Is
That's-
curious indeed that he decided to banish that card. Maybe just trying to pull off like a -IO cosplay and dig as far as he can until he finds that Rune Gate card. In this case, it's Eloquent Eulogy. Really wanted to capitalize on the go again clause of Shadow Puppetry and see if he could just leak even more damage. And Ka is just taking a beating right here. 30-16 before this turn passes back to our Slippery Assassin.
Wow. And I guess, we have two players here who had such entertaining games. Ka during Swiss, Nick just a second ago in quarterfinals. And I guess I should have expected nothing but explosions from these two, and that's exactly what we're getting. So Ka leading off here with a, oh gosh.
That'd be a Kiss
a
of
Kiss
Death.
of Death. I've been hit by this card more times than I can mention, and I already forgot. A Kiss of Death, threatening total of 4 damage, should Nick not be able to block this out. Of course, Ka has endless ability to be able to go over the top, so Nick may feel that he's just priced into taking this damage anyway. And from what I can tell, no reduce to Rune Chant available for Nick. He doesn't have a Rune Chant anyway to discount the cost, so Nick gonna have to play this fairly.
Looks like an Arcane Cussing, a Deadwood Dirge, Succumb to Temptation, and then one other card in the hand. I don't know if I saw a Rune Gate card.
And Nick has to figure that Ka's got a lot of firepower on the other hand. He chose to take all of that damage on Nick's last turn. I got to tell you, Bryce, I have to believe that the over-under on how long this game lasts is what, another 1.5, maybe 2 turns at the pace these players are going. Maybe we'll see some blocks finally committed. And there is Nick. We finally got him on screen. Still as he tries to decide. Slippy putting him in the torture chamber a little bit here.
Yeah, maybe we were. Maybe that was going to be his posture, no matter whether the camera was on or off. Statuesque in his response to Ka's onslaught. But Nick is definitely on the front foot here, despite the fact that he is in the tank on these blocks. And I think it's mainly because he doesn't know what to do on his turn. I was wrong, however. There is a Rune Gate card. It's in the form of a yellow Deathly Whale. He does have a Blessing of Occult and a Deadwood Dirge. So he would probably be able to just banish that Deathly Whale to the Vynnset ability and then go ahead and play out Deadwood Dirge, go up to 3 Rune Chants and send that Deathly Whale. But he knew what was coming from Ka. It's a Razor's Edge and a Tarantula Toxin. So the fact that Nick blocked here is kind of playing into Ka's game plan, turning that Tarantula Toxin into a 1-card 3 attack reaction to a 1-card 6.
And Nick should be unmarked here. Hopefully the players catch that shortly. But Ka able to follow this up here with I believe that's called Death Touch.
That is right.
Which is threatening yet another on-hit. So you can totally understand why it is that that Ka was willing to take so much damage on the last turn, in that he has this really artful play on the other side.
Death Touch is one of my favorite cards, not even from Outsiders, but also just in general. That card has so much flavor for me, especially when paired with Codex of Frailty, and Ka deploying it here just brings a lot of love to my heart. I love the grungy art style of the pits and all of the affliction tokens that came with that set.
And the judges catching that Nick took some damage and no longer should be marked there, so we are maintaining the game state here, hoping to avoid another judge call on this one.
And man, we picked this match because we didn't think it would go nearly as fast as a Cindra-IO matchup. But in this case, it's just so fast. So much damage flying this way and that for both of these players.
Another Deadwood Dirge blowing up a Bloodrot Pox. So Nick just having the Deadwood Dirges, willingly signing up, and it may be making sense why he didn't even attempt to block out that Death Touch, figuring that he would turn a negative into a positive.
So much for Death Touch being a 1-cost 8. Ka is, however, following up 7 plays 14 in this lightning fast round, but there are no lightning heroes to speak of. It's Orb Weaver Spinneret generating a Graphene Calycera token, and Ka is coming in for the second Kiss of Death this game. 6 go again on this one.
And this is so scary to block once you're below 15 or so life. You got to wonder if the Tarantula Toxin is going to be there to invalidate your blocks anyway. Nick just got punished by that in the last turn. Will that dissuade him from blocking an attack he may otherwise try to block?
Man, it looks like both players are just high-rolling each other back and forth. The life totals are swinging this way and that. Every time I think one of these players has an edge, it swings back the other way.
And this game is so fast-paced, so razor thin. I truly, gosh, I would be leaning towards being in Ka's seat right now, I think. But honestly, it could go either way, Bryce. It's And you know, the players are moving so fast. Nick is right, I think, to take his time with this block. Slippy asks a lot of questions. As a person who has to provide the answers, you're, I think, more than entitled, especially in top 8, to do that. And Nick making the decision here to use a face purgatory, insulating himself from a potential tarantula toxin.
Not only is he going to save himself the damage that face purgatory would block, but also the offensive capability that is left in the hand of Ka. He probably would have liked to follow this up with an E-strike for 5, draw a card, but instead, hey, a red infect is not a bad throw in its own right for this second action point. Nick, however, has drawn himself up a card and probably has the tools to block this out.
There's no way that's another Deadwood Dirge for Nick. There's no way. He's had the answer every time he's gotten a blood rot.
And look at the posture. He's literally dancing in his seat, thinking about blowing up another blood rot box. Look at the wry smile. He loves this.
Oh man, I love this. I love this for Nick. I would like to revise my prior statement about wanting to be in Ka's seat. I think being in Nick's seat right now seems like a grand old time, but nonetheless, taking his time on this.
Man, Nick has been stoic in terms of his posture and his facial expressions all throughout that Hatchet story game, all throughout his interview, and now he is just loving this. This is the thrill of the hunt for our Shadow Runeblade.
What do you think? I mean, it seems clear enough to me that maybe you just take this damage and blow up the... What do you think he's thinking about, Bryce?
He's probably thinking like, yes, it's the fun play, but is it the right play? I probably shouldn't be taking 3 damage for nothing, especially when it's this close. But he definitely has Ka on the ropes right now. Nick is firmly in the tempoed seat, and he's also got his opponent down below 10 life. This is where Vynnset is very comfortable because she can, at will, just utilize her hero ability after playing a Shadow non-attack and force the last few dregs of her opponent's life totals out of the game.
Yeah, and really, again, I just want to emphasize, Nick, new to this scene, new to this area, and again, finally taking another blood rot to the chin. This blood rot, as we know, is not long for this world, we would imagine, but acquitting himself well against somebody who's now well situated in the AG New England scene in Ka Chan.
So this is really interesting here. Nick has an incredible line. He's not going to take it, though. So there's a Phantom Wraith in hand. The line that I'm thinking of here is banish the... Oh, never mind. He needs both of them in the banish zone. Ignore me, folks. Instead, we're banishing the Deathly Whale. Gonna go ahead and create 2 rune chants off the Vexing Quill hand. I think he's going for the Throat here. Deathly Whale coming in for 4 rune chants and 5 physical.
This won't have go again, though, right? What am I...
Yeah, so what I was thinking about was a Spellbound Creepers play.
Yeah, that's probably right.
But in this case, he would have to pay for that Phantom Wraith that's in hand. He has the Tunic available to activate Spellbound Creepers, which would be cool to play out the Deadwood Dirge at instant speed and get his action point back. Maybe he's just thinking he wants a Flail Swing after this.
That's got to be it. That's the only way the line makes sense to me, but... Nick, of course, is now an expert at piloting this Vynnset deck, so I trust his instincts on what he's going to be doing here. And sure enough, Bryce, you nailed it. Here come the Spellbound Creepers.
It is Spellbound Creepers going to be cashed in to play that Deadwood Dirge at instant speed, generating an action point and also 3 rune chants. Nick cannot then cannot deploy the Phantom Wraith from hand because he doesn't have the pitch to do so. But what he can do is swing that Flail of Agony, which is going to mean that both he and Ka took damage on this turn, which means that Deathly Whale is going to generate 2 rune chants for the next turn. And Ka really sweet play.
Giving a wry smile to seeing what we've known about for a second, which was that Deadwood Dirge was going to blow up his Blood Rot Pox here.
3 Deadwood Dirges in the deck and 3 Blood Rot Pox banished to the Shadow Realm in favor of a purple circle. Ka forced to block with those valuable Flick Knives at this point. No rune chant generated from the Flail of Agony, but 2 are going to be created on the side of Nick Reuter after the combat chain closes, thanks to the fact that he lost life from the Flail of Agony and Ka lost life from the onslaught of rune chants.
Yeah, so Nick will have a bit of a head start on trying to get his next turn to be operable. You have to think Ka wants to be able to send something here to try to... He's going to have to strip cards from Nick. The one thing he does have on his sidecar is that he's able to present damage in a way that is much less face-up than the way that Nick is doing. So he's going to force Nick to respect the possibility that Ka can create a towering attack that could rapidly reduce Nick's life total.
He really needs Nick to have a brick here, but it really doesn't look like he does. He's got an Eloquent Eulogy, which is a 1 cost. He's also got a Phantom Banshee in hand, which he can simply banish here, generate another rune chant, and swing away. He's also got a Machinations of Dominion, which is going to give him the action points to fuel the rest of this turn. This is going to be fearsome from Nick. Ka is not going to get a reprieve here, and he's going to have to fight to survive.
And this Machinations Dominion will convey both Overpower and Go Again here. So Nick looking like he might have the tools he needs, Bryce.
There is a blue in the hand for Ka, so that's one thing he's got going for him. Looks like an action and a non-action blocked with here, so only 1 damage coming through off the top of that Phantom Banshee. Ka should be descending on down to 3 if memory serves. And with the Go Again, Nick has the option to pitch that Funeral Moon and send Eloquent Eulogy. He cannot play the Funeral Moon out of hand at instant speed. Or I'm sorry, he can because a hero has lost life. Instead, he elects to just send that Phantom.
Wow. The old-fashioned way from hand.
From Arsenal, technically.
From
but
Arsenal, sorry,
pitching cards from hand. but either way you slice it, the victory goes to Nick Reuter, the Carpool King. Oh, and he gives a beautiful smile to the camera.
How's that for swagger, Bryce?
That is a swagger that comes from a man that has killed 3 Blood Rot Pox tokens with Deadwood Dirges.
And a man who I had told me that he didn't believe this was going to be a favorable matchup for him. Nevertheless, piloting it expertly.
That was definitely a battle of the high rolls, I think. Both players were just hucking dice this way and that. Probably practice from the craps table at Las Vegas and doing what their decks do best. But when it came down to it, Ka stumbled once. His deck blinked, and that was all that Nick needed to gain the edge in the end.
And to Ka's credit, Ka does not stumble very often. We saw Ka swiftly dispatch of a Verdance earlier today, doing it again in the quarterfinals. Another excellent run for Ka, who will be hoping to see in the Players' Championship later this year.
So it is not a victory yet again for Ka-chan, but nevertheless a stellar performance on his favorite hero. Arachne slipped through the cracks. He had a little stint on New Alluring Desire last month, but he's over that now. He can't even access her at this point anyway. He's all Slippy all the time and showing that he has a place here at AGE with that hero.
Yes, and as we have established one looming presence in Ka-chan, who I'm sure will be back, here we are establishing yet another as we have a Vynnset, Bryce, in the finals.
We will have a quick conversation with Nick Reuter because he just happened to vanquish his opponent incredibly quickly, and we'll definitely be waiting on our other matchup, and then we will be back with the finals shortly thereafter. So first, a quick break, and then we'll hear from Nick Reuter one more time, who's bound to have a massive smile on his face. So more smiles, more local legends, and more flesh and blood after this. Do not go anywhere. We're back. My name is Bryce Platts at the AGE June Open in New England with my favorite man wielding a purple crayon, and that is Nick Reuter. He's back with another Vynnset Iron Maiden victory. You are the one in the field, but you brought her, and you are succeeding incredibly well at your first ever AGE Open. How you feeling, Nick?
I'm back. I'm feeling great.
You're back and better than ever, honestly, after resolving 3 Deadwood Dirges, the only 3 in your deck, against Bloodrot Poxes. How does that feel?
That feels from going from a -2 to a +3 feels great.
Yeah, without a doubt, Nick. And we saw you kind of, when that last infect was coming your way and you had drawn up the Dirge with which to deal with the Bloodrot Pox, that was the first time I saw you kind of break this stoic character that you've definitely been showcasing on stream. I saw a little happy dance. I saw a big grin coming your way, and you're like, it's cute, but should I do it? How are you feeling in that moment?
I took a long being relative because this game was so short. I took a long time
14 minutes, by the way. That was a 14-minute game.
Is that a record? That's a record of some kind.
Yeah, 100%.
I took a long time to consider whether to block with the Phantom Wraith that I drew off of the Face Purgatory draw. And I thought, okay, I could block with this and save the 3 health. Maybe that is necessary. The factor that made me choose to keep it in hand, not block, do the cute Deadwood Dirge Bloodrot Pox play, was that I had not yet seen a Codex of Frailty resolve, and I wanted to put anything in my arsenal to block that. So I thought, oh, this is actually perfect. We'll just take 3 damage, we'll eat the Pox, we'll block future Codexes, and then turns out that was the 6 damage I needed to get over the last card in the hand to get lethal.
An incredibly smart play against assassins that are wont to resolve Codex of Frailty every single game. And usually they do, but not when it is over in 14 minutes like you just did against Ka-Chan, who has had an amazing run at this tournament, by the way, and in previous AGE Opens. So, Nick, I have to ask, do you have any specific inspiration for this particular Vynnset 80 that you brought today?
Yeah. So I mentioned in the last round interview that I got the deck from a streamer called Fabtcg. He's, I think, out of California, kind of in your neighborhood, but he has been developing a Vynnset list called Cultist that uses the Aura package pretty heavily. I think that is really, really strong. The deck that I'm running is like 78 of the 80 cards that he used in his deck. It's very, very close. The only switch that I made, I took out Bandana of Blue Horizons.
I'm sorry?
And I took out Bandana of Blue Horizons.
I'm sorry, one more time for the people in the back. What is in this 80?
Bandana of Blue Beyond Bandana of Blue Horizons. It's the headpiece.
Yeah, I know it's when you're talking. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to correct you on the name, but I am just flabbergasted that this has made it into a Vynnset 80.
You use it into hyper fatigue matchups to summon Nazareth twice.
Oh yes, of course. Okay.
Yeah. So you can grab the Oblivion back from your graveyard and then shuffle the deck with Sonata Galaxia and then mix it back into your 60 cards, and maybe you can summon Nazareth twice. I think, Fabtcg is a great deck builder. He cooks a little hard sometimes.
Well, you heard it here first, folks. Fabtcg is probably putting a little bit too much garam masala in the sauce, at least for Nick Reuter, who is doing so well at AGE New England. Fabtcg is in chat, and he's been popping off all day long. Really excited to see you doing so well. So say what's up to your boy.
Hey, what's up? Really having a good time today. Kachan, gotta say, Kachan was an absolute pleasure to play against. He was super friendly, very upbeat, just really fun game in the semifinals.
Showing off why he is a mainstay at the AG New England Opens, and his Slippy decks have been influencing plenty of people, just about as much as second place world champion Chris Ayali when he took it to an AGLA Open. So shout out to Kachan, and thank you so much for being a special part of our community. And thank you, Nick, for now joining the fleet of AG openers.
Thanks.
And I heard that the last round, it's out of the bag now. There was a carpool matchup, but I do have to ask, because if you tune into the AGLA streams, you know that the Honda Pilot buff is a very real thing for Anthony Pham and company. So what is the make and model of the carpool you took today?
I even asked him. I knew you would ask this, so I asked Colby about it, and I don't remember. It's blue. It's like a SUV van kind of thing.
Okay, we are going to have to get an answer on that so that we can put Honda Pilot versus blue SUV van thing on a sleeve at some point in the future, and maybe we can get you two to carpool to Kansas City or something and duke it out.
East Coast
in the
versus
middle.
West Coast.
100%. The Battle of the Carpools is probably even more interesting than the Battle of the Winners of the Players' Championship. Nick, I have to let you go because you have a match to prepare for. It's you versus one other lucky competitor, either Joshua Tavares or I am blanking on the other, Connor Bryant from the Runaways, facing it off in the finals. This is a $200 match that you are about to go down with. Are you prepared? Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm prepared. I'm nervous, but it's been an absolute blast playing with everyone, so I'm just having a good time.
Awesome. Take a break, Nick, and get ready to draw your last drop of blood. We can't wait to see you on the finals here at AGE June in New England. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more Nick Reuter, more of the victor of our other semifinals, and more Flesh and Blood after this. There have been a lot of questions asked today, and there's only one more answer to give. Who will win the finals at the June AGE Open in New England? We have ourselves a match of the century. It's going to be Vynnset Iron Maiden versus Dash.io. Connor Bryant versus Nick Reuter, who we have seen on the past 2 streamed games, and he is unrelenting. If he can continue to draw these rune chants, I think he's going to be able to take it down. But nevertheless, there's going to be an onslaught of boom grenades.
I don't want to correct you, Bryce, but I think we might have a Cindra matchup into Vynnset.
Hold on, let's take a look. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I definitely was thinking back on the words of my co-caster when he said, absolutely, Dash.io takes down Cindra without a question.
Well, look, Bryce, I make mistakes, you make mistakes. That much is apparent. But nevertheless, in either case, Nick Reuter just sailing to 2 excellent, impressive victories, and now going to go up against Joshua Tavares, who we saw earlier make very quick work, maybe not quick work, but making work of Justin Gottlieb's on Florian.
And actually, I tend to think that this is a better situation for Vynnset than the Connor Bryant Dash.io victory. I really think that Vynnset is positioned fairly well to kind of temper that hot flame that Cindra will be throwing at him in the form of kunais.
Well, when I spoke, when we spoke earlier today, I believe, oh my gosh, I'm going to forget his name.
Nick Reuter?
Nick Reuter. Sorry, Nick. I believe Nick told me that he felt that Slippy was an unfavorable match. He came out on top, and that he felt more comfortable in a Cindra. Let's see if this will be in line with what Nick has been saying. It would be a cruel twist of fate to have it be the other way around.
If tradition is to be respected, every time Peter Budensick trash talks his opponent or says that he has a favorable matchup, he tends to lose it. So you hope that that is not going to be the case for Nick Reuter, unless, of course, you are one of the throngs of people that are rooting for Joshua Tavares, a sweetheart in his own right, and someone we saw take down a stream game earlier today, and also shout out his lovely, beloved Destiny. So Destiny, if you are watching, your boy is in the finals. Let's cheer him on, and also Nick Reuter, because both of these are just swell guys, and I would love to see either of them take this event down.
Yeah, either way, the audience is a winner, I feel, in that we have 2 really strong personalities developing in this local scene. One of them is going to take the win here. We have a real, more of an established presence in Joshua Tavares, but also this really fast, I would say so far, the star of the tournament so far in Nick Reuter.
The golden boy of the June Open, shall we say?
Yeah, everybody gets their one moment here. This could be Nick's.
All right, everybody is waiting with bated breath. We've got to get down to the match floor and answer this last question. Will it be Joshua Tavares on Cindra, Jerkai of Retribution on the left side of your screen, or Nick Reuter on Vynnset, Iron Maiden on the right, taking down the June AGE Open in New England? Jesse Harper looks on with trepidation, as do so many of us at home.
Yeah, and I know, Bryce, that Nick said that he felt like, he had a game plan for this. He came in, he brought Vynnset, I think, principally to prey on these Cindras. He's got to feel like this could be a good matchup for him. On the other side, but at the same time, I do believe that it will sort of hinge on whether the Vynnset disruption can get there, because if we're talking just raw damage, I don't see a way that Cindra loses a foot race.
Without a doubt, but this is not a foot race that Nick Reuter wants to run. It is instead a split damage, arcane, and physical, and disruption race that she wants to run, even though she's kind of locked in an Iron Maiden, is going to not really be able to run.
You know what I'm thinking, Bryce?
What are you thinking?
Are we going to see another Claw of Vynnset presented for Joshua? He did that against his other Rune Blade he played earlier today, and Florian. I have to imagine he's going to opt to do it again here against Nick.
And there are going to be much more influential and consistent rune chants, at least if the last 2 streamed matches are to be used as an indicator on the side of Vynnset. So I could see it as more of a defensible choice against Vynnset over Florian, especially because you can expect that Nick is not going to be sporting that gravekeeping tech against Cindra.
Yeah, and even if he were, Joshua has shown an ability to play around that gravekeeping when pressed for it and make the right decision. Both of these players having to make right decisions at multiple points throughout the tournament, and to get to this place, to get in the finals. I haven't been in one of these before. I assume it takes, in addition to these, navigating these difficult decisions, a little bit of luck, and each player has definitely earned their keep to get to this spot.
Without a doubt, both of these are professionals at what they do. On Nick's side of the board, being a cultist, and on Joshua's side of the board, just being an absolute beatdown of red flavored cards.
Could this be, if Nick is to win, Nick will be the second person in a row to win an AGE Open that was their first AGE Open of the year, following our good friend Del Taco in Los Angeles.
You are absolutely right about that, but I think a more historic thing could happen here. Nick Reuter could be the first person ever to show up to his first ever AGE Open and take it down. Not just this year, ever.
That would be a huge accomplishment. Let's hope he does it for him. And notably here, Nick got to go choose who went first for the first time all the top 8, and it looks like electing to go first. Let's see if he's able to develop out any of those auras. And oh no, not the case. Electing to go second. So he did tell me actually when we spoke that this was the one matchup he likes to go second into. And Warmonger's Diplomacy seems like the ideal turn 0 play for Joshua.
Honestly, this is not the worst time for Nick to see this, especially if he's able to find himself some... Oh, interesting. It is all non-attacks in the hand. So in no situation is he going to be saying war anyway, just because all he would be able to do is send a Flail of Agony. What I was going to say is if Nick was able to find some of those copies of Malefic Incantation, this would be the time to deploy it. But that being said, here comes Arcane Cussing. It's a curious choice to deploy, though. I kind of think that Arcane Cussing should have been sided out for this matchup just because Cindra is going to deal damage to you on her turn.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think playing out Arcane Cussing is a really risky proposition here for Nick. He's almost certainly going to leak some form of damage against Joshua on Joshua's crackback.
Also, a Vexing Quill hand still in the equipment suite. Makes me wonder if there is a grasp of the Arc Knight in the sideboard for Nick. Instead, he's just playing out all of these useless non-attack action cards, and yes, saving that Arcane Cussing for a later date when he knows that he can force a Rune Chant to connect. He has found himself a defensive piece for the clapback. It's Deadwood Dirge and also Haunting Rendition, which I don't think we saw in the previous matchup at all. He's going to be really happy to see it here.
And, you know, you have to wonder there if Nick may be regretting his decision to go second here. I mean, not really getting any tempo. That was a very effective Warmonger's Diplomacy for Joshua. So Joshua, despite going first, going to have a card in arsenal, going to have a 5-card hand to be able to present as much damage as possible into Nick. And notably here, Bryce, this first game we had with Joshua when he played into Florian, he did not present a Mask Momentum. Here, choosing to do so.
Excellent callback there, Patrick. Fire Tenant Strike First is shored up by a Machinations of Dominion. Oh, but it's an Ancestral Empowerment out of the hand of Joshua Tavares, threatening to get over the top. Nick Reuter does have the answer should he choose to deploy it. It's a Haunting Rendition, which can be discarded, and there it goes. Straight to the graveyard, going to shore up 2 points of damage on this turn, rather than the 4 that it could be blocking for, but Nick is going to get a Rune Chant for his troubles, and Josh is going to have to start all over again on that Mask of Momentum.
I think Josh may be considering flicking a dagger here. He hasn't looked at the card that he's supposed to draw off of Ancestral, which implies to me, yeah, that we're still waiting for that to resolve. And sure enough, getting his flick in before this Haunting Rendition can resolve. And I think that's a heads-up play, Bryce, because after the Haunting Rendition resolve, it's effectively... Sorry, what?
Oh, he is responding.
He's responding to the Haunting Rendition's play by flicking, which he's allowed to do because we're in the reaction step. And so, and I think that's a heads-up play because otherwise that 1 is just going to remain floating, and any flick from here on, if Nick is covering the attack completely, is going to be ineffective.
The minutia of that arm piece is what makes Cindra such an engaging hero to pilot and also to watch. We should also mention that the Claw of Vinserikai did indeed make its way into the hand of Cindra on this finals match. This Blaze Headlong should be coming in for 5, currently indicated at 4, but Fire Tenant Strike First was resolved as the first attack on this combat chain.
Yeah, we're going to... That is a bit of an unfortunate because I think Nick played that as if, assuming he was, I don't think you'd block a 3 card with a 5, and now just going to try to block out the entirety of Joshua's hand here.
Nick not happy with that hand whatsoever, instead just using what he can on block, and Joshua has a haymaker as a finisher. It's Dragon Power, which is made draconic by that yellow brand with Cinderclaw that came before it, which means that it's not a measly 4. It's coming in for a whopping 7. An uppercut at the end of this 4 chain link wide combat chain.
And everything coming up Joshua so far to start this game. Nick's first turn, as Vince said, under a Warmonger's diplomacy, pretty ineffective. Now, devoting his entire hand to the block and still leaking 8 damage, Bryce. Not where you want to be.
32 plays 40 as Nick just draws up 4 cards and passes back for more pain. And Joshua also was able to keep a card in Arsenal. So you have to believe that this is going to be more of the same. That being said, he's found himself a yellow and one of the other 3 blues that are in the deck. It's a Warmonger's Diplomacy. He also has a Lava Burst in hand, which makes me think that he just doesn't have what he needs to get wide enough to make this turn effectual. Might be another resolution of the Warmonger's Diplomacy and see if he can put a cog in the machine of Nick Reuter.
Yeah, well, if last time's any indication that he resolved the Warmonger's Diplomacy, that can be backbreaking for Nick, depending on the texture of Nick's hand. So, Joshua, lots of options available to him.
Taking a look through that graveyard.
Maybe the players being advised they missed a point of damage here on that Blaze Headlong.
From the Blaze Headlong.
Yeah, which should have been a 5, but that would have also triggered Mask Momentum theoretically. So, not really, or I guess the future chain links were blocked out anyway. So,
they were.
Little to no harm.
So the fix here is just to take 1 point of life away from Nick Reuter, who shakes his head like, that wasn't enough. I didn't take enough of a beating on that turn. What are you talking about? It's 1 more.
Joshua back to trying to solve this puzzle of a hand he's got over here. Seems pretty natural to me to lead off with the brand with Cinderclaw here. What do you think, Bryce?
Yeah, I mean, it's the only starter that he has in hand. Is that another Fire Tenant strike first, though?
I believe so, but no, opting here to pitch the blue. So no Warmonger's Diplomacy will be played on this turn at least.
I don't hate it. Kunai of Retribution is probably going to unlock this turn, making it so that he can resolve that Lava Burst for its Rupture effect at the end of this turn. I think the quandary for Joshua, and maybe the reason that he's kind of hesitating, is I don't think he's going to be able to convert those other 2 resources because Lava Burst will not have go again, so it's not like he can finish up with a Claw of Enserakai to close out this turn. Right now, it's Kunai of Retribution into Fire Tenant strike first, 3 go again, going to confer another point of damage on the next Draconic card resolved on this chain link.
Nick, not looking super happy with the hand he's got to work with, but he does have a reduced to rune chance that he can play for free, so should be able to shore up any attack here. Bryant with Cinderclaw here coming in for 3, so I wonder if Nick will be incentivized to block with one of his non-de-react cards.
And yes, Envelop in Darkness and Bloodied Oval going to cover up that brand with Cinderclaw. A Flick Knives activation here. Kunai of Retribution goes into the graveyard to pay for that cost. 1 damage conferred to Nick Reuter, who is down now to 26. 40 plays 26, and it's a Lava Burst to finish this up. Nick is not happy to see this one bit. 5 damage right here to finish up this combat chain. Still a card in Arsenal, just waiting to do more damage on the next turn. Sonata Galaxia.
Yeah, and Nick maybe could hope that whatever card Joshua has in Arsenal is going to effectively be an IP for him, because this will trigger Mask Momentum, but with a card in Arsenal. However, it's possible Joshua just decides to pop his boots, his Dragon Scalar Fight Paths, and make use of of every single card he draws. But no, here Nick opting to just completely cover it up with the reduced to Rune Chant. I don't know if Joshua is now thinking about using the Dragon Scalar Fight Path anyway. Nope, just buying back his Kunai and ending the turn there. Still stripping 3 cards from Nick's hand. So all of the tempo so far with Joshua Tavares.
That being said, Nick Reuter, the game plan that Vynnset wants to enact here is just to block very efficiently and do exactly this. Banish a card from hand, in this case a Widespread Ruin, and send it for free thanks to the rune chance that he's been able to generate on the defense along the way. An incredibly efficient 1-card 9 essentially on this turn. 3 Arcane and then 6 physical from the Widespread Ruin.
And this is really, something like this is really what Nick was going to need from just a 1-card hand. He's in a little bit of a hole here. And Joshua, interestingly, choosing to immediately use the Claw of Enserakai for its defensive capabilities, presumably confident in his ability to be able to buy it back next turn.
6 damage is still left to deal with. Cindra is not a hero that likes to block, but that being said, I think Joshua has found himself a Shelter from the Storm, an interesting bit of tech in a lot of Cindra decks, and really utilized well here. Can effectually be a blue when you most need it to block out some rune chance. In this case, getting even more value than that by blocking 4 physical. 2 damage is going to confer over the top. 26 plays 36, still in the favor of Cindra, as Joshua banishes a Burning Blade Dance off of the top.
Yeah, Nick, I don't think lost any life there. So not having the opportunity to banish from the top of his deck to be able to try to fish for another Rune Gate card, unfortunately.
It is a difficult position for Nick. He has found himself a copy of Malefic Incantation, but he kind of has to hold on to 2 cards in order to play it out because he needs to banish something from hand for that Vynnset hero ability at the start of the turn. Joshua starting off really well with a natural starter. It's Bran with Cinderclaw to go again here.
Yeah, and if you might notice, Bryce, you gave the shout that maybe this is a matchup where you don't want Arcane Cussing. That Arcane Cussing has just sat in Nick's arsenal since turn 1, so maybe a bit of a regret there that that was the choice as opposed to just leaving it in the board.
It's just such a clunky card when your opponent is the beatdown in this case, and also when you are forced to pack the Dyadic Carapace instead of the Fheano Spring Tunic. That's the chess piece that kind of unlocks those 1 costs for Vynnset, because even if you're not sinking it into Spellbound Creeper activations like you would like to, instead you're just developing kind of a board presence in your own right. In this case, Nick is pushing out a Widespread Destruction to block out that display loyalty. Josh, in turn, flicking his kunai, sending 1 damage across to Nick and keeping this Mask of Momentum alive. Ravenous Rabble is the follow-up, revealing a Ronin Renegade off the top. 4 go again here.
No D-React in hand for Nick here, so he will have to give up 2 cards if he wants to prevent Mask of Momentum from triggering.
And I think he really wants to, because I think what lies in wait in Joshua's arsenal is yet another Lava Burst. If I peeked it correctly, I saw it for just a fleeting moment, but this is exactly what Joshua wants right here. And yes, Lava Burst comes out, Rupture active, which means that it's a 1-card 5, and Nick is not feeling good. He is writhing in pain at seeing that card resolved onto the combat chain.
Well, if we're looking at positives for Nick here, this will not trigger Mask Momentum. That last block fully blocked out Ravenous Rabble, so we're looking at just 5 vanilla damage. So the question for Nick are these cards in hand worth more than the card in the bottom right?
Joshua with a little wry, smug smile saying, Destiny, you see me now? You see me resolving 1-card 5s over and over again? Look at me, baby. And if my opponent is down to 18.
And if this continues, Joshua seems destined to take home this AGE Open Series June edition.
What he might not be able to do is beat Nick Reuter's record for dumpstering an opponent, though, because we are at 12 minutes elapsed thus far, and Nick was able to take down his previous match in 14. Nick banishing a Widespread Destruction. Like I said, he has to keep 2 cards in order to establish this Malefic Incantation, but no, he's not going to do just that. It's going to be Vexing Quillhand as well, normally a get-out-of-jail-free card, but also resolving that Arcane Cussing by pitching the Malefic Incantation. Says I want the rune chance now, not later. So it's 3 Arcane, followed up by 6 physical, threatening an arsenal that simply doesn't exist for Joshua Tavares, but also the destruction of the Arcane Cussing and 3 more rune chants on the back.
Yeah, and Joshua just not even going to attempt to block out those rune chants and prevent this Arcane, I suppose this Arcane Cussing should have triggered, right? Yeah, so that goes to grave. Joshua not concerned with that. I think he's really going to be interested in just using all of his cards to get Nick's life total closer to 0. And here, Joshua taking the entire hit, no arsenal to disrupt, and still at a 10-point life advantage.
What this does allow Nick to do, however, is to just keep a Rune Gate card in hand. Has he found one, though? Yes, he's got an Eloquent Eulogy, and send that back. He would much rather have found like a Phantom Wraith or heck, even a Widespread Annihilation with 3 rune chants floating. In this case, he's blocking with a Dyadic Carapace on the Ignite. Ignite follows up into Kunai of Retribution, which is free thanks to the fact that Ignite was resolved previously. 28 plays 17, and Joshua has got his foot placed firmly on the Draconic Gas.
Yeah, interesting to see what Joshua will present here. There's the drop of Dragon Blood that we saw earlier earlier today in Joshua's first feature match. This time, not going to be discounting maybe it will eventually be pitching towards dagger, maybe a 1-for-4. In either case, a resource positive card. And right on cue, we have a 1-for-4 drawn in the hand. That's, I believe, demonstrate devotion. So quite a banger of a hand for Joshua here, Bryce.
Man, that drop of Dragon Blood is looking like a deluge after that top deck.
A deluge of Dragon Blood? All right. And so Joshua...
Too much alliteration?
Maybe.
Oh, come on.
Gonna flick here, keep his Mask Momentum trigger alive. I wonder here if Nick feeling any regret about blocking, committing his equipment so early in the combat chain, because now he's got to prevent 4 and has a block to do that cleanly. So this should prevent a mask trigger, barring some chicanery that I cannot see.
So Nick has the option to keep that 1-card hand, like I said, and send the Eloquent Eulogy, but he also has the option to continue blocking out and just wait for a better Runegate card to come his way. And you are kind of want to do that, especially if you are sitting on those 3 rune chants. There's not going to be that many opportunities for you to build up that many purple circles against the constant pressure of Cindra.
And here, Joshua buying back his daggers and just passing, satisfied with the amount of damage he has pushed at Nick there, or again, requiring Nick to give up 2 cards from hand.
So a lot of equipment pushed out onto the combat chain for Nick Reuter. He is going to be forced to make a play here. And this looks scary because there's a Succumb to Temptation in the hand. Eloquent Eulogy, 4 and 4, split between 4 rune chants and 4 physical, means that Joshua Tavares is going to be facing down an instant speed Succumb to Temptation. Will he sniff it out, though? Oh, no, indeed. Succumb to Temptation comes down at instant speed. Will Nick be able to find the bomb in the hand of Joshua Tavares? Is there a single starter, perhaps?
Well, fortunately for Joshua, he does have Art of the Dragon Blood in Arsenal and plenty of fealty to pop to that, so he's going to be able to get started anyway. But if I were a Nick seed, I would think I need to take the chain starter, which here is Rising Resentment.
Without a doubt. Unless Josh has found himself another starter in the arsenal, he is going to be relegated to pitching for a Kunai of Retribution, which is exactly what you don't want to be doing. Josh giving a wry smile, perhaps signaling to us at home that I'm going to be fine no matter what is picked here.
Yeah, I think that Art of the Dragon Blood he's got in Arsenal is going to keep him nice there. But and maybe Nick's snuffing that out because Demonstrate Devotion is the card you want to have to follow up an Art of the Dragon Blood.
Nick, his AGE June run on the line, trying to pick the exact card to inflict the most pain on his opponent.
And I don't want to keep hammering Nick's position here, but I do think every single edge Nick can get here is crucial because he's got a little bit of a mountain to climb out of. He's in a little bit of a hole right now, and Joshua has had the moves all day today, and it does not look like he's slowing down. No, sort of hiccups or missteps like we saw in his game against Justin Gottlieb here so far. It's all gas for Joshua.
Yeah, Josh is looking incredibly comfortable in this position, and even though we said that we typically give the edge to Vynnset in this situation, it's not by a whole lot, especially because Nick has not been able to establish a lot of those consistent rune chant generators early on. There's no Malefic Incantations on the board. There's just the one Arcane Cussing that has been able to hit the arena for him. And no, it's a Rising Resentment taken from the hand. Nick saying, I have to gamble on the fact that there is no starter in that arsenal, but alas, he is about to get his answer and it is not great. Now, he still has an action point, can swing that Flail of Agony, but Josh has the perfect answer in a block from Dragon Scalar Flight Path, which he wants to do at some point in this game anyway, so a swing of the Flail might just be -1 life for Nick Reuter.
Yeah, I would say it's almost certain that the Dragon Scalar Flight Path is going to be committed to block this Flail, so Nick may be facing a position where he's trading 1 point of life for a block value on the boots, which when you're at 16 life against Cindra, I'm not sure is really the juice is worth the squeeze.
And Josh, with a perfect position here, staring off into the sunset because he's got all of the answers lined up against his opponent, at least for now. Only 5 life points separate these two players. 16 plays 21, currently in the favor of our Draconic Ninja. But Josh has got himself 3 cards in hand and 1 in the arsenal. Josh instead, does not snap take. He reached for his life pad to reduce the life total of his opponent. Nick Reuter down now to 15. Josh immediately blocking with that Dragon Scalar Flight Path, preventing the Rune Chant generation on Nick's side of the board, which is a very heads-up play because now that Vynnset has no Rune Chants already established, the threat is very low.
And Nick reacting to seeing the Art of the Dragon Blood, he thought maybe he had bricked up his opponent's hand. Not the case, unfortunately for Nick. And as we can see, we've got Josh has at least 3 0 for 4s coming Nick's way. And Nick going to go ahead and opt to use the Face Purgatory now. Interesting play here for Nick, and I think it is an easy enough choice for Joshua to get rid of the only 0 for 3 in his hand and keep the remaining 0 for 4s, or what are effectively 0 for 4s because of the reduction from Art of the Dragon Blood.
There are no last-ditch efforts in the deck of Nick Reuter, but this is a last-ditch effort. Face Purgatory overblocking on this Art of the Dragon Blood, trying to stem the bleeding here. But it is going to be a follow-up of Demonstrate Devotion for go again here. Nick forced to block with a Cull out of the hand. Curious that he's not electing to take a little bit of damage here and play out that Cull. I wonder if that was an option for him. Nevertheless, proceeding on, Blaze Headlong for go again. 2 on 4 is blocked here. Shadow Puppetry leaks 2 damage in, which means that Joshua continues the onslaught and has a healthy valley in terms of life total between him and his opponent.
Nick keeping a Cull in hand, I think, here, so at least going to be able to cost Joshua 1 card in hand. That will, I think, eat up his Eloquence, unfortunately. But, oh, no, not the case. Just going to go ahead and send a Flail, paying 1 more life. So Nick getting a little bit perilously low here.
But now that the Dragon Scalar Flight Path has been blocked with, it's almost certain that this Flail of Agony is going to connect and create a Rune Chant token. Cull can be played at instant speed here because Nick has lost life.
Or it has to be arcane damage, doesn't it? Or, well, it looks like Nick's...
No, that's Succumb to Temptation. Cull can be played at instant speed as long as a hero has lost life. Doesn't matter who.
Gotcha.
It's one of those on-pain effects that makes Vynnset so iconic in this game.
That's why you're the expert, BP.
Ooh, in the hand, Joshua Tavares doesn't have a super clean hand. It's 2 Ancestral Empowerments, a Wrath of Retribution, and another red, which I don't believe is a Draconic starter. I want to say it's hot on their heels.
Yeah, Wrath of Retribution can be a little feast or famine, but Ancestral is going to draw cards for Joshua. Maybe that'll be enough to sort of dig him out of the awkwardness of his hand.
Yeah, here comes Cull at instant speed, consuming that Eloquence token, generating an action point. There is nothing left resource-wise for Nick to use on that action point. The more important part here is ripping a card out of Joshua's hands, which is really nice here because he's already going to have to pitch an entire card to swing for 1 go again.
Nick maybe getting a bit of fortune his way with a little bit of a clunkier hand for Joshua, but no, this Ignite will discount the next attack or the next Draconic card that Joshua chooses to play here. So maybe that is the natural unclunker for that Wrath of Retribution in his hand.
Both players having a laugh. Josh giving a quick knowing look to the camera once again as Nick's attempts to completely destroy his turn and get rid of all of those all-important starters falls flat once again. It was an Ignite in hand. My mistake, folks. Ancestral Empowerment is going to draw a card here, which means that Nick is going to take a full brunt of 3 on this attack unless he has an instant speed shenanigan to play out. In this case, no. It's Kunai of Retribution followed up. Free, of course, because of that Ignite. 1 go again. Nick takes it immediately.
So Nick down to 7 here.
Card drawn off of Ancestral Empowerment.
That'll
is
do.
Ronin Renegade. That will absolutely do because now we have 3 Draconic Chain Links, which means that Wrath of Retribution resolved on the next Chain Link is going to cost 0.
And that is going to put an incredible amount of pressure on Nick's life total. Nick, I think, really doesn't want to get rid of the cards in his hand. He's thinking about Mask Momentum, which is definitely something to consider, but I don't think Nick is even considering that what is about to follow, which is going to be an absolute torrent of damage.
Every time we've seen Joshua on stream today, which granted has only been twice, he has had that Wrath of Retribution exactly when he needs it.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, though, that hand that he had did look a little bit clunky, and it did have a card pulled from it. And nonetheless, Joshua, finding a way to make the most of that very powerful Cindra. Not special. I always think it's a specialization. That legendary Cindra.
It might as well be for all intents and purposes. Flicking his kunai of retribution is Joshua Tavares. Definitely about to come back out onto the combat chain in short order, thanks to that Wrath of Retribution and a buyback of the knives, as is Cindra's right. And there it is, Wrath of Retribution, and Nick just writhes in contempt of this legendary card.
Yeah, I think this is the card that is slowly going to spell the doom for Nick in this matchup. It's incredibly powerful. We see what can be used. I guess the only upside for Nick is that Joshua was forced to have attacked with his kunai already once. So we're really talking about 2 more dagger swings coming Nick's way. But nonetheless, 2 damage when you're at 6, that's a third of your life.
I love this play right here. Joshua is thumbing the Claw of Vynnset because he'll be able to give it go again thanks to the Dragon Scalar flight path. So you might as well swing with that one first, buy back the kunai, then swing the one with natural go again, and then, of course, the follow-up with the second Claw of Vynnset. Just confirming that he's dotted all his I's and crossed all his T's.
Yeah, I think this is Joshua's game to lose at this point, so you would not hold it against him for just making sure everything's on top. He got his math wrong, doesn't have his sequencing wrong, and I don't quite think he does.
I love Joshua's posture through this whole game. He's just like, his eyebrows just say like, yeah, when you have it, man. I don't know. The deck's just doing its thing.
That's really the ethos of Cindra, I find, is when you have it, you have it. And today, at least on stream, Joshua's had it conquering another Cindra, conquering a Dio, and now a Vynnset. These are matchups, at least Dio and Vynnset, that I would not have guessed that Joshua would have been favored in. Nonetheless, finding a way.
Joshua gives go again to this Claw of Vynnset. Shadow Puppetry is going to block. Oh, he's thinking. I see. He was making sure that it wasn't Claw of Vynnset being sent in quite yet. Shadow Puppetry blocked 2 on this kunai of Retribution after Cindra buys it back, which means there's one thing left to do, and it's another swing of the Claw of Vynnset. It should be.
No, he would have had to close the chain for it to be bought back. And then he wouldn't have had the Draconic chain links to be able to pay to bring it back.
You don't have to close the chain to buy your daggers back. It's instant.
No, he used flick knives, so there was no way for it to have hit the bin. It's all right. I'm pretty sure.
I don't think it had to hit the bin, is what I'm saying. Dragon Scalar Flight Path allows you to swing with it an additional time. So
I see what you're saying.
You can buy back the kunai, swing that one with go again, and then swing with the Claw of Vynnset once more.
How dare I have doubted you, BP? You have found the line.
I tried to tell you.
You did. You did, and I was too foolish to listen.
Oh, Foolish is my co-caster, but Foolish is not Joshua Tavares as he comes in with a backbreaker of a starter. Hey, there's a response in kind, though. Haunting Rendition is going to shore up all the damage from that Oath of Loyalty as the follow-up is hot on her heels. 3 go again, shored up by Phantom Banshee. Brand with Cinderclaw, another 3 block out of the hand of Nick Reuter. The pace of play is increasing to a lightning fast pace. It's a flick knives after a Cindra activation of the Kunai of Retribution. 1 damage leaks through. Nick descends on down to 2. 17 plays 22, and the final thing on this turn for Joshua Tavares is a Warmonger's Diplomacy. Nick, however, with 1 card in hand, is probably not caring about what he chooses on this Warmongers. It's probably going to be War. Vynnset banishes a Phantom Wraith, brings him up to 2 Rune Chant tokens, which means that this Phantom Wraith can come out to play 2 Rune Chants and 6 physical.
Yeah, and maybe Nick picking up his speed of play and a little bit of a I'm so close to death here anyway that put me out of my misery almost. But no, Nick putting up a bit of a fight, sending 8 points of damage back. That represented nearly half of Joshua's remaining life total. So.
Josh still has a response. It's Shelter from the Storm shoring up 4 of that damage. And Nick breathing a massive sigh as all of his offense is for naught. Brand with Cinderclaw starting out right here. And there's an Art of the Dragon fire in the hand for Joshua Tavares. This could spell doom.
This will end the game on the spot unless Nick has some sort of prevention effect, which Joshua's going to try to snuff out. If so, with this flick, seeing nothing, I think he probably has the go-ahead to just go for it.
Art of the Dragon fire, and yes, down goes the hand. Nick Reuter extends the fist bump, and Joshua Tavares takes this one down for the Draconic Ninjas.
Excellent win for Joshua Tavares. Navigated through some difficult matchups in the top 8 to be able to lock this down and get his first AGE Open Series victory of the year.
A massive congratulations to Joshua. He is no stranger to the top 8 at AGE, but the victor's seat, not nearly as much. And he's secured himself 30 AGE points and also $400 USD in cash.
And, two very, very prized possessions, and hopefully this is going to solidify his position in the Players' Championship so that maybe he has a chance to earn some more, even more cash.
A massive win to a friendly fellow and somebody that we are very happy to have here participating at the AGE Open. Also a win for his beloved Destiny. Destiny, if you're in chat, shout out to your boy Joshua. He just took this one down for all the marbles. We are so proud of him and all of the competitors at the AGE June Open in New England. Thank you all so much for participating. We will be back in short order for a quick interview with our winner, Joshua Tavares, as he takes a victory lap around Grave Troll Games before we all wrap it up here at AGE. Stay tuned. Let's hear from the boy wonder Joshua Tavares in a moment. It's a burning love story to close out the AGE Open June edition in New England, but it is not a tale of fire and brimstone. It is instead a tale of wrath and retribution in the hands of Cindra, Drakaya of Retribution, piloted, of course, by Joshua Tavares. Congratulations on the win, Josh. How you feeling?
I'm happy. It was a great day.
Yeah, without a doubt, brother. It'll do your heart good to know that your beloved Destiny was sounding off in chat. I have to ask, are there any plans for, I don't know, like a date night or something with that 400 smackers?
Oh, you bet. Tomorrow we'll do some groceries and we'll go out to eat after for a treat.
Groceries and eating. Let me guess. Is it going to be a Taco Bell date?
I'm kind of hungry for a seafood boil.
That's what I'm talking
Maybe some crawfish.
about, dude. You got good crawfish out there?
Oh, yeah.
100%. All right. I'm glad to hear it. Well, Destiny, you heard it here first. Get ready for a crawfish boil and also some grocery action coming your way, courtesy of those 400 smackers from AGE. Congratulations, Joshua. You are no stranger to the top 8 bracket. Here, you've already made 3 top 8s this season, but this is the first ultimate W.
True.
How you feeling, dude? Does it feel great to take one of these down?
Oh, yeah. It feels great. And I got a ton of points. How many points do I have? 1 million by now?
Yeah, let me calculate it.
Like 200 million?
It is 200 million, in fact.
Like
so
2 billion.
I believe that
Nice.
means you are all but locked for the Players' Championship. But that being said, we still have 3 opens yet to play. And I have to imagine that you're going to be coming back and competing for more cash. Is that right?
It's good when I come and win. Destiny tells me I go all these things to lose. Well, today I won, you know? So now I have more credibility. Like, yeah, I'm going to go to the AGE this weekend. I better not hear anything about it. That's it.
Nevertheless, she seems to be incredibly
champ.
supportive of you based on how intensely she was sounding off and singing your praises during the entirety of that match.
Awesome.
Maybe we can convince her to come out and play one of these sometime.
Oh, no, she'll stay at home. She takes care of things at home, you know? This is my thing. It's okay.
Fair enough.
I'll see her tonight. It's good.
So, Cindra is not a hero that I think I've seen you play yet, Josh, except for maybe during the limited AG that we had to kick things off on season 3. How does it feel to be in the Draconic Ninja seat?
I don't prefer it, but I played it because I think it was a good choice. I had to pick up this deck during Road to National season. I just wanted something to get the invite, so I've been having Cindra for a bit of time now. I enjoy playing it. I shouldn't complain, but it's maybe not my style.
What do you normally gravitate towards?
I'm super excited for the Guardian Mastery Pack to come out. I really hope that I could play Guardian someday. I just enjoyed playing Florian at Nationals. That's more my style. Block 2 cards, send a disruption.
Wow, so this is
That's
really
me.
outside of your wheelhouse.
You better believe it.
Okay, but nevertheless, piloting it to a victory. Did I notice you kind of looking toward the camera every now and then with your eyebrows raised, kind of like, yeah, I don't know. Sometimes the deck just does its thing.
Yeah, you got me good. You got me.
Every time, it seemed like every time that Nick was trying to like rip the starter out of your hand, brick the hand as much as humanly possible, you always had the answer either in arsenal or just lurking in hand where he couldn't get it.
It was my day. Yeah.
Yeah, and speaking of your day,
It was my
2
day.
lava bursts in as many turns as well.
Yeah, that was a little bit nuts.
So
That's how it goes.
we were kind of questioning your choice in regards to bringing the Claw of Vynnset in the Florian matchup against Justin Gottlieb, but it seemed to really sing against Vynnset.
Absolutely. Yeah, it saved me like 100 life.
100, did you say?
200 life.
You're the epitome of hyperbole, my friend. Josh, I'm going to go ahead and let you go because even though it is only 5:37 here on the West Coast, I know it is getting late there, and you have got some money to spend and some love to receive from Destiny. So go ahead and take the rest of the night off. You've earned yourself a handsome amount of AGE points and also some bragging rights for that matter.
Thank you, Bryce. You're the best.
You're the best,
Appreciate
buddy.
it.
We will see you next month, brother. And we'll be back at, oh my gosh, where else do we, Great Stories, Comics and Gaming. You can tell it's been a long day. Good night to you, Joshua, and good night to all of you out there in Wraith Radio Land. We'll be back for more AGE coming up. Here's our upcoming schedule on the 13th of July, which is a Sunday next month. We'll have Dual Threat. We've got the Great Stories Comics and Gaming AGE New England Open coming, which will be Classic Constructed, as well as the AGE Open in LA at Top Deck Keep in Riverside, California. And then we've also got another Open scheduled for August 9th, the following month, and we will probably be returning back to Grave Troll Games the following month as well. Well, that is going to do it here for all of us at AGE. Thank you to everybody that tuned in. Thank you to the players, and thank you to our brand new sponsor, Grave Troll Games, and Katie Lamar. That's about it. Until next month, you've been great, and we will be back with more Flesh and Blood in just a moment.